Hello. Hello. Nice. And then I go. Yeah. Right on. Cool. So why don't we just slowly send you put the slides up. Josh, I'll see you in a bit, man. Ready to kill it. Morning, everybody. Day 2 of NEARCON. We're gonna do like a slow rollout here because I know people were busy in stage. Should have some good talks focusing on usability, community, and then we have the keynote from CEO of NEAR Foundation, Erik Trautman. Just as kind of a reminder to everybody how the venue's structured, you got all of the talks streamed on the rooftop. There are ecosystem partner showcases over on the first floor. And then don't forget about the vault. It's right on the right when you enter. There's going to be some pretty good panels there today focused on sustainability and crypto, focused on DAOs and crypto, focused on a couple of things. So let's see if we can get some Twitter up here. Yeah, cool. All right, so I know this is streaming, and what I wanted to do for the first 10 minutes or so, the theme is, the open web is here in the NEAR ecosystem. So wanted to kind of give everyone a quick access to some important people to follow on Twitter to kind of keep up to date with everything going on. There's 2 slides. So this was some of the people that you saw on day 1. And this is some of the people you'll see today or that are just genuinely interesting people to follow. So we'll move back and forth between the slides. Feel free to take a picture. I think to kind of kick off day 2, in day 1, we were able to see a lot of kind of like the fundamental projects that we're building on NEAR, the fundamental vision of the ecosystem. Day 2, you're going to have a lot more taste of the different things being built. So when we talk about an open web, we're talking more than just financial products, right? There will be a DeFi panel, I think, that David's doing. But the open web really means more than anything the interconnectivity of different products, right? Gaming, NFTs, DAOs, DeFi, and then some new cross-chain, cross-industrial applications, as we saw yesterday with Open Forest. So, yeah, this is just to kind of kick it off. I can go through some of these names. So, Human Guild is bringing on about 40 games to the NEAR ecosystem for on-chain gaming. I don't know about you guys, but the kind of word on the street is that gaming is going to be pretty big for crypto. Human Guild's got that taken care of on NEAR with Shroom Kingdom there. And then there's lots of other products. ChroneCat, Sputnik V2, Astro DAO. You want to switch the slide to the next one. Move Capital Funding, that's a NEAR native VC fund that's going to be putting money into projects. So if you're a developer looking to build on NEAR, if you're a founder or you have a team, you're looking for some funding, NEAR has the infrastructure to get you guys all set up. All right, so just to recap to everybody, we're going to kick off NEARCON Day 2. So if you guys want to make your way over, we're going to start with the first speaker, Josh Quintal. So Josh Quintal, he is going to come on and he's going to talk about something pretty important for crypto and especially building on L1s, which is the developer experience, right? What tools are available for developers? What can you expect when you're building in an ecosystem? So Josh's background was, I think he's been in crypto for a while. He joined the NEAR team about 6 months ago, and he's doing great work on the topic of developer tooling. Before he comes on here, the overall structure of this early stage session is going to be Josh is going to talk developer tooling. Then we're going to have Sofia and Vasilya talk Open Web Sandbox community. And then we have Erik Trautman, CEO of the NEAR Foundation, giving a keynote speech to kind of orient everyone on what's in store for the NEAR ecosystem. So it should be a great morning. And without further ado, Josh, welcome to the stage.
Nice. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, there we go. Good morning, everyone. After this last year of isolation and dealing with COVID, it's so wonderful to be here with everyone in person and really feeling the energy of this growing NEAR community. So let's just jump right into it. Today I'm going to talk about what's new in developer tooling. And I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of something we started working on that we, for now, call Developer Console. But first, who am I to be giving you this information? Well, as Michael so nicely introduced me, I am Josh Quintal. I'm the product manager of Developer Platform at NEAR. Like he said, I started pretty recently. And I've been in the space for a while, about 5 years. Worked at Consensus and Truffle previously. I'm also going to be exporting these slides after this, so you'll be able to click on a lot of these links that you'll see. So, developer platform, what does that mean? So we can really sum it up with this one sentence right here. So developer platform, we aim to empower all developers to build complex applications with simple tools across the entire software development lifecycle. Or put another way, we want to get those ideas out of your head into the Nearverse without getting in your way. Well, what's this software development lifecycle all about? Well, probably already doing this if you're doing or have done any kind of development. This is a really nicely condensed version of it that we have here. It focuses on this core loop of coding. So this is developing your smart contracts, developing your front end, testing, of course, testing those things, deploying them to a live network or to your hosting provider, which is hopefully decentralized storage. And then finally, monitoring the usage of the application to then analyze that and plan your next iteration. So we're going to kind of use this to anchor the presentation, and I'll go through like all the tooling updates and talk about that dev console. So first up is NEAR CLI. So NEAR CLI is having some big changes coming to it. It's a ground-up rewrite. And so first off, interactive prompts are going to be part of this. So let's say you're new to development or you just don't want to have to Google all of the options that might be necessary for a particular method. We're just going to prompt you for those if they're not filled in. So really nice upgrade to the development experience there. Next up, structured logs. These are really important if you're scripting. This is going to let you digest the output of your logs much more easily. No more having to parse strings or do any weird juggling like that of those results. Next up, key management. So this is going to be very much improved, managing multiple keys, managing API keys for RPC providers, things of that nature. So also a much more flexible experience. And then kind of dovetailing off of that, configuration files. So these are things like setting the network you're going to deploy to, setting things like your contract output directory, really just giving you that like, customization that is really important. And then finally, it's actually going to be written in Rust. The current CLI is in JavaScript, so writing it in Rust will give us some nice security guarantees and also, kind of help prevent supply chain attacks, things like that. Mm-hmm. But I didn't even mention the most exciting part of the NEAR CLI changes, and that is that the new CLI is going to be extendable. So you can write your own extensions. You can actually write them in any language. And we at NEAR are actually first party going to work on 2 extensions right out of the gate. So the first one is a validator extension. So this is really nice if you're a validator. There's not going to be any interruption in the way you currently work. But if you are not, this will give you a bit of a lighter weight CLI since you won't be needing that functionality. And then secondly, there's going to be a project extension, which I'm going to talk about here in a second, but essentially allowing you to manage your local NEAR development environment in a bit of a better way than we currently handle it. So speaking of that, the project extension, just a couple examples here. So you can initialize a new project. You may have currently done this through something like create NEAR app or something like that, but this will now initialize a new empty project. We're going to go over the structure here in a second. So really nice, very easy way to get started. And then second here, I demonstrate there's this compile command And currently, the way the workflow for development works is it's really just the language native tools. So if you're building your smart contracts in Rust, you're using Cargo, for example. And so this is going to allow us to kind of abstract over these languages and deal with multi-language projects a little bit better. But very importantly, it's going to allow us to do additional things besides compiling to WebAssembly. And in this case, it's going to generate what we're calling an ACI, or an abstract contract interface. And this is really helpful for front-end development so that you can more easily interact with your contracts. And we'll talk about that in a little bit too. So speaking of that project structure, here's an example right here. Within our project folder, we've got that configuration file I mentioned. So, networks, build folder, things of that nature. And then you have your contracts folder. So a little bit more of an organized structure here. In this example, this is a Rust project. So we've got our greeter contract, and then we have that extra cargo.toml for the workspace there. So you also see mentioned there that that's going to support multiple languages. That goes back to that compile command that I mentioned. So if you've got some assembly script and Rust contracts, we'll just be reading that and use the correct compiler for that case. So once again, the big advantage of that, other than that language abstraction, is that we'll be able to do some extra things after that WASM compilation, and specifically generating these ACI files. So what these really have are all of the functions and function signatures that you can easily consume on the front end. So you can pass this right into Near API.js, and you'll just be able to get going very quickly as far as interacting with your contract. And then you'll also have all your types and things there too, which can be really nice for TypeScript integration. So speaking of additional languages, as you may or may not know, we currently support Rust and AssemblyScript. But the great thing about Near, right, is that our virtual machine runs WebAssembly. So any language that can target WebAssembly for compilation can potentially have a Near SDK. And to that end, the teams at Grain and Zig Languages are working on Near SDKs currently. So you might want to check those out if you are interested in new languages. So now that we've done our coding, we've built our smart contracts, we've worked on our front end, it's time to start testing. But of course, you've been writing tests the whole time. You've been coding like a good developer. But in this case, we'll call it a separate thing. So there's been some really big changes, and actually like a massive leap here in improvement of the experience of testing, and also just what you can test and kind of how the environment works. So we've just released, these tests actually now use something called Near Sandbox. So previously, there was these things called simulation tests. But the advantage of Near Sandbox is it's actually just a Near core node with some additional functionality that's really helpful for development. So this gets you a lot closer to like what the live network is actually going to be doing, with the addition of things like patching state. So this is really helpful for seed data in tests. This allows you to massively update state without even having to send a transaction. And then secondly there, spooning, which we're definitely going to highlight. That is a very important feature. That allows you to actually take a contract from a live network, pull it down into your local environment, and then, of course, you'll be able to integrate with that, test against it, without spending real Near, if we're talking about mainnet, for example. More importantly, you can write once and run on any network. So these tests, they'll run in the sandbox by default. It's just one configuration option away to get them to run on testnet. They're going to be able to run concurrently, so really great for speed, of course, having them run in parallel rather than one after the other. And speaking of flexibility, you'll be able to write these in Rust or JavaScript. So if you want that full stack Rust experience, it's there for you. If you prefer to write them in JavaScript, because that's how your front end's going to interact with your tests, we got you covered there too. So that sandbox, let's take a little bit more of an actual look here at how this works. So you can see here in this first example, this is a very basic example. We're actually just patching the state of the greeter contract, the variable status message there, and you can see we're updating it to say state. But you can imagine that for something, let's say you're like an NFT ticket master type thing, right? You'd be able to seed 50 tickets into the system right away as part of setting up your testing environment without having to fire off 50 transactions. So both a lot faster and a lot more readable, right? Because you're just going to be able to see this in one command. Secondly here, this one is incredibly important. This is an example of spooning here. So you can see we've got ref finance, and we're grabbing it from mainnet. There's the account address there, block ID 50 million, and we do want the state data. So this is hugely important. This is going to enable or make it much easier to make an entirely important class of dApps on Near, which is actually being able to integrate a lot of these protocols, especially in DeFi, which is why I refs the example here. So let's say you wanted to make like a yield farm aggregator. You'd be able to pull in Ref Finance. You'd be able to pull in whichever other DeFi apps you wanted to include, and you'd be able to have this all running in your local environment without, as I had said, having to spend any real Near. So hugely powerful there. I cannot state that enough. And then in the future, we're actually working on time travel for this as well. So you'll be able to fast forward and manipulate time that way if you have any like time locked things. Here's an example of writing those tests either in JavaScript or in Rust. You can see that it's quite flexible there. We create the account, we deploy the contract. Yeah, really nice there. So here's an example, of testing anywhere here. You can see there's a couple different ways to change the network. We've got, you can pass it in as a variable, set it in the environment, or finally here, if you're using Aave, you will be able to actually generate a config file. So these workspaces come in a couple different flavors. We've got the Rust workspaces, as I mentioned. We've got a base JS version, which is compatible with any testing framework. And we also have this version, which is already configured for Aave. So you'll be able to get started as quickly as possible if you don't mind using Aave as your assertion library. And it's also worth mentioning that this is a huge improvement on integration tests, but your unit tests can be written totally the same way as before. There's no disruption to that. So now that we've got everything developed and tested, it's time to deploy it somewhere. This one's pretty nascent, but I'll just mention that you may have noticed since this workspace can actually deploy contracts, this is going to be able to underpin a scriptable deployment system that we're working on. I'll definitely want to talk to you, any developers out there, about how this should work. So you've done all this, now it's deployed on the network. Now what? Right? Where do we go from here? Well, our dApp is in the wild, and we're going to want to do that monitoring step, and that's where Developer Console comes in. Really covers the operational needs of dApps. And so you can see a couple different features here. It's going to include infrastructure management. This is including an RPC service and also an indexer service. Many people don't want to have to deal with the time and expense, right, of maintaining or writing your own indexer. And so this is just going to allow you to stand it up and get going. Next, very importantly, monitoring. And to get more specific, this is going to include alerts of various happenings about your contract that you configure, and very importantly for security, executing actions depending on those conditions, which we'll actually take a look at in a second here. Then you've got that indexer service. So of course you're going to want to be able to visualize and number crunch on that data. And so there's going to be an analytics portion. And really this entire experience really provides a lot of focus and context around your dApp, and really gives you that assurance and comfort while it's out and deployed in the wild. And gives you what you need to continue to improve it. So I'm going to go through two scenarios here. We've got some wireframes to show you. Like I said, it's very early, but I want to at least give you a taste of the final vision of this. So first scenario here, our DeFi smart contract's been hacked. How could the developer console have prevented this scenario? So in this case, this goes back to the alerts and actions that I talked about earlier. So in this example, we're on the monitoring screen. We're looking at our alerts here. And just going left to right, it's really readable how this is configured. So you can see our account here is just, in this example, it's like a vault contract for this. And the conditions of this alert are if the balance drops 20%. And this is also if that is caused by addresses not from our allowed list. So obviously, we want to be able to lower the balance of the contract. So those, the allowed list would include like addresses of anyone that you trust. And then finally those are the actions that would be triggered if those conditions are met, in addition to actually alerting you. So in this case, we're actually going to call the pause method on this contract. Briefly, if you're not familiar with the pausable pattern, this would just allow you to flip a Boolean and essentially stop all functionality from the contract temporarily. And then finally how you want to be notified. So email, text, things of that nature. So here's an example actually of what one of those email reports might look like. So you can see here we're telling you like which actual alert was triggered. when it happened. We've got some helpful links there that can go to the Explorer, or in that case, help you view your allowed list right away. And then finally, we showed the actual actions that were triggered along with that transaction there. Once again, you can get to the Explorer really quickly and see exactly what happened there. So second scenario, this one's an NFT marketplace that wants to see their best performing collections and artists. So how can we do that? Dare I say it's almost trivial, actually, compared to the last task. We've already got the indexer service running. So this is just a matter of displaying this data in a way that's useful for us. So you can see our app NFTrific here. The analytics screen is composed of a series of tiles for visualization. And so in this example, we're creating a new one. We want to visualize our top 10 artists by revenue here. In this example, this is written in a SQL query, but this is still very early, so that may change, and I'd love to hear other ways you might want to write this. And then finally, we choose our visualization here, which in this case is a bar chart. And so here's a nice example of what that could look like. You've got your various tiles here, and these are all charts and graphs that you've configured. We've got our top 5 artists by revenue in the lower left there in the bar graph that we specified. But we could also show a proportion of artist sales. And then at the top, just an example of some transactions right there. So phase 1 of this, what's going to actually be coming out soon, is going to include a project management portion. So this includes adding your project, uploading the contracts, the RPC service. So this is going to be really great. You won't have to obviously be managing your own node or anything like that to connect to the network. Operating analytics, so you understand how you're using the RPC service. And then finally, Explorer integration, so that as transactions are happening against those contracts you've added, you'll be able to quickly see the status of those transactions and what's going on. And this is all going to be available at the end of this quarter, actually. So to summarize, this is NEAR's tooling as it exists today. I won't spend too much time on that, and this is what it's going to look like. So we've got that new CLI written in Rust with that awesome extension system. I'm really excited about that. I really hope that could even power potentially even like micro startups around writing extensions for NEAR CLI eventually. And then additional language support there. We got the Grain and Zig teams working really hard. Next up, scaffolding there, starting a new project. I mentioned that NEAR project extension. It's going to kind of be supplanting Create NEAR app there. We've got Dev Console on the operations side. And then as far as our API libraries, we didn't really touch on this much, but it's definitely worth mentioning. In addition to NEAR API.js, we're also working on API libraries for Rust and for Python, so you'll be able to interact with NEAR in those languages more easily. And then testing, that was the big overhaul. So sim tests, don't need to worry about those anymore. You got NEAR Sandbox, and you've got your various workspace libraries. Just choose your flavor there based on what you prefer. And that Unicode character didn't work. But we want to hear from you, and in lieu of headshots, because we didn't have them all, I'm going to have everyone here on Developer Platform raise your hand in the audience. And so find one of us, talk about your developer experience, complain to us, please. Actually, I'd really love to hear negative feedback so we know where to improve. So yeah, find anyone who had a raised hand there. And so as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to be uploading these slides actually shortly after this. And so you'll be able to click any of these links here that I've provided. I'll highlight a couple of them, actually, because I've got a little extra time. So in addition to all the things we talked about, which is mostly on that left-hand side there, you can see the NEAR CLI proposal actually is an important one to highlight there. That's the original governance forum post that led to the NEAR CLI that I spoke about. So you'll definitely want to check that out. And then on the right-hand side, some really helpful resources as far as education. So we've got a new Zero to Hero tutorial. It's building a crossword. Our very own Mike Purvis has used this internally. It's a really cool project. So definitely check that out if you want to learn more about developing in Rust. That's part of our newly revamped Rust SDK docs. Also really nice. And then under that, we've got NEAR University. So NEAR University's got a couple different options there, depending on how you want to learn. We've got live certified courses, which are in person or live in the sense that you're with an instructor the whole time. We've got courses offered by our partners, and we also have self-paced courses if you prefer to learn that way as well. And then finally, other ways to get involved. We've got the Near Governance Forum there. That's where you'll find that CLI proposal, as long as any other big ecosystem shaping discussions. We always make everything as external and transparent as possible. So you'll definitely want to follow that for any updates. And then finally, our Near Discord as well. So great place for general chat, talk to DevRel, just get involved really with the community. And with that, that's everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for that talk. And a shout out actually to Sharif, who is head of Near Education. I know he mentioned it at the end, but the education team is doing a solid job of bringing fresh developer talent into the ecosystem, and I'm sure Sharif is watching. So in that talk, we saw a little bit about the developer sandbox in the Near for Near developers, and I wanted to take a quote that Josh said. He says that it provides focus and context around your dApp. Well, as Near is an ecosystem, we also have something at Near called the Open Web Sandbox, which is in many ways the community version of the Near developer sandbox. The Open Web Sandbox is pretty much the testing ground for new entrants to the Near community, new projects that are trying to get visibility. Projects like Metapool, Ref Finance, Trisolaris, Cronecats, they've all gone through the Open Web Sandbox. Our next speakers are the managing partners of the Open Web Sandbox, Sofia Kachula and Vasilya Rafikova, and they are going to talk about how to enable decentralized leadership in a communal ecosystem like the Near ecosystem. So Sofia and Vasilya, welcome to the stage.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Every community requires leadership. Even if it's a highly dedicated group of people, if they're not working full-time on the shared cause, they're probably too busy to be active all the time and participate in every discussion or decision. Communities usually have dedicated members who are in charge of coordination, possibly moderation. This is a quote of Illia from his article on Sputnik DAO, a piece of technology that was created to facilitate the decentralized governance of empowered communities of Web3. Yesterday and today, both of us had a chance to listen to excellent speeches on technology and talk to people, project representatives, which will undoubtedly lead us to the Web3 world of the future. However, today, me, Vasilya, and Sofia from the Open Web Sandbox would like to talk to you about another driver of that change: communities and leaders that stand behind those changes, those necessary decisions on the way to the world of the Web3. The reason why we would like to talk about this today is because we personally believe that decentralized leadership is an essential element of empowering community members of those communities that actually each and every one of you are building already today. So before we dive into the future, let's take a look at the current situation. Right now, the community of Near consists out of very diverse subgroups, projects, and guilds. They're all centered around different ideas and beliefs, different technology, which that's the beauty of it, right? But there's one thing that unites all of them. All these groups are governed in a fairly centralized manner. Usually there is a leader, a manager, a person who is in charge of the most important processes, who is taking the most important decisions. There are also active community members who can take part in those processes as well. But let's be honest, there is a clear vertical hierarchy present. Of course, it goes without saying that this hierarchy is not formal, the communication is transparent, and the feedback of all members is highly welcomed at all times. On the other hand, it does not mean that the accountability is shared or that all of those members participate equally in a strategic planning or decision-making processes. What's interesting here is that, in fact, all those remaining members of the communities are given the option of participating in those processes. But for one or another reason, they've decided, or sometimes decide, not to do so. Also because this degree of freedom can be sometimes freezing. It's a paradox of choice, you know. Having this many options without the necessary guidance leaves people confused, and yeah, they just don't know how to act on those opportunities, and they choose to not do anything. Imagine if every member of our communities would feel entitled and powerful and act on his plans, deploy his talents right away, and therefore will feel as a valuable member of the community right away. Imagine how much more powerful would the NEAR ecosystem be. Nice, right? As mentioned previously, the Web3 technology can provide the opportunity for people to act like that. However, technology is just a tool. People must be empowered by external factors to take initiative, to be active, and to deploy these opportunities. One of such factors is actually the presence of the guidance and creating the safe space where people will feel welcomed and leaded to the right spot where they can actually get their goals. Well, let's talk about this matter in terms of the Open Web Sandbox. To enable collaboration between projects and individual contributors, the initial plan for the Open Web Sandbox was to be a playground, a free space where everyone can learn about NEAR protocol, attempt creating something valuable, and get rewarded for this contribution. After launch in April, it became pretty clear to us that that initial plan was rather utopic for the time being. Without the necessary guidance, people felt lost, they were confused about the purpose of the platform, they didn't know exactly what they're supposed to be, would quickly get demotivated, lose interest, and leave. At the same point, it was quickly clear to us that the sustained efficiency of the platform was impossible without the steady coordination of all elements, because there were a lot of projects, a lot of members, there was a lot happening. It's just impossible to be efficient without controlling all the processes. At that time, our team started growing. We became 3, and now we are a team of 7 moderators, each with their own responsibilities, but yet keeping each other in constant check. In June, we decided to shift our payout system to Sputnik DAO to ensure efficiency and transparency of the payout process. At this moment, we have 4 DAO council members who vote through the payout proposals, and our roadmap reads even more members in the future. Reads even more members in the future. Meanwhile, Open Web Sandbox keeps growing. Our internal processes became more complicated, and so did our contribution to the development of NEAR protocol. We are reminded every day that every member of our community can be activated and is extremely valuable for the NEAR ecosystem. The only thing that's necessary is a couple of conditions to be satisfied. One of those conditions is a present of timely guidance provided by the appropriate leader in the right time and the right space. Now, the question is, how are we planning to satisfy this condition?
Right. So imagine that all the groups on NEAR are owned and driven entirely by the community members, that absolutely everybody contributes to the collective decision-making process. How does that sound to you? I think this is all why we're here. We're trying to make the shift towards decentralized shared leadership. Decentralized shared leadership. Any ideas on that might entail? Any associations? Anything? More or less? A little bit? Not really. Okay. Compared to the traditional hierarchical companies, online communities are heavily influenced by the emergent bottom-up leadership processes. What that means, it means that everybody can and actually should be a leader. By raising active global community members, we will be able to grow self-sustained community of people who would be able to use Web3 technology to take control of our money, of our data, on a large scale. It is those people that we need today. That was a little too early. While we're all trying to experiment here with how to build such a community, let's see what the research has to offer. And the first one right here, which is also the most obvious one probably, is formal leadership position, occupying a formal leadership position. We kind of knew that already before. Boring, but necessary at first. It is up to the formal leaders to facilitate a cascade of leadership and provide simple, positive, concise messages to people. This is also what we do in Open Web Sandbox. Communication theory from 50s has already discovered that top-down, one-way communication does not diffuse innovation on its own. What it does, it affects opinion leaders, and opinion leaders, in fact, affect broader audience. There we go, consistent communication. As social human beings, we're always looking help and advice from other people, which is also true in online communities. Getting a warm response from your moderator solely based on your membership can be a very strong catalyst for future engagement. This is also what we're trying to do in Open Web Sandbox. We're using multiple channels to address people wherever they're joining us. For the same reason, we opened language hubs to ensure that people can ask questions and learn about NEAR ecosystem in their native language. Network position. Leaders also tend to be somehow influential. We saw in Open Web Sandbox that individuals who are considered inspirational, important, they get more likes, more reactions. Their actions are considered as having a bigger impact. Network position. Researchers see that as a proxy of leadership, in fact. Opinions, power, and influence is coming from the network of supporting users, but also contributors and people who are interested. Personal connection. It is a great way to feel value within an online community. It is at this moment when we start talking to friends, to family, about how much engaged you are in your community. This is advocacy. This is also what we're striving for in Open Web Sandbox, and we hope that everybody can take our lessons from this. Formal leadership, consistent communication, and network position. We aim to construct such a network where centralized governance would not be needed anymore, where people would be supported and they could motivate each other in a decentralized manner. As our new roadmap, and together with the educational unit of NEAR, we're going to implement such a mentorship system where new people are supported by experienced sandboxers. This is one of our goals. We continue building our network, and we're trying to help other people to do so as well. Today, one of our greatest achievements is that in less than 6 months, Sandbox has become a living concept. That means that if our team had to be removed, the idea of people communicating to each other, engaging with projects that are already building a top of NEAR in one digital platform in a consistent manner, that idea will stay with us. The factors that we just mentioned, which is formal leadership, consistent communication, and network positions, Those are things that have been discovered already in science, in psychology, communication theory a long time ago. So we should definitely use them. As Open Web Sandbox colleagues, but also early developers, are we developers? Community developers. One of our goals is to enable near mass adoption. But what we're also trying to do is to empower other people to be able and to be willing to do so. We're here to facilitate early adoption. But one of our mission and vision is to share our passion about the open web and NEAR with everybody who is as passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sofia and Vasilya. So we have a little bit of time. The next speaker is going to be a keynote speech by Erik Trautman, CEO of the NEAR Foundation. So we'll take a little bit of time. We're well ahead of schedule. I just want to announce for everyone else, we have a keynote speech that's going to start in about 2 minutes. So if anyone wants to make their way over to the main stage, Erik Trautman, CEO of NEAR Foundation, will be delivering a keynote on the state of the NEAR ecosystem and the things to come. After that speech, actually, Erik is going to be doing a fireside chat up here with Richard Muirhead from Fabric VC. So you got a nice little 2-for-1, right? A keynote and then a fireside chat. Cool. I don't know if it's too much trouble, but while we wait for people to trickle in on that topic, do you guys mind putting up the Twitter screen again? I think it's like slides 1 or 2. Just, I want to drive in kind of what we've seen. The developer tooling is there. The community infrastructure is there. There's a lot of really cool people in the ecosystem, and it's just, it's just the beginning. So these are the people to really follow along with as this journey kind of sprouts in lots of different directions, and there's a place for everybody at NEAR. So the people that we'll put up here, I don't know if that's possible. It should be at the beginning of the slide deck. The people that we'll put up here, this is for everyone interested, from things as diverse as gaming to DAOs to NFTs to DeFi to technical updates in the NEAR Foundation. You'll be able to kind of follow it all. So this was from day 1. And if you want to switch it over real quick, this is for day 2. So keep these handles in mind, because this is where a lot of the alpha is going to be coming out on Twitter. And I know we all love crypto Twitter, right? Great. All right, so we're going to kick off now the keynote speech from Erik Trautman, CEO of NEAR Foundation. The, I think, title of his keynote speech is Welcome Home. And, the overarching theme of this panel was Web3 is here. So we're no longer talking about it. We're no longer waiting for things to be built. The tools are here. The community is emerging. There's things going live. And that means there's a lot of exciting stuff coming and already, building out at NEAR. So without further ado, Erik, if you'd like to come on stage. We're gonna find Erik. This is where normally we can say there's a little bit of a computer lag. So just pretend like it's a Zoom call. We're lagging. We'll reconnect in a second. Sorry, got to reboot the Wi-Fi. All right, in the meantime, while we wait for Erik to come, quick show of hands. So open web, at least in my mind, open web, we have gaming, we have NFTs, we have DAOs, we have DeFi, we have infrastructure. If you're in it for if you're a gaming fan, a crypto gaming fan, can I see a show of hands? Crypto gaming. Kind of. Sasha and Vlad should be here from Human Guild. Sasha and Vlad, you guys here? No. Okay, if you're coming from the NFT side of things, if you're interested in NFTs, let's see a show of hands. Nice. Okay. DeFi stack. Where are we at? Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, that's most of you. I think it'll be curious to see how NEARCON 2, NEARCON 3 changes this demographic, right? Because everyone's in it for the DeFi now, but gaming's emerging, NFTs are emerging, DAOs are emerging. Let's see what happens. So, is Erik? Oh, not yet. Okay. All right. We'll wait for the green light and we'll go from there. Why don't we go through some of the schedule of what's to come later today? So you guys are stuck with me today as MC on the main stage here, unfortunately. In the afternoon, we're going to get a look into sharding on Near. That'll be really cool. And we're also going to get a look onto Alex Shevchenko from Aurora interoperability in the Near ecosystem. So that'll be really cool as well. There's also going to be a panel on governance in the vault that Illia is going to be giving. Illia will be giving with Lane. So that'll be at 2 p.m. And then in between, we got talks on DeFi, DAO, and sustainability in crypto. So should be a great day of content with a lot going on. Any thoughts from the audience on what you guys have thought so far about NEARCON, what you guys are looking forward to? There is a DeFi panel at 4 p.m. David's actually going to be on it. So there's also a VC panel, I think. Rune Bentian's going to be sitting on the VC panel talking about investing in Web3 and all the crazy stuff. So I think while we still wait for Erik, he's coming, cool. I can kind of close with... there was a Twitter thread the other day, and I'm not going to say who posted it because it's actually me, but that's anonymous, so I'm not going to give you guys my Twitter handle. But the Twitter thread was all about the benefits of composability in Web3, right? Why does composability matter? I think up until this point, a lot of people have looked at the different L1s and they've been like, oh, this L1 is going to be about gaming, this L1 is going to be about DeFi, this L1 is going to be about NFTs. But when you think about what can happen when all the different products and dApps can talk to each other, that's where like the insane magic of crypto comes in, right? That's where like my DAO can invest in an NFT marketplace that funds a payment app that's where someone sends a private message, using a mixer that someone then uses the transaction fee to yield farm from a DeFi product, right? This is, I think, like where we're going in crypto. And most people, at least from the general crypto Twitter group, are starting to come around to that. I don't know. What do you guys think about the value of composability versus siloed products? No opinions? It's essential. It's inevitable. In hindsight, it was inevitable. Alrighty. Well, that's enough of me freestyling with you guys. It's been a pleasure. Now we can actually have a great keynote. It's going to be, so as I said before, the keynote is followed by a fireside chat. So you guys get a 2-for-1 here. Without further ado, we have Erik Trautman, the is he here? Okay. Just one more second, everybody. The talk was at 11:10. We are running ahead of schedule. If anyone has a crypto Twitter account, we could feel free to put up some tweets of the day. That's kind of the best to go to. Oh, good to go. All right. So without further ado, we have Erik Trautman, CEO of the Near Foundation, with a keynote speech on the state of the Near ecosystem and the things to come. So Erik, welcome to the stage.
Morning. How's everyone doing? I guess it's still early after last night. So, thus far you've had a chance to hear from a lot of people across a lot of different spectra. You've had people talking about technology, You've had people talking about products, about NFTs, about art. And I think all of these are fantastic avenues to explore in greater depth what's going on inside the NEAR ecosystem. What I wanted to do was actually cover something that's a little bit different. It's a little bit softer, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't actually tie down to the details of what you've seen in these other talks. So we're going to get a little bit weird. So really what I want to dive into is basically what is the weird stuff that sets NEAR apart? Like why is it that this is actually the right ecosystem for all of this to occur? Why is it that this is the place where this vision is going to go, and why is it that everyone is here? The most important question is actually bigger than the details. When I talk to people, so this is the first major in-person event that we've had in 2 years for the NEAR ecosystem, and the first one that probably most people here have ever been to, because 2 years ago the ecosystem was approximately 25 people. And so this is where it gets a little weird. So the book that you could see up there, it's called Home for a Bunny. And that was actually the first book that I ever read aloud. And it's the story of a bunny. It's about 24 pages long. It's the story of a bunny who goes looking for a home. And it tries out, it talks to the toad, it talks to the birds, it talks to all sorts of animals, and it can't find its home until the very end when it finds another rabbit and ends up in a rabbit hole. And they live happily ever after. And I think what's important here is that when I talk to people and I ask them, why is it that you're here? Why is this actually an interesting place for you to be a part of? They don't talk about scalable technology. They don't talk about sharding. They don't talk about anything. What they talk about is energy. What they say is that this is the place where it actually feels like it used to feel back in the day. This is what it feels like. This is what it felt like 10 years ago in the technology industry. So I don't know when everyone here kind of got involved, but for me, my journey came through finance, and that's a very different world. And when I first took a step away from finance, the first thing that I did was I went to a meetup. This was in Houston, Texas in probably 2011. And the difference that I experienced talking to people in the tech industry versus people in the finance industry was mind-blowing. Because we walked in, and the first thing that people wanted to know was, how can I help? What are you building? Oh, that's cool. How can we collaborate? What are you working on? Right? Like that energy was something that was so special 10 years ago. And I think in the ensuing decade, it's been harder and harder to capture that feeling in the traditional tech industry. We went through the mobile revolution, we went through social, and I think we've gotten to the point where everyone has acknowledged to some degree or another that we've topped out in a lot of places in traditional technology. And more importantly, culturally, it's actually become almost antagonistic to some of the things that everyone who was in that early days actually fundamentally believed. So I think what I want to emphasize here is that we're all kind of looking for a home as well. Everyone here is an investor. You're an investor of your time. You're an investor of your attention. And everyone here, whether it's explicit or implicit, you're kind of looking for the right place for you to invest your energy, for you to create the future that you want. And that's because all of us are impatient. We're here because it's still early days, right? This is, if you were patient, you would wait until this was already built and then you'd use it. But this is where we're builders. And building doesn't necessarily just mean developers. It doesn't necessarily just mean technologists. It means everyone who wants to be a part of constructing a bigger vision and making that into a reality. And we're impatient. And that's why we're in this. So what is that vision? So basically, everyone here has probably your own version of what that looks like. Very rarely would I expect anyone here to sort of explicitly say, well, what we're looking for is a world where we give back control. It's a world where we give people control of their assets, of their data, or of their power of governance. And in some ways, those are almost buzzwords at this point. And it can be hard to parse what those actually mean. But in the end, when you look at it, when everything rolls up, that's actually what we're going for. And this kind of takes us back to that bigger vision, that sense of like, what are we building something that's collaborative? Are we building something that's life-affirming? Are we building something that's net positive for the world? And it's real, too. It's not just abstract. And I think the place where it becomes real right now, at least in the last year we've seen this develop more and more, is in the creator economy. And so what we have here is essentially the triangle that sort of defines what are the key components that make up the creator economy. And so that community is the ability to actually become real, almost like real co-ops in a way that hasn't been possible before, which allows them to organize, which allows them to take on business models, which allows them to be bigger than just a meetup group or a Facebook group that's on someone else's platform. And of course, underneath all of this is finance. And the control there is giving people control to take their money where they want. And that's obviously something that's been spoken about a lot in the blockchain space, but it's also fundamental to the creator economy because, of course, that's what kind of lubricates everything underneath the surface and makes it possible to have an economy. So the vision isn't necessarily new. We've heard a lot of this before. If you're around in 2017, which most of you probably at least saw the edges of it, whether or not you experienced it directly, we had a lot of these great ideas, and I say we as just sort of a general collective, as an industry. A lot of these ideas have been around for a long time. And the problem was the technology wasn't really there. And so what's different, though, is scale. What's different is the ability to actually take on and realize this vision at a scale that wasn't possible before. In 2017, we kind of got over our skis, did a bit of a faceplant. That's okay. But we're coming back. And ultimately, that's actually what NEAR is here for. So NEAR is basically the substrate, the network that's designed to support that vision of the new future. And it's a lot of things. It's not just the technology. It's bigger. And that, I think, is one of the things that I want to really emphasize here. And I'll talk about the technology because it's still important. But NEAR's more than that. And it's about bringing us back to the days when we could imagine a new future, when we could actually participate in something that was bigger and we could feel like we were doing good by doing that. And I think the key part here is also just a bit of a checkpoint, because even though we were ahead of ourselves in 2017, it's still early. Web3 is basically the size of a zit on the sun compared to the real web. The major opportunity is in Web 2, not Web 3 right now. It's sort of merging the two. It's how do we make sure that Web 3 is actually the underpinning of the broader Web 2. But we haven't even gotten close. The prize is huge. The prize is billions of people and giving them the same thing, giving them the power, giving them control. I don't know if you're familiar with the crossing the chasm model. I think at this point it's become pretty ubiquitous. But it's basically the idea that markets have to go through stages. And I think what's not in this model is the optimism of people in the markets and assuming that they've crossed far further than we actually have. And we see that again and again. And of course, I live on optimism as much as everyone else does. But in terms of being realistic, I think it's also healthy for us to understand that this is early. And even though the eventual prize is a billion people, we have a lot of work to do to get there. And that's okay, because what's cool about that is that the people in this room, the people in this ecosystem, the people in this community are the ones who are actually going to take us there. That means that there's opportunity. It means this hasn't been done yet. And there's so much opportunity inherent in all of that. We've made skirmishes across the chasm. We've seen NFTs break through the mainstream front page of New York Times. We've seen, for instance, NBA Top Shot. We got a lot of people coming out of the consumer web starting to try these things out. Play to earn, Axie Infinity, all of this. I think of these as almost skirmishes because they're like proofs of concept that busted through, but they still haven't fully landed that beachhead and gotten us to the point where your brother, your mother, anybody is just onboarding to this stuff, using it and using it every day. And the other thing worth noting, though, is this is actually where it does come back to technology, because the tooling or the underlying technology matters. We've already seen the limitations of a lot of platforms that have come before, and we're not even close to where we need to be. So it's something worth keeping in mind that this is a long-term game, and the design decisions that are made early are the ones that actually bear fruit years down the road. When you start to see limitations in certain design decisions, and you start to see limitations in certain cultural decisions, and that's why it's so important that in early days that this group, that we're able to kind of align behind the right things. And so I think all of this really starts with first principles. And so to get to 1 billion, you have to keep it simple. And you have to really work backwards from first principles. And so for us, that's been pretty obvious from day one. I mean, we got our start in San Francisco, and the culture out there is really about making something people want. That's a famous Y Combinator quote or logo or slogan. But what's different that we need to do is we're not here, again, speaking on behalf of a collective that I actually have no right to speak on behalf of, we aren't just here to make something people want. We're here to help other people make something people want. We're an ecosystem, and we're a collaborative ecosystem. So that's why it's not about individuals, it's about the ecosystem first. And we've made distinct decisions that support that. In order to get to $1 billion, you have to lift other people up. You have to get back to that original tech industry mentality of 1 + 1 = 3. You have to be open. You have to be pragmatic. You can't be dogmatic. You can't be closed-minded. It's about the open source ethos. It's about sharing knowledge, sharing education, right? Empowering other people. It's still early days. You have to be always growing, always evolving. And ultimately, the most important thing is to break through, to get across that chasm. Obviously, you have to make sure that this isn't about the technology. This is about the users. This is working backwards from the journeys that matter. This is remembering that real people don't care about technology. Real people care about what they want, whatever that is in the moment, whether it's playing a game or accessing their money, making a transaction. So what we need to design for is making it feel simple. It doesn't have to be simple. In fact, that makes it harder. That's a much bigger design goal, is to make it feel simple. It's easy to design something that's complex, that feels complex. It's extremely difficult to design something that's complex but feels simple. And so I guess I want to benchmark there and come back to that these principles matter. And so this is the part where I think the technology actually has to come back into the picture a little bit. Because the core design decisions, like I said, matter. So I don't know how many people are aware of what the original story of NEAR was, and I won't go into the details of it. But basically, it got started in the summer of 2018, which as far as a layer 1 protocol goes, is quite a late entrant. Most of these protocols got started way back, 2014, 15, 16. Well, I mean, obviously Ethereum. But 2018, that was coming off of the big bull run. That was coming off of that over the skis faceplant that we made as an industry. And that was a time when the hammer that everyone was hitting was scalability. It's about TPS. TPS, TPS, TPS. And I call that the summer of TPS because I remember every white paper that came out had a higher number. It was who can theoretically design 100 TPS, 1,000 TPS, 1,000,000 TPS. It was crazy. And the team here, we were impatient builders like anyone else. The core group of people who got together in a tiny WeWork room that smelled like armpits was, Eugene, Illia, Alex, Bowen, Sasha, Pie Guy. We were impatient builders. We didn't see anything. They didn't see anything that allowed them to actually build what they wanted to build, and realized that we had a solution based on prior work at MemSQL, which a number of the team members had done on sharded database systems, which could theoretically deliver a more or less infinite level of TPS. But at the same time, it's kind of ridiculous because, who cares, right? Why is TPS the thing that we're going? And by the way, TPS, transactions per second, for everyone who's not familiar. But what actually matters is working backwards from those first principles. And it was kind of crazy because we kind of entered a religious war at that time. And not coming out with a number and not saying that, this is the level of TPS that NEAR is going to deliver and we promise it at this date was a really strange approach to take. But the stranger thing was actually that TPS isn't the most important thing that matters. When we started talking to people, when you start to think and you work backwards from, actually what we're here to do is make stuff that helps other people build things people want, which is a bit of a mouthful. What matters is usability. And so it doesn't matter if you build the biggest stadium in the world that can seat 100 million people. If it's built out in the middle of the desert and no one can get there, your usability sucks. So what you actually have to do is you have to build technology so that the developer, years down the road, can create experiences that users can actually use. And that requires a lot of things. That requires onboarding that feels like Web 2. That requires the ability to build experiences that are engaging in a way that you can't actually get from Web 2, because obviously it has to be 10x better, otherwise they're not even going to use it. And as importantly, and this is something I'll talk about a little bit later, you also need to make sure that these products have growth engines so that they can actually reach more consumers. Because again, it's not about just the technology, it's about building successful businesses that reach consumers. And that's where, when you work backwards, okay, well, what we need from the platform that supports all of that is it has to be secure, obviously. We're dealing with a lot of money and a lot of value, a lot of assets. It has to be scalable. I mean, that's not to say that TPS is a problem. TPS is just a cost of entry. I mean, it's important. And so that was the entry point that we had. Was okay. Well, we have a sharding design that supports that. But again, that comes back to simple. How do we make the technology feel simple? How do we make it feel simple for developers? How do we make it ultimately so those developers can create experiences that feel simple for end users? And that's where when you work all the way backwards from the first principles, that's where you get to, okay, well, if it's going to be secure and scalable, you better have a sharding approach because you don't know what the level of TPS on the platform that it's going to have to support is. And you obviously need to make sure it can, through that level of scaling, that it can support the kinds of experiences we have. But that's also where kind of the secret sauce that doesn't get a lot of love necessarily because it's kind of hidden is the account model on Near. The account model was the piece that connected scalability with usability. Because the account model, the contract-based accounts, being able to execute essentially arbitrary code from within the accounts opens up the whole world. It gives developers a level of flexibility that you don't get from something that's much more statically defined. And that's actually the secret sauce in a lot of ways. And this is just a screen grab, and it's you don't have to read too much into it. But essentially, what is the design goal of Simple? How does this all come back to reality? This is essentially what is the fewest number of steps that you can actually take a user from Instagram, from the social web, and bring them into an app, get them using blockchain-based primitives without them actually even having to do anything unusual, without them having to go buy tokens, without them having to sign in for anything more intense than an email, and ideally not even that. And so if you want to do that, if you want to pull that off, again, it feels simple, but it's not. Underneath the surface, this is where the technology has to support you. This is where, in order to pull that off, you can't pay for gas, or the consumer can't pay for gas fees, obviously. You have to be able to use a single sign-on model, something that's much, much easier to sign on to. It has to scale, of course. If you get the Oprah hug, that app better be able to stay up as well as any Web 2 consumer-facing app. You have to be able to create accounts on behalf of other people and then securely hand them off. You have to be able to do things you have to allow the user to do things that are kind of expensive and unusual, the same way that you would in a freemium model in Web 2, right? It's the same principles apply. It's just we haven't really gotten to the point previously in Web 3 where you can get to that same level of simplicity and usability for users. And again, number 6, you have to make sure that those apps can actually have growth toolkits so that those apps can reach new users. Well, that's Owen Wilson. So just shifting gears real quickly. One thing that I hear a lot when I talk to people is, oh my God, I didn't actually realize that there was so much going on with Near. And I think there's a meme out there, or a series of memes, that great at technology, not very good at talking about it. It is what it is. So, but there is a lot of momentum. There's a lot of momentum buzzing and bubbling beneath the surface, which of course everyone who's here in the room, you've seen that. You've seen that talking to everyone who's here. But we've only been out for a little over a year. And in a little over a year, we've reached 40 million transactions. We have over 1 million accounts. There's 100,000 community members. We have over 1,000 monthly builders building on the platform with more than 200 projects, 200 DAOs, 100 guilds, and over 45 million in funding has been distributed. This is 1 year. The other thing we're not always good at is celebrating small milestones. Because when I look at this, this looks like a far cry from 1 billion, but I guess we have to acknowledge that this is going the right direction. The ecosystem has been growing phenomenally. Right? Every single area of it, whether it's on the technical side, on the integration side, on-ramps, off-ramps, I'll talk about some of the details, right? But like every week we have to redesign this chart because more and more companies are starting to participate. More and more startups are coming together. This chart is on the website, so if you want to see it, check it out. On the funding side, funding is another indicator. It's kind of a leading indicator of an ecosystem that things are happening, right? Because I'll talk about the journey in just a second. But funding is happening. So we've already deployed over 120 grants from the core grant program. That's where that 45 million number comes from. But we've also crowdsourced. We have IDOs running on Skyward. We have a series of other IDO platforms that are coming out. I'll talk about those in a second. There's outside funding. Startups are getting funded. A number of you here are actually in funded startups. Some of you have announced, and some of you haven't. And as importantly, there's a lot of community funding that's been going on. Grace and the community team has been doing a phenomenal job of helping people from the ground up, from the edges in, access capital. because of course we have to eat. You can't build unless you can eat. And so what I want to talk about a little bit is more on the market side. So there are a few key areas. I mentioned the creator economy triangle, and I think that's pretty much that's a good model for understanding sort of where are we as an ecosystem, where do we need to be. And so the first component of this worth talking about is DeFi, and DeFi is usually the leader in a blockchain-based ecosystem, and for good reasons, because fundamentally it's still a financial technology. It needs the sort of the core building block is still, can we transact? Can we move value, whether or not those are tokens or NFTs or assets? And so finance on Near, decentralized finance, I mean, it almost had sort of a coming out party maybe a month or two ago. And since then it's been cruising. We have a series of components. And the interesting thing about DeFi, of course, is that you don't actually need that many core components, but there are almost infinite permutations of those components. And so each of those IDOs, we have AMMs, liquid staking, Metapool just came out recently. Series of announcements. I know some of these have already been made today. Others are upcoming for sort of filling in the core building blocks. But there's a lot going on. There's over 100 million locked in TVL, and there's more to come. On the NFT side, obviously having 1 million wallets is a good place to start, because when you have these accounts, the question is, can you get them to do other stuff than just participate in the app that brought them in? And that's obviously a goal. But ultimately, we've had a lot of success also in Asia. Some NFT. I don't know if you've had a chance to see some of the talks from Amos out in Asia, in China. We had a collaboration with Taobao with an NFT artist. That was sort of one of the first times that you were able to sell NFTs using a conventional platform, which is sort of the Amazon of China. And then others have mentioned Human Guild is supporting over, I think this number is now low, 20 games. And then we have a series of guilds that are driving things on supporting the consumer side. For me, one of the things that I'm really passionate about is the community side, is DAOs, because we've all experienced the arc of NFTs. DAOs are fresh. DAOs are new. I mean, they've been around for maybe the longest. They're also completely incomprehensible to the average human. And so what we're working to do is, back to those first principles, how do you make a DAO feel simple? How do you make a DAO into something that real people can use, that mainstream people can use, and that actually creates value for them? How do you support creators by allowing their community to participate in the intellectual property that creator creates? How do you give them value for being early? How do you give them shared incentives? These are tools that we haven't had before, and these are things that are starting to come out. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the talk by Jordan, who's running the Astro DAO, or Astro tool, basically. And that's built on top of the core Sputnik DAO contract. And that's basically designed, how do we get DAOs to back as many consumer-oriented communities as possible, up and down the spectrum. A lot of really cool stuff there. But even so, we've distributed funding of over $7 million through over 200 Sputnik DAOs on Near. And when you look at the numbers, obviously the dollar value will go up. But the fact that there are 200 communities on Near that are already working, that are already voting and distributing funding, is something that you don't see actually in a lot of ecosystems. So we're getting there. And they've done things from paying for actions within the ecosystem to things that are totally outside the ecosystem, like COVID relief for India or Vietnam. And then the other piece of this is interoperability, which I think is something that it's always a little bit hard for people to fit together, because the question is always, why interoperate? But the point here is, like, if this is technology that's designed to work for everybody, that's designed to kind of break through and touch consumers, we need to welcome everybody in from all sides. And so that's where Aurora and Octopus help apps come into the Near ecosystem and take advantage of a lot of the core tools, core primitives, core value that's stored in the Near ecosystem from other areas. So Aurora is a fantastic piece of technology that's built on top of Near, that's actually an Ethereum layer 2 that uses ETH as its base token. It's pretty incredible. And they've been roaring out of the gate, and there's a lot of momentum behind them. Octopus is almost on the other side, and that's focusing on app chains. That's focusing on who out there is trying to build slightly more complicated applications using Substrate, and allowing them to hook into the Near ecosystem as well. And then, of course, the Rainbow Bridge is about bringing assets in. So kind of coming back to all of this, it's like, why should you be here? Why should you join this? But everyone has a part in this equation of what does it take to actually build a successful startup, to build a successful consumer-facing experience. I mean, if we're going to realize the goal of reaching 1 billion consumers, 1 billion people, we're going to need a lot of really big apps. We're going to need a lot of very successful apps. And to get there, it takes a village. And so one of the through the life cycle stages of a startup, and we've had a lot of experience at this point talking to founders along the way, understanding a lot more about the pain points of building in Web 3, or also the pain points of building towards Web 2 from within Web 3, or vice versa. It takes a lot. It starts with funding. We had a major announcement yesterday about $800 million worth of funding that's going towards the ecosystem. It's an overall package. And that's kind of the core ingredient, right? Again, you can't build unless you can eat. And there are a lot of ways that this is being distributed. The most important thing is that this is actually being distributed towards the edges, though. You'll be able to see this online. I think in terms of, it's basically oriented towards how do we support startups? How do we support regional communities? How do we support anyone who has an idea? And of course, in any of the go-to-market categories, whether that's DeFi, NFTs, consumer. But really, the core principle, popping up a level again, is about decentralization is actually not just a buzzword. It's real. And how do you get $800 million to the people who need it? There is no way to do that without pushing that to the edges and empowering other people to do that. And so this is where we as an ecosystem cannot scale unless we're decentralizing, unless we're pushing control, unless we're pushing responsibility, unless we're pushing empowerment to the edges. And so on the funding side, that's a huge thing. The whole point of that package is how can you get the people who are passionate about a particular region, about a particular startup, about a particular platform, about a particular ecosystem, the resources that they need to bring in all the next layer of people into their ecosystem. And that's where sharding comes in as well. And this is again where the technology has to follow the principles. And the goal is to make this network more distributed, to make it more robust. But sharding is also, it opens up more than just technological scaling, because by having more validator seats, it allows us to use something called endowment funding. We haven't really made any announcements on that. But what it allows us to do, what it allows the ecosystem to do, is actually create sustainable funding models, long-term sustainable funding models for these regions, for guilds, for communities, related to them running validators. And so it's not just about the technology, it's about what does that technology unlock for the ecosystem. Another note on the community side, where decentralization kicked in, is that, again, coming from that tiny little WeWork room, you always start with that seed, that centralized seed. And then you have to progressively decentralize over time. And what we found in this ecosystem, of course, we had a whole bunch of very early builders, forward-thinking people. And once the platform was launched, everyone started wanting to build other stuff, wanted to build cool things, wanted to move in different directions. Some people wanted to explore DeFi. Other people wanted to explore community tools. Other people wanted to support things more in the creator space. And so the core team members began spinning out. And that's great. So we have people coming from outside with great ideas. We have people coming from inside with great ideas. And everybody's meeting in the middle. And that's about not trying to do everything from one place. It's about empowering other people to go out and seize what they see as the opportunity. And our job, I mean, speaking on behalf of the foundation at least, our job is just to make that easy for other people. And so guilds is one of the most powerful tools that we have. And this is something that really differentiates NEAR from a lot of other communities, which is that our guilds ecosystem, so guilds are basically communities. If you've been in gaming, you understand one version of guilds. If you were in the 16th century, you probably understood a slightly different version of guilds. But fundamentally, the goal here is that everyone has a home. Everyone has a place where you can contribute. Everyone has a place where you can also receive value. And this goes back to that idea of it takes a village to make a successful ecosystem. And what guilds are, we have over 100 guilds that are currently live. And guilds are basically DAO-backed communities on NEAR. And they're communities that have a whole bunch of different categories. So some of these are what you might think of as more traditional geographical oriented meetups. Others are more functional. So we have a legal guild, which helps startups within the ecosystem understand their legal and regulatory hackathons in the NEAR ecosystem, or referring projects for grants or things like that. So it creates a really beautiful mesh where everyone's incentives are aligned and we're all building together. And the important thing is that this is real. This is actually like, these are happening on chain. So this isn't about running a bunch of meetup groups from meetup.com or something like that. This is about actually using the technology and dogfooding it in a way that you normally wouldn't really be able to do. So I encourage you, if you're interested in that, near.org/guilds, and we also have a number of guilds wandering around, and so hopefully you've had a chance to talk to them. Another team that's worth highlighting is the Ecosystem Success Group. And these are your Sherpas. See Todd over there. And basically, this is that it's kind of confusing to build a project in an ecosystem that's as broad as this. And so how do we just make it easy? How do we say, you know, as a founder, you have a question that's kind of a weird specific question that you're not sure who to talk to? Well, you have a single point of contact. And this is a group of people that they're actually moving towards running a guild themselves, which is then going to allow anyone in the community to sort of become this support network to help the startups come together. Thank you, Jake, for the graphic. But of course, this isn't about just like launching startups out of the gate. And actually, one of the cool stories from the Ecosystem Success team is there was a project that they were able to help, you know, and it's about sort of swarming resources together. It's like, oh, you know, you're doing product development, great, let's get you beta testers. Oh, you're coming out there and you need people in Discord to try it for the first time, to start talking about it, great. Like, how do we put you in touch with teams in the ecosystem that are doing marketing, with the marketing guild, growth guild? And so they were able to get this team over 1,000 Discord users in I think 24 hours. Which is pretty cool, just by organizing the resources that already exist. But if you want to go big, and this is the point, like we need to go big. This isn't, you know, right now we're small and we're going to be small and that's fine. But in order to get big, this is where you actually have to start breaking out of just the 1,000 people in Discord, and you have to give applications the tools that they need to then grow themselves. Because the only way to reach 1 billion people is to create feedback loops. It's to allow these applications to reach out to normal people, again, to bring them from the social web, to bring them from wherever they are, to give marketers the tools that they need, to give growth hackers, growth teams the tools that they need to use product-driven growth. And that's where I highly recommend checking out the Gen C Growth Hackathon. And this is something that, to my knowledge, I haven't seen before. And there are a series of teams that are building essentially growth toolkits. And so it's okay, well, if you have essentially more or less free NFTs, how do you use those? How do you use those as growth mechanisms? If we do a million NFT drop, how do you use those NFTs to reach out to new people from Web 2? And how do you give a team who's building a game that toolkit to allow them to put some of their funding to work with these new primitives, to then reach out to new people, to bring into their game, and engage these users, to up-level them, things like that. This is all stuff that again, working backwards from the technology and from the product, you can only do this if you have a product that people are actually going to use, that they're not going to drop off at a 99% rate, right? And this is one of the coolest things about the NEAR ecosystem. This is one of the coolest things that's cooking. You've got Ross over there who's driving a lot of this. And this personally excites me because people don't necessarily, they don't build just to build, right? You build to create impact. And to create impact, you need users. And to find users, you need tools that actually allow you to find those users. And the best way to do that is to have those tools be embedded, to have those tools be native to the app and the ecosystem and the technology that you're using. And so that's where it's super important that we're putting together these growth toolkits that are based on blockchain primitives. And that's why I'm so excited about that. So I wanted to invite you, the education team, you've heard them mentioned before, they're doing a fantastic job of putting a bunch of stuff together. And this is an area that's near and dear to my own heart because my background is also in education. They've put together a series of courses for pretty much anyone who's coming from any direction to up-level themselves and get involved. So this may not apply to you, but this may apply to your friends. Do you have developer friends who want to learn Rust? Do you have developer friends who know Rust who want to learn smart contracts? Do you have people who just want to understand what is blockchain? There are bootcamp models, there are learn-to-earn models. All of this is coming together. A lot of this is actually coming together from the edges. And there are guilds now that are driving education. There's funding for developers in residence, entrepreneurs in residence, and things like that. So there's a lot of cool stuff that you should check out. But in the end, the point is that there's a path for everyone who wants to get involved. And to pull it back, like that's kind of what makes this cool and special. Is it's not just a rallying cry behind a big vision. It's not just a cool technology that does a lot of really awesome stuff. It's uniting all of those things together in a way that feels like everyone is working together to help make this possible for everyone else, right? It's bringing back the sexy to being in technology a little bit. And that's what's fun about NEAR is that it's based in reality. Like many of you bought tickets that are NFTs that are running on NEAR. Like this is real today. So again, we're not always very good at talking about it, but there are people who are using these tools today. The communities are running on NEAR today. If you have ideas and you want to build and you want to help out, it's there, it's launched. The smart contract platform is running. I mean, Sharding, if you go to Max's talk, he'll talk about in details about what's happening on the Sharding roadmap, but the point is, you can build smart contracts today. You don't need Sharding, and of course, the point of his talk is that you shouldn't have to care about Sharding either, because it's all below the surface. But my point is that like one of the things that I think that just makes this special is that those core principles of the ecosystem comes first, of being open and transparent wherever possible, and sharing knowledge and growing, and ultimately, most importantly, creating experiences that feel simple is something that actually unites all of us in a way that I haven't really seen in a lot of other places. And that's kind of what brings the energy back. And that means that everyone here has a friend. I mean, you're already here, but everyone here probably has friends who are curious. And there's something for everyone to do. So come on in. Join a guild, start a guild, right? We need product people, we need designers, we need to reach out to people who aren't traditionally in Web3, because this has been a playground for technologists for years. That's not the difficult part. The difficult part is how do we reach out to people who still feel like maybe this industry isn't a good fit for them, or it seems like a religious war on Twitter every time that they try to even mention it. You hear that a lot from artists. How do you cross the boundary where everyone seems to think that if you launch NFTs that these things are melting the ice caps in Greenland? It's like, no, there's a path for everyone to get involved in this. And so I guess I just wanted to say what ties this all together is that you're here and that this is a home for you. This is a home for you, this is a home for all of us, and I hope that we can together create this vision and make it feel at home for everyone else. Thank you.
Is this on?
On stage, when you're on stage, you want to say something? Yeah. Okay. Podes abrir o microfone.
All good? Yeah? Hello. Hey, some fans in the audience. My name's Matt. I'm the head of content here at NEAR. Erik's being defragged as a keynote speaker and recompiled as a fireside chatter. So I'll just give him a few minutes. But yeah, I thought I'd just recap on what Erik had talked about, this idea of a home and the idea that NEAR is a home under construction. It's a home that has some things built, some things have furniture in them, some things are a raging party. Looking at some of the bleary eyes from last night, you guys were in those rooms last night. And some rooms are empty and under construction. And my job really at NEAR is to find people who are building and creating things in the ecosystem and to invite them into the NEAR house to tell their story. So while Erik is just being the final touches added, I wanted to just sort of give an open invitation to anybody on the fringes of NEAR who may be just starting out in their building journey and have a story to tell, whether it's I've seen some amazing stories here. I've seen the Open Forest Protocol, and I'm going to be speaking to those guys if they're here, about climate change in NEAR. I want to talk about music, film, art, anything that's not blockchain and crypto. Because I think, for me, what gets us the adoption, what gets us the thing that Erik talked about, the big graph up to 1 billion users is stories, right? And you guys have all got stories to tell, and we want to help you tell them. So if you want NEAR to tell your story, or you want to work with NEAR to tell your story about what you're building, what you're passionate about, come and talk to me. I'll be sat next to the incredibly well-dressed man in the corner. This guy's Chad. He's Near's video guy. He tells amazing stories with video, and that's something that you're going to be seeing a lot more of in the coming months. Story is going to be a massive part of everything that we do. Video, photography, illustration, animation, all the hits, all the content hits. So if you guys want a story to be told, come speak to us, and we'll work on it. So now that I've waffled on for at least 3 minutes of the 5, let me just check to see if our next speakers are ready for action. Give me 1 second, please. They're nearly ready. They're nearly ready. So yes, so you're getting a 2-for-1 here. You've got Erik coming back to the stage for a fireside chat with Dr. Stephen Waterhouse. They're here. I think we're going to do chairs. Are we doing chairs? We're doing chairs. Chairs are coming. There's one chair. Erik's just going to stand behind that chair. No, that's fine. He's going to sit down. I'll step out of the way. And we need, are we doing 2 microphones? You got that one there? Okay, all right. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Are we going to battle rap now?
All right. Are you a rap battler?
You want to do it?
Testing.
I think is the feedback working?
Check, check. All right. So, I guess, would you like to introduce yourself?
Is this thing on?
The doctor is in the house.
Can you guys hear me? Is it working? Okay. Yeah, so I am a last-minute stand-in for my good friend Richard Muirhead, also of Fabric Ventures, that's working with Erik on the board of the foundation, and big supporters of NEAR. I'm a venture partner at Fabric, and I'm based in Lisbon. I live here. My day job is I run Orchid Labs, which is a decentralized VPN on Ethereum. Sorry, guys. But I also do a whole bunch of work in other parts of ecosystems. And I'm in full node with the Mint-based team, so I spend quite a bit of time thinking about NEAR and what's about to be nearly happening. Sorry, I always do that joke.
Yeah. And for those who don't know me, my name is Erik Trautman, and I run the NEAR Foundation. And yeah, basically we're going to jam a little bit on everything, anything, and honestly open to some questions to pop with maybe at the end as well. So I don't know if there's anything that you specifically want to jump into, but I'm interested on your side actually being involved with Fabric, which is a team that's pushing very actively into Web3. What are you seeing across the ecosystem that's a little bit different from the Web 2 world? You've also obviously been deeply involved with Orchid. What does it take to succeed as a startup?
Yeah. So I've been doing this blockchain thing for a little while. I was a co-founder of Pantera Capital back in 2013, and did a whole bunch of stuff in peer-to-peer. I guess like 20 years ago in Napster and Nutella kind of days. So I have this little bit of a history in terms of seeing new ecosystems develop and trying to figure out, initially from an investment angle and then as an entrepreneur again, and then now doing investment, trying to figure out what is, how do you move from like a great technology? I have a lot of support, belief in the technologies that's being built here. We spent about a year at Orchid also trying to build our own layer 1, like a very private kind of decentralized architecture, but realized that we needed really powerful small zero-knowledge provers, so which that technology wasn't available. So we just put everything eventually on Ethereum and also XDAI. The kind of lessons in terms of how you build these layer 1s, then how you scale them out into finding their niche and finding what the adoption comes in, has been something that now we're at Fabric and we're supporters of NEAR. We think a lot about. So with the layer 1 space right now, we've got obviously a lot of liquidity on the main Ethereum and also the EVM family of chains. And then all the punks and the apes and all the kind of the world in the NFT space, and those have become the two big use cases that everyone's kind of coalescing around. These like large DeFi, large NFT sales. As we look at other layer ones, we're also supporters of. We're in Polkadot. We kind of like look at a lot of different cross-chain architectures there. Over time, I see this less as a battle about which layer one is the one that kind of wins them all. I think that's almost like a mistake of this maximalism kind of thinking. You have the Bitcoin maximalists, and you have the Ethereum maximalists, and like kind of EVM maximalists, and you sort of like have this family of behavior where people often get very invested in something and then think through, oh, this is the only thing that can win because I'm in it. And I think you have to abstract out a bit and try and have a much longer view of things. When I've been looking at NEAR, one of the things that's been exciting to me is very fast finality, like cheap transactions, but still with this decentralized architecture that is lacking in, say, some of the kind of layer 2 chains you see, with like the worst offender being something like a Binance Smart Chain, where it's just a cartel of behavior. So some of the areas we've been looking at is bridging of Ethereum and NEAR. We were investors in Aurora. But then for NEAR itself on its own, like in an isolated thing, we've also been looking pretty carefully at some of the NFT minting platforms, and sort of the idea of could NEAR be the thing that goes direct to real world use case without having to think about the blockchain at all? And that's clearly a very exciting place for all of us to be worried about. Yep.
Yeah. I'm also pretty interested in, essentially, what's different about what it takes to succeed in this ecosystem? Not necessarily as a layer 1 protocol, but as a startup building, right? I mean, you have some ingredients that are core. Every startup needs to get funded. But what's different about being a startup in Web 3 that you're seeing from within the portfolio and from your own experiences? Obviously, you're maybe more focused on the infrastructure side, but.
Yeah, I think, so I spent about 23 years living in San Francisco. I just moved here last year. One of the things that occurred there was both the funding and the hiring ecosystem was just sort of at your doorstep. You just walk down the street and you'd hire a developer, and then walk down the street, get an investor. That's changed now, and I like Balaji's tweet. So he talks a lot about how the internet is a new Silicon Valley, and so what that really means is that your ability to build community and connect to people continuously, not just through the fundraising round or the hiring round, but just kind of continuously establish yourself. I see that as very important to building companies, to building startups in this space. And we're sort of like a very kind of mimetic generation community. We're always like building a meme about this, a meme about that. Is that sort of what that means? Is you're trying to change the way people are thinking about something. So kind of having that initial, like, why is this interesting to me? What is this going to do? That kind of like generating that buzz around it, I found is very powerful and quite differentiated. There are kind of parallels to the older models, but I think that's a very important thing. So I think a lot of it is, and as we talked before in London about, and in Paris about, the idea of being kind of friendly to other systems. I think this, I was talking about this maximalist idea, it can take you so far, and maybe if you've got a NBA Top Shop or something, you can kind of succeed on that, but you have to connect. You have to think about the principles. I gave this talk the other day about the principles of decentralization. Decentralization is not just having people in a bunch of places. It's actually connecting to other things. It's connecting not just to other applications in your ecosystem, but thinking, how do you connect outside of that, and what's relevant? You've got this huge wall of liquidity sitting in the EVM chains. How do you bring that over? And we've seen this, we talked about Aurora, but how do we think about NFTs, for example? Maybe it's not that we take apes and punks and make near apes and near punks and then hope for the best. Maybe it's like something different. Maybe it's NFTs being used for tickets, like we see here today, or NFTs being used for software license keys. And if you have this ability to do this on a much cheaper and faster basis and still decentralized, then we can start seeing a different kind of use case. So I don't know. I don't know if there's like significantly different ideas to how you scale these Web3 businesses, but there are certainly some interesting, unique aspects that are emerging.
Yeah.
I should be asking you questions too. You're interviewing me.
Fire
This is
away,
funny.
yeah.
I like it though. Well, I'm gonna flip it. So if you kind of think about like the Near Foundation, there've been other foundations before, and we've sort of seen like the pros and the cons of different ways of building things, either on a, I mean, let's not throw shade on too many things, but you kind of look at like EOS, right? It was like very centralized architecture in the sense, very centralized. It's kind of like, you know, friends of the people who knew the people who ran the validators, and it was a really hot thing for a minute, and then all of a sudden it just kind of like dwindled, and I'm not even sure why it's even being traded anymore. Sorry, EOS holders, but and this is not investment advice, and then you see the Ethereum Foundation, and you know, I have a lot of love for like the kind of the early work they've done and so on, but then you sometimes get this thing as like, well, how is this going? What's going on? It seems sometimes a little chaotic. How do you balance those things of being centralized versus like chaos reigning, and how do you see that working out over time?
That's a totally fair question, and I guess it really kind of works back from both the journey towards decentralization and then again the first principles of like why are we decentralizing as well. So in terms of the journey, obviously you have to start with a core team and a core idea, and then at some point you take off the rocket boosters and hopefully something is in orbit, and somewhere along the way, you've crossed the pin, and you've said, okay, well, we're pretty decentralized, and then it's kind of a question of, okay, well, like, but why, and like, what's effective about this? And I think what I mean, I also don't want to throw any shade on any particular model, but I think
I'll do that bit. You just be nice.
Great. I do agree that we've seen effective models and less effective models, and the way that we basically view things at the foundation is how do we accomplish things indirectly. Our goal is certainly not to drive the ecosystem. Our goal is really to honestly to make ourselves irrelevant over time. It's sort of in a lot of ways it's almost like thinking of like as almost like a VC model where the foundation is just kind of its portfolio just happens to be everyone who's out there, and then if your portfolio is potentially 100,000 companies. Then you have to work forwards and say, okay, or work backwards and say, okay, but what does it take to get to that point and to make sure that those teams have the support that they need to be successful. And so that's, I think, where actually decentralization comes in as well, which is that, you know, often the conversation around why decentralize is oriented a little bit more towards defense. It's you know, things like regulatory come up a lot. But really, actually, I think there's something that's a little bit more like offensive decentralization, and that's obviously not to mean offensive, but it's like using decentralization as a tool to accomplish the goals that we have, and that's where the only way that the foundation can be successful to support 100,000 companies is by making sure that the ecosystem actually supports those teams. The foundation, like if you kick out the leg of the stool that is the foundation, the stool should continue to stand, and not only that, like it shouldn't even shudder. And that's actually the design goal that we're going for. And so I think what we haven't necessarily seen, or I haven't at least seen out there, is a model where the foundation's goal is actually to make itself irrelevant. And that's the way that we've basically structured things, is how over 5 years can we get to the point where the foundation doesn't even need to exist at all. And if we think of things a little bit more of how do you build a country, we're really almost building a nation state, and the nation state needs to be able, like it runs on a free economy. So like there shouldn't be some marketing team that you know you go to for all the marketing issues that you have. There shouldn't be a single grants program or a single funding opportunity for everyone in the ecosystem, because the entire goal should actually be that you have a free market where all of these things exist because there are great opportunities, because people on both sides are running sustainable businesses that make it great. Like obviously we want to encourage, let's just say as the marketing example, we want to encourage an entire ecosystem of teams and agencies and you know, large, small, supporting startups, supporting large companies who are all integrating up and down, and then connecting them with these 100,000 teams that are operating in the ecosystem. That's the goal. So for us, we're just the starter motor. And then the starter motor, you know, it's kind of it just disengages over time, and the resources should be given to the ecosystem. The resources are, they belong to the ecosystem, and so really our goal is to make ourselves irrelevant through that decentralization. And yeah, you can't do it without it. So,
yeah, I think that's some good thoughts there. I mean, I'm a big believer in decentralization as a principle, and I've probably left a lot of money on the table as an investor from passing on things I just don't like, and then, but the thing that I've noticed is just over time, these systems that are decentralized are not only are more sustainable over time, but do attract these much larger ecosystems of supporters, which in the end makes the whole thing more sustainable, that kind of flywheel rules. Where do you see the niche for NEAR? Like when you think of the things that are being built out today, and I was, for example, like really interested in some of the sort of recent kind of Stripe integrations I've seen, and looking at my friends at Mintbase and the kind of work that's happening there, and then also like with the sort of the different programming language framework, and kind of seeing how a lot of developers are saying we really prefer to use this kind of environment. How are you seeing those things go together and say, we think this is where it's going, or like, I mean, I'm not asking you to pick a winner here, obviously, as an independent, but if you think about it from a, short term and then kind of like holistically, where do you see the sweets? If you were telling someone today is like, hey, you probably should go take a look at this area, what would it be?
Well, that's actually the hard question and the easy question of being basically a general purpose platform, which is you have seen a lot of platforms go out there and aggressively niche down and say, this is the platform where DeFi lives. This is the platform where games live. This is the platform where consumer web lives. And I think for us that's been very difficult, because it almost feels strange building a general purpose technology and then saying, well, it's a general purpose technology which is designed to support pretty much anything. And then, but no, this is where we're going to start, and it totally flies in the face of conventional wisdom. Like obviously, riches in the niches and that whole philosophy, and it makes it harder to message. And one of the biggest challenges that we've actually had is how do you even message usability? Like it's such an easy thing to say and such a difficult thing to have. And so I think in some ways it feels like we've taken the hard path of not niching down. But what that's allowed us to do is it's allowed us to create the space where people who want to take on a particular niche can go in there and do that. And that's where each of those key go-to-market areas, at least in the current stage of the market, where we have the creator economy really driving a lot of things. For instance, DeFi, for instance, the NFT and consumer space, for instance, the DAOs and communities. Each of these spaces now has a whole series of teams that are devoted specifically to those spaces. So rather than niching down on the protocol level or on the ecosystem level, what we focused on is empowering other teams to then go out and do what they need to do to take the opportunity that they see. And so yes, it's been a hard slog to get there until now, but that's where spinning out core team members and really supporting them to go out and say, yeah, we're really passionate about building financial tools. Maybe for financial inclusion, maybe for trading, maybe for asset management or anything else. Great. There's space here, and there's a niche for that too. If there are people who are really excited about bridging to Ethereum and really working with the components and the teams that have already built on Ethereum, and now we have Aurora, and that's essentially their goal. It's like how do we sort of work with the existing Ethereum ecosystem, and then in a way that allows them to also take advantage of some of the cool stuff that's happening in Near Native. So in a way, like I almost kind of not quite reject the premise, but
yep.
but
the niche is not to be niche.
I mean the niche is not to be niche as an ecosystem. The niche is to empower other people to niche as they want to on top of it, and I think we're actually seeing the benefits of that substantially right now.
So I'm going to continue on that niche conversation, but with a different one. So the area that we've been working a lot at Orchid is what I kind of call Web3 versus like what most people call Web3 is just like let's just call that blockchain. But to me, it's like decentralized services. So it's something that most systems haven't really applied to. You've got stuff like us, you've got Live Peer on Ethereum, you've got a bunch of different kind of people trying to do this. Obviously, Filecon is its own ecosystem. Have you seen any work in that area, and do you see that as a sort of a potential space, given the usability of Near and how that can make just things a lot faster, cheaper, and easier to do, still decentralized?
Well, decentralized services, obviously, it's a pretty big category. I think one of the examples that I'll cite, it's probably not apples to apples for what you're talking about, but the Near Crowd app on Near is so quick history is the Near team originally, Near got its name because of the book Near.ai, because Alex and Illia are both very, very talented machine learning researchers and engineers. And so originally, they were actually trying to create the singularity. The singularity is Near, and Near.ai was the original company that sort of merged and became the Near blockchain. And so there's still a lot of like energy and momentum in the ecosystem around the idea of like how do we help support the machine learning community. And so one thing that grew out on top of the ecosystem that is a consumer-facing experience is this app called NearCrowd, which is essentially a mechanical Turk, which right now is creating what I believe is by multiples the single largest machine learning data set for image categorization in the world. Through basically allowing people, primarily right now, I think the communities are mostly in Southeast Asia and India, through allowing people to basically, like who are consumers, who, I mean, they didn't know about this before and then they had to be onboarded to it, who are basically allowing them to do work categorizing images and then get paid in doing that. And so again, it's maybe not exactly in line with the services that you're talking about, but this has actually been one of the most successful apps that's been built on Near so far, and the fact that it is a marketplace that's being created. I think it's probably going to end up expanding to support more use cases than just machine learning. But like that's literally one of the like OG use cases built on top of Near. Cool. So
any final words for the supporters here?
No. I think I would be interested, though, in your perspective about what makes you the most excited on the way out here over the next 12 months across any ecosystem, across any space that you want to see built, whether it's startups that you're curious to see, whether it's technologies you're curious to see, or just impact that you're curious to see coming out of this ecosystem.
Yeah, that's a great question. So from an investment perspective, I've been looking a lot at, I'm a bit of an NFT ape myself, so I've been looking a lot at how that's changing the art world, and also how these new communities and kind of a lot of the kind of conventional entertainment world is starting to move into that space. And we've been chatting a lot to the studios in Hollywood and sort of seeing that whole world emerging quite quickly. Again, going back to what I was originally saying, I'm very interested in the decentralizing of the internet in general, of the web. The internet is decentralized theoretically, but just kind of technology like Handshake, which like somewhat forgotten architecture, decentralizing DNS, and that's certainly like a personal sort of passion of mine. Anything from my perspective that improves privacy, decentralization. Kind of like breaking the control structures of centralized entities that I'm really a big fan of. But I think over the next 12 months, we'll see, I hope, a lot of movement out to people who can use these technologies without knowing about them. You're using this technology, but you don't even really know, there's a blockchain behind it, whatever. I don't really care. I'm just getting this ticket, or I'm doing this cool thing that this thing enables me to do. And I'm always on the lookout for things that I don't necessarily know what they're going to be, because it's things that you can do with these technology stacks that you couldn't do previously. Like it's kind of impossible or really cumbersome to do it using a Web 2 architecture or another blockchain. So those are the things that I look for a lot.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you.
Alguma coisa, o MC vai ter o microfone dele, mas não sei de nada. Vou falar com o Grace, está bem? Dê um bocadinho. Eu acho que é almoço, mas deixa ver, ok? Grace.
So this is the last session for today, the morning session, and now we are ready for lunch. So get your way out and enjoy the rooftop, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So we're going to kick off the afternoon panel on the main stage. The session title is Interconnection and Scalability. And it's actually going to feature 3 talks. One is going to be about 50 minutes long, so it's a solid keynote on sharding by Max, sharding on Near, and the future of sharding on Near. The second one is by Adrian Brink from Anoma, who's going to be talking about privacy and sovereignty on Near. And then the third one is a 45-minute talk by Dr. Alex Shevchenko from Aurora, who is basically going to talk about interoperability and what they're figuring out as Aurora is launching and onboarding projects. So I would encourage everybody upstairs or on the Ecosystem Partner Showcase, if they can, to make their way to main stage. I know there's also TVs upstairs. And without further ado, we will kick off our discussion, a keynote speech by Max from Near Inc., titled Sharding and Things to Come. Welcome, Max.
All right, I put it on table. All right. Okay, cool, thanks. All right, everyone. Hey, whoever it is. All right, sharding and things to come. If you wanted a very tech-heavy, deep-down, low-level presentation, this is the one. Yeah. Right, so my name is Max. I'm a leading engineer at Near Inc. This is about sharding and other protocol upgrades that are going to come out this year and next year. Also, we're going to talk what it means for the community. I mean, meaning you, builders, and validators. So most of the talk is going to be about sharding, but we're also going to talk about TPS because, you know what, sharding is not the only way we increase TPS at Near. And finally, like what it means for the scalability, like what it actually unlocks in terms of developer experience scalability for Near. So sharding is here. Congrats, everyone. Thanks for sticking around with Near. We promised you sharding, yeah, we promised you sharding. Here it is. We launched it on testnet on October 20. Well, we planned to launch it on October 18, but there was a couple of days delay, which I think is it's not too far off. We actually had like a minor incidents, which were mostly around the fact that we just did it way too quickly, and some nodes were not able to upgrade in time. If everything goes well, which assuming it will, we're going to have it on mainnet on November 15. So many of you think that Near is all about sharding, like this is our super weapon, but the fact is it is not. So our super weapon at Near is ability to do the protocol upgrades. We never thought of Near as a kind of a blockchain that we would just create correctly from the start and never change. We always thought that it's going to be an ever-evolving system, that we're going to be adapting towards the community and needs of our partners. And we would also look at other blockchains and see whether we like any features that they have and maybe cherry-pick them in our blockchain. That was always the plan. So since Genesis, we had 20 protocol upgrades in just 15 months, which is quite a lot. Now we have them on a regular cadence because we have a robust release process, which is like very controlled, very stable. And the fact that we actually met the sharding deadline launch this time is a direct reflection of us having a very stable software release process now. So now we are actually even launching even more protocol upgrades. We just bundled them together in a single protocol upgrade. But we have many more of them actually launching now. So if you read Bowen's blog post, you would know that we launched sharding in 4 phases. And all of the credit for the work on the sharding goes to Bowen, who couldn't attend this time, Min, and Node Experience and core teams, who actually doing all that. I have no credit for work on the sharding. So phase 0 is what is happening right now. We're launching it. In phase 0, we're sharding the state. So that's an important part of sharding. Phase 1 is going to be out in January, February next year, and that's when we're going to also shard some of the processing. Phase 2 is the most exciting one. That's when we're going to have full-blown state and processing sharding. That's when you can call us a legit sharded blockchain. And the most excited about this specific phase. The final phase 3 is just a nice cherry on top of the cake. We're just going to add dynamic scalability to our blockchain, which will allow it to automatically adjust to the needs of the community without any kind of intervention or governance or protocol upgrades. So now let's talk about phase 0. What is happening like right now? So until now, we've been running nodes that were executing basically 2 roles, block producer and chunk producer. What we did is that we upgraded to the nodes that execute 4 chunk producer roles. So they basically validate 4 shards at the same time. It's more like a logical sharding of the state rather than physical, because what we do, we actually split the state into 4 state tries. You can validate these shards independently, but we still store it on the same physical machine in the same database because it's more convenient to roll out sharding like that in an incremental way. What it means for the community? Well, above all, it means that, well, we actually deliver our promises. We promised to Sharding, here it is, and we plan to to stay on track with all our promises going forward. We also didn't have to do any kind of trade-offs here in terms of safety. So you would expect that when blockchain launched Sharding, there are probably some trade-offs happening. We had no trade-offs, so it's exactly the same safety mechanism here. And what else is that we're even further away from reaching the maximum capacity. So communities usually care, will blockchain at any moment capsize? Is it gonna be congested? Will someone launch a smart contract that will suddenly use 100% of the capacity of the blockchain? So the highest spike of the utilization on NEAR we had was only 13% this year. And with Sharding, we're now 4 times away from that. And we're also going to have another protocol upgrade that launches together with Sharding that's going to make it even twice further away from that. So we are pretty far away from reaching the maximum capacity. And even if we see that we're getting there, we're going to be able to shard it even further with another protocol upgrade. So that's a good news for the community. That just tells you that NEAR is becoming more and more robust and stable. So many people were coming to me and asking, Max, how do I upgrade smart contracts to run on Sharding? Or how do Sharding transactions look on NEAR? How do you communicate between the shards? Well, the cool thing is that you don't need to care about that. All of your contracts that you wrote already, they're going to work magically as is through all of the phases that I presented before. Like no changes, no DevX or UX changes are required for your stuff to work. It just automatically happens, and that's because we built the runtime at NEAR with Sharding in mind from the very early days. Not only you don't need to upgrade your contracts, there are no incentives for anyone to even care about Sharding. So independently of whether your stuff is running on the same shard or on separate shards, you have the same fees, you have the same finality time, and there are 0 incentives to try to collocate with some other smart contracts. In some other blockchains where you might have Sharding, you might have an incentive to actually try to live on the same shard with some exchange because it's cheaper or whatever. Well, at NEAR, there are literally no incentive. And the cool thing is that with phase 2 launch, it might actually not be possible. If you try to collocate with some smart contract on the same shard, the boundaries between the shard might be just adjusted in the next epoch, and now you're not anymore on the same shard. So just forget about that shards even exist on NEAR. As the developer of a smart contract, it should be completely relevant to you. So no DevX changes. What else does it mean for the builders? It also means that you can launch resource-heavy application on NEAR more fearlessly because we're increasing the capacity. So if you like some virtual machines, like for instance Aurora launched EVM, you can launch it on NEAR too. And if you're a fan of some blockchain or some virtual machine, let's say Move, and you wish it was sharded, then please come to NEAR and launch it on our blockchain, and you're going to have Sharding for free. So one of the ways, for instance, how Aurora might do sharded EVM, and it's just like a hypothetical scenario here, is that they could leverage the cross-sharded communication that NEAR already has. So they would have some precompile or like host function that would exist only on EVM living on NEAR that they would use to talk to other EVMs. And you would just have a sharded EVM. And you can do it with any other virtual machine. So what else does it mean for the builders? Well, it also means that it's much easier to do interoperability between NEAR and other smart contract platforms. So one thing that NEAR has is a very light client, like much lighter than in other blockchains. With NEAR, you only need 2 headers a day to verify anything that happens on NEAR that day. And I mean like state, transactions, execution results, and these headers are super light. They are so light that Aurora were able to validate those headers inside Solidity smart contract, which are usually quite expensive. And yeah, it's hard to have heavy resource usage on them. We also have powerful virtual machine that allows you to validate almost anything happening on other blockchain. So if you have some really expensive validation that you would need to do to establish the bridge, we most likely can do it. So that allows you to have a bidirectional cryptographic trustless bridge with almost any smart contract platform out there. And well, finally, the other thing that is launching with this phase is us switching to WASM 2.0. It took some time because we wanted to run through all of the safety checks before we did it, but it allows us to decrease the cost of WASM execution almost twice, which means you're going to have almost twice more capacity on each shard, which is great. It's especially great for resource-heavy application like virtual machines. So what it means for the validators? Well, one thing is that unfortunately validators would need to run a more expensive hardware, and they already do. And so instead of using 4 cores, you need 8-core CPU, but it's just going to translate to about $100 more a month for you, which is probably not that much, considering that for other blockchains you need to run much more expensive hardware, and if you're running near validator, you're probably already paying $300 to $400 a month. So this is not a huge price increase. And it's temporary too. It's going to be like that until phase 2, and then it's going to be cheap again. So now I want to go into even more low-level technical details, specifically tell you exactly how the sharding is getting enabled, like right now on NEAR. So this is NAP 241 written by Min that explains it in a very high detail. I encourage you to go and read it, but I'm also going to give you like a quick, brief summary here. So what is happening is that at some point when validators update their nodes, their nodes collectively recognize that they're able to execute sharding. And they do it in epoch, let's say, T-2. Then they decide to switch to sharding in epoch T. And they prepare for it during epoch T-1. During this epoch, they compute both sharded and non-sharded state. So there is some duplication of the resources happening there, but it's fine. It actually works. And yeah, when epoch T kicks off, they just switch to new shard state layout. There is also an interesting thing happening with shard identifiers. So if you notice, the definition of shard 0 is changing through those epochs. So at the beginning, shard 0 is the one that has all of the state, and at the end, it's the shard that has only a quarter of the state. So we realized that we need to have a proper identifier for the shard, and we now combine it with the layout ID. And shard unique identifier now uniquely identifies shard with its layout. So what it allows us to basically repeat this process in the future and potentially increase the number of shards, I don't know, like 8, 16, or how many we want, because we just introduced a new layout ID. So that's a neat trick here. Well, and finally, there is a bit of a low-level technical detail with how we process the transactions. So you probably know that on any blockchain, the order of transactions in a block matters because that defines what are the execution results, which transactions succeed, which of them fail. So when we're switching from a single shard layout to a 4-shard layout, now we need to split the transactions into 4 groups. And so their order is different. So what we do in epoch T-1, we still execute transactions as if they were ordered within 1 shard, but the state of that maintains their execution result is actually sharded into 4 pieces. So it's a bit of a mental gymnastics in there. I just wanted to let you know this low-level design detail here. Yeah. Now let's talk about phase 1. So phase 1 is coming in January, February next year. And what we're going to do, we're going to introduce a new type of the node, which we call chunk-only producer. And yeah, this is a node that basically is going to be doing only the validation of a specific shard. So it's going to keep the state of that 1 shard, and it's going to do the processing only of that 1 shard. But we're still going to keep around the nodes that do block production, and all of the validation of all other shards. So what it means for the community, well, above all, it means that you're going to have more validators because now you can join as a chunk producer. You can use cheaper hardware for that. You don't need 8-core CPU for that anymore, which is great. I mean, it contributes to decentralization of NEAR. There are other cool things that we're going to be launching around that time. So one of them is light client sync. So that's us leveraging our super light client even further to actually be able to join the network really fast. So with this light client sync, you would be able to join the network in a completely trustless, verifiable way in a matter of hours, which is, again, really great for the decentralization of the blockchain. And we're also going to add a new validator selection algorithm. So today, theoretically, we can have up to 100 validators. In practice, we have 60. And we cannot really adjust this constant. We cannot just increase it, because otherwise we would start breaking interoperability solutions like Aurora. And the reason why that would happen is that every validator today has to include their signature into the header. So if you just increase the number of validators, your headers become heavier, which means it's more expensive to verify them. And Aurora is doing verification of the headers inside Solidity, right? So that's quite expensive, so we don't want to do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to increase the number of validators on NEAR, but only a subset of them are going to be including their signatures into NEAR headers. And that will allow us to increase the number of validators to, like, I don't know, 400 maybe. We'll see. So what it means for the builders, again, no developer experience changes. That's a pretty consistent thing for NEAR. We don't envision any developer experience changes anytime in the future for our developers. Then we're also going to have other cool things launching around the time. Well, one of them, we're going to have a new gas injector. So some of you might know that gas injectors are pretty difficult on the blockchain. So if you look at other WebAssembly blockchains, you would see that actually the gas injector costs you like 95% of the fees. So the actual execution of the contract is like 5% of the fees when you run it, and 95% of it is actually just running the gas injector, which is pretty expensive. So what we did, we rewrote the gas injector. We came up with our own gas injector that leverages some low-level virtual machine magic, and it becomes like 4 to 5 times cheaper. And it means that our capacity increases proportionally, especially for the contracts that are really heavy in CPU, which are virtual machines and and any kind of runtimes running on top of NEAR, like second-layer virtualization. We're also considering adding the gas price auction, just like on Ethereum. So right now, the way NEAR handles the case when you start having a temporary congestion is by increasing the gas price slowly but exponentially. What we decided is that better mechanism would be actually a gas price auction that we're going to bring into NEAR, but also it would be very good for the shards because shards will not be interfering that much with each other anymore, and you might even have different gas price cost on different shards. So that's a cool thing. Then we might redesign the state. We're already working on it. We have prototypes. Right now we're using Merkle Patricia try just as is taken from Ethereum. There are certain issues with this. It's actually vulnerable to adversarial attacks. It's also not that efficient and not that friendly to sharding. So we're considering self-balancing data structures like AVL3 for the state because AVL allows you to split the state in log and time, which is pretty fast and aligns perfectly with sharding. And finally, we're also going to look at some non-protocol changes to our state handling, like low-level optimization, so how we work with the disk and database that might decrease the I/O operations even further. So about this time, the cost of the WASM is not going to be the bottleneck anymore, and it's going to be I/O. And that's what we are preparing here for with redesign of the state and redesigning of the low-level database and disk level here. What it means for the validators, again, we're going to increase their number. That means you're going to be able to join NEAR easier. You probably would need much less stake to do that. And you can join as a chunk producer and use much cheaper hardware, which is, again, all great because it contributes to this decentralization of NEAR protocol. Right, now, phase 2, is the most exciting phase to me. And that's because that's where we're going to have a proper state sharding and proper processing sharding. So what we're going to do in this state, we're going to get rid of the type of the node that is required to validate, to do the block producer and the chunk producer on all of the shards. And we're just going to have block producer nodes in addition to the chunk producer nodes. So what means for the community? Well, that would be the proper sharding that we're actually aiming for. We could stop there and actually not improve our sharding even further. We're probably not going to have major bottlenecks in there, because if we decide to increase the number of shards, the requirements for the hardware of the block producer will not increase that drastically, because it doesn't need to do the processing of all shards anymore. We're also going to be adjusting the boundaries between the shards automatically based on the load that we observe, or utilization we observe on the shards, which again is good because it tells you that our chain is going to be more robust and more balanced. Again, community cares about knowing that blockchain is robust. What it means for the builders, one thing that builders need to know and be aware of, but not necessarily take care of, is that in order to enable this kind of sharding, you need to have challenges, because your shards are now being executed completely independently. So you kind of put trust in the shard producers first, optimistically, and then later, if you find out that they have colluded and they have produced an invalid state, then you would slash them through the challenge mechanism. So this is just an unnecessary technical thing that you have to have if you want to have this kind of sharding. But it also means that if that happens, which is super unlikely to happen because people will lose a lot of money if they try to collude and produce an invalid state, if that happens, we're going to revert this state on that shard and all other shards to the time before the collusion happened. And this is something you need to be aware of. Again, not super possible to happen, but you need to have it in your code. Also, we might add NEAR as a way of attaching, as a way to pay for your transactions. So today, developers, they need to think about two things at the same time: gas and NEAR tokens when they develop smart contracts. And this is just an unnecessary cognitive overhead that we don't want our developers to have. Again, NEAR is all about developer friendliness, and we don't want them to just, to think about those things. So what we're going to do, we're going to allow you to pay with NEAR and not even think about the gas. And if it turns out that your transaction ran out of NEAR, then you will be able to top it up. And this will even happen automatically in our tooling, like NEAR API.js or NEAR API.rs, so you might not even know that this is happening. But this is the cool thing to have that we're going to launch around phase 2. And finally, we're going to listen to our community. And if we find out that you guys still really miss synchronous execution, we might actually add it. And we already have several designs in flight. So one of them might actually land, and you might also have an opt-in synchronous execution on NEAR protocol that, again, will not break existing developer experience. Again, what it means for validators, you're going to have cheaper hardware. It's always great. And no one needs to run expensive hardware anymore, because even block producers need to only execute block producer role. So finally, phase 3. In phase 3, we're going to do dynamic scalability, which would be the ability of NEAR to adjust the number of shards in response to the utilization and the load of the blockchain. And it's great because, again, it makes our blockchain more robust. Oops, what is happening? How do I close it? All right, thanks. Yeah, so it makes it more robust. The blockchain becomes more sustainable. Again, contributes to the trust that community has in NEAR. So now I want to talk about TPS in general, because increasing the number of shards is not the only way that we increase TPS on NEAR protocol. Another way we do it is by increasing the speed of a single shard, which is the speed of a single runtime. And we have done quite a lot of work in there. And again, all the credit goes to Alexei, Bo, Nikolai, and Alexander. So one thing that we did that is launched on November 15 is the migration to WASM 2.0, which now makes WASM execution twice faster. We also have another thing. Thanks, Alex. We also have done another thing. We adjusted our fee estimation tool. So NEAR has been extremely conservative and extremely careful with fee estimation, much more careful and conservative than other blockchains. We really don't want to underestimate the cost of certain operations. So we've been staying on the side of way overshooting our fees all this time. And Alexei had written our fee estimator recently to make it tighter and more reliable. And now we can reduce some of the fees. So our cross-contract callbacks are now 100 times cheaper, and some of the precompiles, like easy recovery, is like 12 times cheaper, which is, again, great for everyone, especially for Aurora and EVM. And what is going to happen in phase 1 is that, again, we're going to have new gas injector, which is going to make it 4 to 5 times cheaper. No one has this kind of gas injector. It's our own innovation here. And in phase 2, we're going to have the new state design. We're going to have a new way of actually operating with a disk. And we might even get rid of the RocksDB, and all that going to make our I/O much cheaper too, which is probably going to be the bottleneck, since we're going to take care of WASM speed already by then. So what it means for developer experience scalability. Well, so far, if you've been listening to Josh Quintal's talk, we have 2 languages that you can use to develop smart contracts on NEAR. This is Rust and AssemblyScript. And they appeal to both worlds of developers. Rust is appealing to the backend developers. AssemblyScript is appealing to web developers. We also have Grain and Zig coming in. Grain is a great web language. It was specifically developed for web developers and to compile efficiently to WebAssembly. So we actually expect this language to be highly efficient in terms of the contract size and execution. And Zig is a contender of Rust, so it also appeals to backend developers. However, we want to go much further than that. NEAR is the developer experience first blockchain, so we want developers to have like 0 barrier when they start working on NEAR. We don't want you as a developer to come on NEAR and learn some other language. If you come from the Python world, we want you be able to develop in Python. If you come from Java world, you should be able to develop with Java, because you probably have all your dev tools and IDEs configured for that, and that would be the best for you to just like reuse them for NEAR development. So we are considering adding JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, and Go and Python, and all the general purpose languages as SDKs to NEAR. And we might even go much further than that. If we're going to have JavaScript, which we're currently working on, we might have all JavaScript compatible languages immediately available, which would be TypeScript. If you like pure script or CoffeeScript, we're also going to have them. And if we have Java, it immediately will enable Kotlin, Scala, and Clojure, and whatever else for you to develop. There are 35 languages out there that support WebAssembly compilation. Some of them are stable, some of them they're semi-stable, but we're considering all of them. So if you're a community member and you're particularly passionate about some language and you wish it was on NEAR, please contact us either directly or apply to the grants program, and let's develop SDKs for these languages. So there is an interesting thing that is now being enabled by the performance improvements of NEAR. JavaScript and all of these languages are not efficient to compile to WebAssembly, which means it's going to be costly, it's going to be slow, and so on. But because our WebAssembly runtime is improving so much, you might be actually able to compile the entire JavaScript runtime into the smart contract, just like EVM team just compiled the entire EVM into a single smart contract. So this idea is very similar to the execution environment that Ethereum had, where you have like second layer virtualization on top of NEAR. So taking JavaScript as an example, one of the ways of how you could run it, you could compile the entire JavaScript runtime together with the JavaScript contract into a single contract, WebAssembly contract, and launch it on NEAR. So advantages of this is that you have consistent contract interface that looks exactly like other contracts. All of your contract development tools work out of the box, but it's probably going to be large in size, but not prohibitively large, so could be more expensive to deploy. The second option is how EVM folks are doing their stuff. You basically only compile the runtime into the smart contract, but then you kind of host your JavaScript contracts on top of it. It requires you proxying all of the operations through this runtime. So you need to wrap it into the function calls, which means you probably would need to write a whole bunch of the adapters. But this thing is really cheap to deploy, probably the cheapest one. That's a huge advantage. And finally, the third way is when you separate the runtime, again, in a separate contract, but every time you have your JavaScript contract, you actually wrap it into a little bit of the WebAssembly code that is able to do the cross-contract calls to the JavaScript runtime. And the JavaScript runtime will also hold all of your state. So that is going to be just slightly bit more expensive than the previous method, but probably really cheap too. Your contract interface is going to be consistent. You don't need to write any kind of adapters. All of your tools work out of the box. But you're going to have a couple of seconds more finality time, which is probably also forgiven. So given all that, as a developer in your ecosystem, what should you do? If you are super passionate about some blockchain that you wish Near could integrate with, consider building bridges. We have a super light client, we have powerful virtual machine. If you have some platform that supports smart contract, you probably can interoperate with Near. If you have some virtual machine that you wish was sharded, you consider deploying it on Near, just like we did with EVM, and you're going to have sharding for free. If you're passionate about any specific language that also compiles to WebAssembly, which almost all of them are, consider reaching us out and developing SDK for this language on Near. It's like a huge amount of opportunities to build developer tools on Near. You can also go to the grants.near.org and apply there. And this is the end of my talk. Please fill in this questionnaire here. This is for the blog producer. Right, thanks. Anyone have questions? Yep.
Okay. You said you want to migrate out from RocksDB, and RocksDB, for those who don't know, it's the fastest embedded database on the market. And what is the alternative for RocksDB? Will you develop something like specific for your problems, like in-house development, or you will use some other open source technology?
Well, we're probably gonna have part of our storage completely outside the database, like stored in some, I don't know, memory mapped files or some low-level stuff working directly with, even like with SSDs. And we might consider like other databases that allegedly are faster, like single store.
I'd like to ask, is there going to be a limit on number of validators in phase 2, phase 3?
Yeah, we don't know that yet. Again, this is like where uncertainty becomes too much. Yeah.
So phase 1 will be about 400, 500 validators.
Yeah, or
like
more.
And,
yeah.
then we'll see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, that's it, I guess. Oh, here we go.
For those of us running our own indexers, we run ours from Mintbase. What kind of hardships are we going to go through?
Well, one thing is that we're actually going to have indexer as a service. So you should consider using that instead. And we're just going to solve all the technical problems for you. And you're just going to be paying the fee in Near. But also, like, we're improving the release process, which is usually where the hardships with Indexer are usually coming from. And hopefully that will be much smoother going forward.
Max, thanks for a tremendous talk. I encourage everyone give a round of applause to the core team. They're doing super great work. I'm just simply amazed of the things that you're doing. So the thing that that is pretty close to me is the synchronous runtime, right? Yeah. So you said that you're going to do this can something that can happen.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on this and on one specific topic within this runtime, which is the automatic reverting of the changes that transaction that are introducing?
So there are multiple ways that we can go with for the implementation of synchronous runtime. So we might try to implement synchronous runtime across multiple shards. In that case, we would take care of all of the lock-in of the data and the synchronization primitives for you. Like right now, you can actually implement synchronous execution yourself if you're really into concurrent programming and you know how to mutex works and how to avoid deadlocks. You can actually do it with SDK. It's just going to be too much. It's going to be very difficult to do. So we could do that for you on our runtime level and revert the state also through that mechanism. But we could also potentially, and we're still considering it, make a single runtime parallel. And then within this parallel runtime, we might have synchronous execution. And then the only thing from the developer experience that might be different from you is that we might ask you to annotate the transactions with the keys that you're going to be touching with this transaction. And if you don't do this, it's going to be asynchronous. And if you do this, then it's going to be a synchronous call. So it's similar to what some other blockchains do. But again, still, there are multiple designs that we're considering.
Okay. Any plans when this is only for the phase 2, right? So the closer to the end of the next year.
Yeah, it's a big undertaking.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
All right, well, thanks everyone.
Thanks for that, Max. So we're going to have a 15-minute break before Adrian Brink from Anoma Foundation is going to come up and talk about privacy, followed by Dr. Alex Shevchenko talking about Aurora interoperability. So see you guys in 15 minutes or so. Don't run off. Thanks. Just a heads up, everybody, we're going to start moving back to the main stage now for the second part of the talks. Adrian Brink from Anoma is going to be talking about privacy and its importance in Web3. And then we're going to have another keynote by Dr. Shevchenko from Aurora on interoperability with some alpha from Aurora. So if you are upstairs, outside, or with the Ecosystem Partners Showcase, maybe consider making your way down to the main stage for these next two talks. We will also have a panel after that with Aave, discussing Aave's deployment on NEAR. So you got Anoma, Aurora, and Aave in the lineup. It's going to be great, and if you can, y'all should make your way down to the main stage. All right, everybody, welcome back. The next three talks we're going to hear from is Adrian Brink from Anoma, Dr. Shevchenko from Aurora, and then two members of the Aave team, Ajit and Marc, talking about deployment of Aave on NEAR. To kind of provide some context for this next talk with Anoma, the topic is privacy. And you might not have known this, but NEAR actually has a cypherpunk guild. They have about $400,000 in grants that are open to be given to developers and founders interested in building privacy-related solutions on top of NEAR. So check out the Cyberpunk Guild. They're on Twitter. The ecosystem as a whole values privacy, and I think that Web3 privacy is definitely a trend to keep your eye on, especially when we think of things like surveillance capitalism and exploitative data structures. So this next talk is by Adrian Brink, co-founder of Anoma, is titled Resilience, Sovereignty, and Privacy to Save the Future. Without further ado, Adrian, welcome to the stage.
Great. Thank you very much for the introduction. All right, let's see if this works. Cool, it works. All right, thank you very much for the great intro. I think today I'm really going to focus on financial sovereignty and privacy and why it matters, and I think why a lot of people are currently very much underestimating where we are in terms of the tech and the capabilities of it, and also where we are in terms of why we really need it and why I think it's not going to be optional. Because if we treat privacy as an optional feature, I think blockchains as a whole won't actually work all that well in the public sphere. To start off with, though, I think for most of us here, and most of us in Western Europe and North America, or Europe in general, financial sovereignty and privacy is a fairly abstract concept. It is something that we either think we always have, or we have institutions which are strong enough to actually protect us to some extent. Like European banks are not perfect, but they provide a fair good amount of privacy from sort of any random person on the internet knowing how much money you have. Or where we live in this bubble where we think, well, we don't really need it. Like, I don't need it, I haven't done anything wrong, I'm not doing anything wrong, and I'm not planning to do anything wrong going forward. I have to say, though, this is not true for most of the world's population, right? Like, most of the world's population lives in countries where you can't really trust institutions to protect your data, where banks really aren't all that stable necessarily, so financial sovereignty becomes a lot more important all of a sudden. And I think we should not underestimate the likelihood of this becoming true for us too. Right now we live in a very comfortable boat, but it seems fairly likely at this point that together with the rest of the democracies in the Western world, they're slowly decaying, and these structures are just not going to be around there forever to protect us sort of in the open market. Yes. All right, so why does it actually matter? And by the way, quick, is this a timer down there? Is this? Cool, okay, fantastic. This is not a random number flashing on the screen. So why does it matter? Well, privacy is fundamentally how we seek to protect ourselves and society against arbitrary and unjustified uses of power, right? By controlling what can be known about us and done to us, while protecting us from those who aim to exert control of our data and ultimately all aspects of our lives. It's really, when you think about it, how privacy allows individuals to compete with nation states or to compete against governments. It's what levels the playing field. It is what tilts the power balance away from everyone knowing everything about you and towards the individual. It is what allows people in falling regimes to protect themselves against the overreaching power of that nation state. And I'll give you here actually a quick example why financial privacy really, really matters. So think about messaging, right? I think most of us here have Signal and WhatsApp installed. or one or the other, or at least Telegram, even though Telegram provides terrible privacy guarantees and encryption features. But this is sort of not the point. By default, Telegram is fully public. Just keep this in mind, or like public to the company. But our intuition tells us that it's very, very important to keep the contents of these messages private, right? This is like Signal matches this expectations. It's like if I'm sending a message to my best friend or my mom, the contents of that message are private. But I think what a lot of us are forgetting is that the metadata is fully, fully public. And this really comes into play with financial privacy, because in financial privacy, we don't think about it like if I'm sending a bank transfer to someone, I'm not thinking about encrypting the bank transfer, because that's not the mental model I follow. Because in financial transactions, there is no message to be encrypted. It's pure metadata. And so I think a lot of us, when we send a transaction or when we swipe our Visa or MasterCard somewhere, we don't really think, because it doesn't follow our intuition, how much data you're leaking. I think it'd be very, very different if every time you're also sending, like the actual important thing when you tap your Visa card is not the metadata, not the fact that you've transferred some money, but rather like some part of the message. And this is the crazy thing. The financial data we hold is some of the most important data to us, because it fundamentally reveals the books we buy, the movies we watch, the kind of health insurance providers you have, the medical bills you're paying, where you live, and where you shop. Opening your entire financial data to everyone in the world is terrifying, because it fundamentally reveals everything about who you are as a person. And maybe the other thing here on the third point I mentioned earlier, which is some people just don't care. Privacy is not an individual choice. Even if you personally don't care about your data being private, you still benefit from there being privacy-preserving tools out there in your society, because these things is what allows journalists to uncover the corruptions in your government, improve your local governance structure. So even if you personally don't benefit from it because you don't care about it, it's still, we achieve a collective benefit here by just simply having these tools available for people in your society to use. I'll jump into the first example here, surveillance capitalism, and actually use this, and this wasn't coordinated unless you watched my slides, but surveillance capitalism is something we should all be very, very concerned about. And I'll give you the example of Visa here. But Visa really is analogous for other companies. It could be MasterCard, WeChat, WePay, Alipay, I guess, PayPal. It doesn't really matter. Any of these financial service providers have the same problem, where they are collecting a ton of data on your behavior, and at some point, their business model, they're going to ask themselves, like, wouldn't it be a better business model if I see and figure out how much is Bob willing to pay me to keep the fact that he has a Pornhub subscription and also donates to his local church group separate from each other, right? Like, they are sitting on treasure troves of data, and there's nothing that really prevents them from starting to abuse the data that they hold on you. And this is sort of maybe a little bit of a construed example, but practically speaking, the best case with Visa and these service providers is that they will sell your data to advertisers. Like, this is the best case scenario, where your financial data just becomes another point in a data set for an advertiser, so that when you buy dog food, they can start serving you cute puppy pictures. But the worst case is somewhere north of the Pornhub example. It is where governments are starting to coerce these companies into creating completely transparent people, because you start cross-linking the financial transaction data together with your mobile phone location data, together with surveillance cameras. And even though all our messaging was still encrypted, we still have a completely public citizen, effectively. Really, the existing systems aren't resilient at all. They haven't been abused because they all honestly haven't been around that long. They've been around for 20 years, really, in sort of active circulation. And the tools are just catching up to the fact that all this data exists. But there are really real risks that people start cross-linking a lot of this data and start exploiting it. The second example here is nation-state weaponization, and this sounds sort of very large and terrifying, but it has a very practical implication. So I was naive once, and I assumed that the financial system is fairly neutral, right? So if you go, well, a German company does business with a French company, with a Portuguese company, they can do whatever they want. It's like a number of sovereign nation states doing business with each other. The only thing that really should matter here is what laws individual countries implement. And interesting enough, when they designed the SWIFT banking system in the 70s, this was actually something they had in mind, which is you need a neutral financial system to facilitate trade and commerce between nation states. This was the idea, at least, behind SWIFT. Practically, it ended up being captured by the US government via the control of the US dollar. This has led to some really, really weird edge cases here, which don't really impact us yet in this room. But for example, it is inadvisable to buy tardigrades using PayPal and put tardigrade into the messaging field, because there is a company in Malta called Tardigrade Ltd. That's on the US sanctions list. So these transactions will simply be blocked, not because they're illegal, but because it triggers the automatic detections here, effectively. And via the control of the SWIFT banking system, the US government actually has a tremendous amount of control over what individual countries can do. And so it allows them to, in extent, enforce their own domestic policy objectives upon the world, right? So if they can say what is an acceptable behavior and what isn't. Right now, again, this is a removed example for most of us here, but imagine a world where sort of in 10 years the US government swings hard to the right and all of a sudden says, well, contraceptives aren't really a reasonable thing people should be allowed to do. There's nothing that currently safeguards against a world where the US government just says, well, people that produce condoms aren't allowed to touch the banking system. And they have enough leverage over the existing system to effectively drive these places out of business. And I think this is, again, like at the moment, most of us are fairly well aligned with US policies, most likely, at least at a high level. But we have no guarantee what the US government is doing in 10 years from now, or whether it's a US government doing it at all. And I think as soon as we start living in a world where it's the Chinese government saying what we should and shouldn't be doing, a lot of us would feel a lot more uncomfortable very, very quickly. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm somewhat running out of time. I'm going to speed up a little bit here. Oh, I'm good. Okay, never mind. No speeding up. So, DeFi. Everyone here should be aware what DeFi is, right? And I mean this like fairly broadly, as in a decentralized financial ecosystem on a public blockchain, right now predominantly on Ethereum. I don't mean this in the narrow sense of building yield farming aggregators on top of other yield farming aggregators for in some weird Ponzi scheme-like setup. That doesn't seem to be too useful. But let me start by saying that I love DeFi to some extent. I love the idea that it provides unfettered banking access to a majority of the world. It's an incredibly resilient system that has provided millions of people the ability to effectively hold a savings account by simply remembering 12 words, right? Like, there's tremendous power in the technology we've built here, and the ecosystem has grown up around it. But at the same time, what we're currently building is pretty much every autocrat's wet dream. Because currently, the financial system isn't perfect, but at least it's private to a majority of the world. There are like 7 nation states maybe that can do global mass surveillance. Whereas in DeFi, pretty much any random dude with an internet connection and a computer can do global mass financial surveillance. And just as a little bit of a thought experiment here, think about what would happen if we moved the entire financial system tomorrow to Ethereum, or to Near for that matter at the moment. It'd be a terrifying, terrifying world, because we would lose all safeguards. All data would be public and anyone can run global mass surveillance programs. And I think the bigger problem that people also don't realize is this data never goes away. Like, never. It's not like after 10 years someone starts shredding some files. It's as long as somewhere has a copy of this data somewhere on the internet, this data lives on. And I think, especially a lot of the Americans among you that have played with DeFi may come to this realization that, say, in 5-6 years down the line, once the IRS has started figuring out how to start taxing this stuff, oh no, okay, and really like think about this, like this data never goes away. Whatever you do currently on a public blockchain, there is going to be some record that will remain for perpetuity. Like when you're 70, this can still come to haunt you. And oh, anyone that says, well, I'm using pseudonyms and like all these addresses don't have my name attached to it, talk to the folks from Chainalysis and you will be terrified by what kind of analysis they can be running to figure out who owns which assets and under which addresses. And maybe the other thing here is, so now we have this financial system, this decentralized financial system, but it's incredibly, incredibly hard to bolt on privacy effectively afterwards. Like once the data is out there, it's out there, and once you have these systems, it's like you're not going to make these systems private by like doing one extra transaction in the beginning at the end, and all of a sudden, all this like public crap in the middle is like totally private as well. This is not how this works. The scary reality is that we are heading into a world where a few centralized entities in the existing system, in the sort of legacy financial system, hold a lot of power. And what we're currently building in terms of like public blockchains is not really all that much better because it is, yes, more inclusive, but at the same time, it is also just incredibly easy to build public transparent systems. So real effort is required to move away from this model and move towards a model that is more privacy preserving, where people have more control over what kind of financial metadata is being leaked out there in perpetuity. And maybe here I'll just very quickly go into that not all is bad, because we are hitting a really interesting point. Like the first privacy preserving zero knowledge proofs came about, like let's say 4 years ago or so. And at the time they sucked. Like there was like early research that went into production way too early. But sort of in 2021 and 2022, we're really hitting sort of major breakthroughs that make this technology really, really usable at an end user level. It is now possible to generate zero knowledge proofs for private payments, for example, on your mobile phone. Like 2 years ago, this was computation completely infeasible. But all of a sudden, like my iPhone can send a fully private payment on some blockchain. The blockchain actually here is irrelevant. But the technology, the cryptography behind this that allows us to fight back is just getting really, really good at the moment. And the other aspect is things are becoming interoperable. Like things start to talk to each other. Beforehand, we always lived in this world where, well, you had to live with a system that had sort of the most network effects. You had to live with a system, like you had to effectively live with the EVM and hope for the best. But we're finally moving into a world where a lot of these assets can flow free of state machines. Like, I mean, we have Aurora here, the bridge, right? Like being able to move assets from Ethereum into NEAR and using them on NEAR all of a sudden is fantastic, because now we can start building privacy solutions on NEAR. But this also works the other way. Like assets from NEAR can move into Polkadot and can be used privately over there. So we have a lot more flexibility in how we engineer our systems that we didn't have 2 years ago. And maybe just to give you one of the coolest examples in my opinion in terms of like recent privacy technologies is the multi-asset shield pool. And I'm giving this example because it's something that we've worked on. When you think about Zcash sapling, right? Like you get very, very good privacy for single assets, but an external observer can tell which assets you're interacting with, because you instantiate sapling over some asset identifier effectively, where you know, well, this is a private pool for ETH, this is a private pool for ZEC, this is a private pool for like the 1 unit NFT, and an external observer can see which privacy pool you're interacting with. With the multi-asset shield pool, this isn't the case anymore. All assets live in the same pool, and to an external observer, it's indistinguishable whether like you're moving a housing NFT to a new address that's worth $100 million, or you're sending someone like $5 in DAI for the coffee you just bought. So the tech is getting really cool. Not the updated slides. There we go. I'll just leave you with this. At no point in the history of mankind have centralized entities, whether be that companies or governments, had more control of our financial lives than now. This is not going to get better unless we do something about this. And like, a king 500 years ago could have never imagined the amount of data that is available to governments nowadays to control the population, because it was simply technologically not feasible. We are just hitting the point where all of this is like digital, and you can build humongous data sets over like 7 billion people and just do metadata surveillance. But practically speaking, we've also never been in a better position to solve this. Like, we're finally getting to a point where we have the technology to actually fight back. I mean, like, public blockchains are the first step in moving assets outside of centralized control. The cryptography is catching up, and we're starting, like, I've never been more optimistic about the future, let's say it this way. I think we are at a really cool point in history where we, for the first time, have a lot of the tools that are necessary to start building true decentralized and private systems that can bring a lot more individual financial sovereignty and privacy to people. Thank you very much.
So the next talk that is going to start in about 2 minutes is by none other than NEAR and now Aurora's Dr. Alex Shevchenko. He will be talking on token consistency and solving the interconnected blockchains problem. Now, Aurora has come a very long way as a product, as an opportunity. It started about a year ago with the Rainbow Bridge, and they have, significantly grown, raised significant amounts of funds, and there are now significant opportunities in the Aurora ecosystem for founders and developers looking to launch dApps and other projects. So Alex, from what I've told, from what I've seen on crypto Twitter, has a fair amount of alpha updates, information about where Aurora's at, what's coming. Everybody upstairs, you're probably not going to want to miss this one. Without further ado, Dr. Alex Shevchenko, co-founder of Aurora.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. Welcome here at NEARCON. Super great to see all of you here. So, okay, just to give you an outline, we have here two main, in my deck, I have two main parts. First one is about high technology, high science, the way how you need to build stuff. The second one is about announcements. And I believe many of you are here to hear about the announcements. Or in case you are not, you better to be here to hear the announcements. However, I'm going to start with the first part because from my point of view, it is technology that leads you to the big announcements, right? That's the way how NEAR is building, and if you have been listening to Max, that's the way how you are going to achieve the scalability, that's the way how you are going to achieve mass adoption in developer world. So, token consistency, right? Let's start with some questions to all of you. Can you please raise your hand in case you have been using Rainbow Bridge at least one time? Okay, quite a lot of you. What do you think about the experience of Rainbow Bridge? You can clap. You can. Yeah. So that's the credit of all of the people who have been contributing to the Rainbow Bridge. And as you know, Rainbow Bridge development started in NEAR Inc. Max was one of the leaders of the bridge development. We have here Marcelo somewhere there. He's here, yeah. So give it up for Marcelo. He's the guy who actually launched Rainbow Bridge back in March 2021, right? So it's just like 9 months or like a little bit more than 6 months ago. And yeah, but this great piece of technology have been in the development for a couple of years even before that. Right? So the development started in 2019 by another great guy, Anton Bukov. He should be also somewhere here, who is a co-founder of 1inch. So let's give it up to Anton. So the bridge is great. The bridge is great, and again, several announcements regarding the bridge also in the end of the talk. But there are lots of different bridges right now. There are lots of networks right now. People are bridging their tokens. And with the ability to bridge your tokens in between different networks, there is a layer of the problems that is revealed right now that we need to account for, and we need to solve somehow. And I'm today going to talk about one of these problems, the token consistency problem. And I'm going to present you the solution that is going to be implemented by Aurora team for the whole NEAR ecosystem to make it a better place. Cool. Let's go. So just to remind everybody, because I know that there are many people have been using already Rainbow Bridge and already know what a bridge is, but just to remind everybody, a bridge is a thing that gives you an ability to interconnect blockchains, right? It's not only about moving the tokens from one blockchain to another, it is about being able to call other blockchains, get the data from the other blockchains. Maybe move some kind of messages in between the blockchains. Bridges in general are more wide, thin than you usually experience in the normal world, right? And the reason why we need bridges is just because a blockchain is a sandbox runtime, right? Because of all of these things that are connected with the blockchains, the need to have a consistent environment, hundreds of validators all over the world, they need to execute the transactions in the same manner. They need to get the same results. And because of this, these validators simply cannot go to the API of Amazon and check something there, right? It's just because for them, the results may be different. And then in case tomorrow somebody will connect to the network, they will not get the same result from the Amazon API, right? That's why blockchain is a thing in itself. That's why you need to have bridges. There are lots of bridges at the moment. Since again, we have many networks, there are lots of bridges there. However, there is already lots of terminology mess around the bridges, right? And I'm not the guy who's going to put right now the standards how to name things, but this is how I'm going to use the terms within my presentation today, okay? So I'm going to use the word bridge for the solutions that are locking tokens on one side and issuing digital certificates of the tokens on the other side, right? They are issuing what is called a IOU token, right? On the other side. And so if we have a source chain, right? For example, Ethereum, then the liquidity, the tokens are locked there. It is not moving anywhere. And we have a rainbow bridge in between Ethereum and NEAR. And then on NEAR, you have the IOU tokens, which mean only the fact that you can bring them back to the Rainbow Bridge smart contracts and exchange it to the liquidity that is locked on the source chain. This is what I'm going to name a bridge. Okay. There are other solutions, and I'm going to call them exchanges. And many people are calling these solutions also bridges right now, but they're literally doing the other thing. They are working with already existing tokens. You have USDT on Ethereum. You have USDT on Solana. That was officially launched by Gemini, right? And what these solutions are doing, they are holding the liquidity on both chains, and they're just taking a little bit of the amount of USDT that you would like to move. They're taking it from you, and they're releasing the liquidity, releasing the tokens on the other side, right? This is another type of solution. These solutions are not, these solutions are able to work only within the limit of the liquidity that they have, right? They're able to work only with the things that they have, right? They cannot mint new digital certificates. This is the other solution. I'm going to call them exchanges. Both of them are right now existent. Many of them are mixing the stuff. Everything here mainly is called bridges. However, the difference is drastic. The difference is drastic, and because of this, I'm saying that we are going to have this difference in this talk. So this slide is about how Rainbow Bridge is working. Like, I encourage you, if you would like to see the long talk about the Rainbow Bridge, go and find my talk on SCC. However, just to make it super simple and super fast, because of the efficient NEAR runtime developed by NEAR core team, we were able to create a light client of NEAR on Ethereum blockchain as a smart contract, and a light client of Ethereum blockchain as a smart contract on the NEAR blockchain. Literally, what does it mean? That in case we're keeping synchronization in between Ethereum light client on NEAR and the whole Ethereum network, and vice versa, this means that we have an Ethereum node running inside of the NEAR blockchain, and a NEAR node running inside of Ethereum blockchain. These nodes do not have all of the data, but they're able to prove things because of the light client technology. And exactly because of the fact that things can be proved, we are able to check what is happening on the other blockchain. So, what is the problem? What is the problem with the bridges? Imagine that you have multiple networks. Ethereum, NEAR, BSC, Polygon, and you have the DAI token as an example. And you are bridging this DAI token to other networks, and I'm calling it NDAI, BDAI, and PDAI, right? This is the Polygon, BSC, and NEAR version of the DAI. So you have them. But then what you can do, potentially, if there are all the bridges in between all of these networks, you can bridge, so create an IOU token, right? So when I'm saying bridge, create an IOU token of BDAI on NEAR. So you get NBDAI and PDAI. But after this, you can bridge PDAI to BSC. You're going to get BPDAI, PBDAI, and then you are going to bridge this to NEAR. You are going to get NPBDAI and stuff like that. Okay? Are these tokens different? Yes. They're created by different bridges. They are relying on different pieces of technology. They have different risks for holding these tokens. And these are literally different smart contracts. They cannot be managed through a single smart contract, right? They are different. Is this convenient? No. In case you will take a look in your wallet and see a €100 banknote there, Do you actually know in which countries this banknote was? No, you are not taking care of it, right? And here with NBP die, you literally know where this die was traveling through, right? There is something that is not appealing to you. This is something that this is an additional cognitive load to you, right? This is something that should not be implemented. So this is the token consistency problem. With the bridges that are creating IOU tokens, these bridges are spawning new and new tokens, and somebody needs to take care of this, right? Somebody needs to make sure that all of these tokens are some kind of exchangeable, or you need to do something with it, literally. Okay, what are the possible solutions of this problem? First of all, and what is happening right now with the whole blockchain ecosystem, nobody is giving a heck on these tokens. So in the existing bridges, you can find, tokens with 10 prefixes that have been bridged. So literally, people are just acknowledging that this is the problem of the blockchain user. They need to pay their attention, what exact token that they have and where they are bridging it, and then they need to some kind of interchange it somehow, or maybe bridge it backwards and then forward and stuff like that. One type of the solution, not really convenient to the users. Another option how to solve this is to introduce curve-like stable swaps, right? We have literally NB DAI, NBP DAI, all of that stuff, right? They're similar tokens. They are something like a stable coins, right? In the Ethereum ecosystem. So you can just implement the curve solution, put all of these tokens there as liquidity, and then users would be able to interchange them. Again, cognitive load for the users. They need to think about the token, but there is a way how they can interchange it. Nice approach. It is going to work in the short term, but however, at the moment when we will have 4 networks interconnected, the amount of tokens that can be spawned by this type of the bridges, by the bridges, is infinite. It is literally infinite, which means that it will be just not enough liquidity in the liquidity pools when you would like to interchange the tokens into one into another. And that's the problem. No liquidity, high slippage, bad prices, pissed off users. I do not want to have it, and all of the DeFi doesn't want to have it, right? Additional option to do it is to introduce obstacles, right, into the deployment of the bridges. So what many protocols are doing right now, not Near, they're just saying that, okay, we have our own bridge. It was developed by our team, it is robust, and you need to bridge the tokens over our bridge. And that's it. And in case there is another bridge solution that is coming to the network and asking for a grant, then they're just not given, the foundations are not giving grants to the solutions. They're saying, we don't need to have a bridge, we already have one. That's it. This is the centralization. This can be an option. This can be an option, but I do not want to live in the future like that. I'm not working in the blockchain because of the centralization of the stuff, right? And last but not least, again, this would be probably the best approach, but unfortunately, I do not think that we would be able to pull it up. So this is the introduction of a new token standards that are going to track the origins of the token. Which are going to understand how the token was bridged and so on, right? So this is like an extended ERC20 where we also put in the information about what was the origin blockchain. And then through this, you may potentially understand how the token was bridged and what was the direction of the bridging. So you can, for example, in some cases, loop back through all of the bridges, the token, in case you have some kind of loops into the bridging of the token, right? A nice thing would be good to have it there, but again, ERC20 is there. There are lots of initiatives how to improve ERC20 standard. Many people are pissed off of the proofs in the ERC20 standard, but it is not moving anywhere just because everybody is already using it. Everybody is using it. All of the major tokens are ERC20 tokens. They are not upgradable. You cannot change it. You cannot track the place where the tokens are originated. So, today I'm going to present you my proposal. This is a standard that I'm proposing for all of the people who are building bridging solutions and the people who are building exchanges. I'm proposing to follow this standard to make our users happier, to make our users not thinking about the actual token, not thinking about the liquidity pools, not thinking about slippages and additional swaps. This is a thing that I cannot impose because we are living in a decentralized world and I do not want to impose. But I encourage everybody to follow this pretty simple approach to make life easier. We're calling it inter-blockchain transfer standard. It is applied only for the token transfers. And within this standard, again, like already said that we have the difference in between exchanges and the bridges, and I would like to keep it in this standard. Now, everything that is making IOU things, IOU tokens, these are the bridges, right? Everything else is just the exchanges solution. So let's start with the bridges. We are going to use, I'm proposing to use these bridges as a settlement layer for all of the transactions that are happening in between the blockchains. This is the only way how you can move liquidity in between the blockchains and create new tokens on the other blockchains. It's better for them to be implemented as trustless as possible. So Rainbow Bridge is the trustless solution, and from that point of view, it is good because there is no party, no single thing, no single entity that you need to rely on within these bridges. If the bridge is trustless, then, well, you can trust it. It is a little bit strange thing, but this is it, right? There is no single, person or organization that can extinct and then the bridge actually breaks, right? So the bridges must be trustless. Let's implement trustless bridges. We can do, we have the tech for it. You just go to Rainbow Bridge, just copy-paste everything, implement a little bit of different consensus algorithm as a smart contract, and you can do it, right? Let's build trustless bridges. Let's make them even more. Let's make them free to use. Rainbow Bridge right now takes 0 fees. The only fees that users are paying, they are the gas fees. Users need to pay for the transaction execution on Ethereum. We cannot diminish it. We cannot diminish the fact that the user needs to pay for the transaction fee on Near blockchain. But let's keep it like that. Let's not introduce any additional fees. Let's make bridges free for everybody. And moreover, let's introduce a small piece of the censorship here. Let's put in the front end of the bridges, I'm not talking about smart contracts, let's put on the front end of the bridges the ability to bridge only tokens that have been originating on these blockchains that are connected by the bridge. Let's say that PancakeSwap would not be bridged from Ethereum to Near, because PancakeSwap is the BSC token. Just let's say this on the front end, and then 99% of the users of this bridge, they are not going to do this. They are not going to bridge PancakeSwap token over the Rainbow Bridge. Small thing that is not hurting the decentralization of the bridge, but it's just going to put a little bit of an obstacle for the ordinary user to bridge the wrong token. And since the bridges are the settlement layer, they can be slow. And this is what we can see here in the current market with the good bridges like Rainbow Bridge, which takes about 8 hours at max with the transfer, and what we can see in the roll-up bridges that are taking 1 week for the settlement, right? It's okay. Let them be slow. Let the transfer fees be also high. That's again no problem. That's okay, because the bridge is only the settlement layer, right? We are not thinking of it for the microtransactions that are happening, or for the user transactions, right? And let's give an ability for the bridges to have additional business models on top of them, right? That are not connected to these basic transfers of the tokens. And, well, what kind of business model the bridge may have, right? That's the question. Like, it just transfers tokens, okay? It needs to take the fee. But no, you can implement these things. The basic transfers may be slow, but for example, fast transfers, they can be, first of all, they can be implemented also in a permissionless way, but the fast transfers can take fee, right? And that's okay. That's okay. This can be a business model. Or, for example, exchanges that we are going to talk about on the next slide. In case they are using the bridge, they need to pay some kind of subscription fee or something like that. Or they're just going to donate to these bridges for their operation, right? There are multiple options how you can implement this, but let's just keep, again, for one very simple and specific reason, let's just keep bridges free for everybody, and just find a way how to fund these bridges. What Aurora is doing right now, and this is another option for the business model for the bridge, Aurora is running its own validator on the Near blockchain, because we anyway need to have the full node of Near, right? So we are running a validator too. And through the Near users who are staking to our validator, there is an additional revenue that is coming into Aurora. So we are spending this money to keep the bridge running. That's it. This is literally another business model that is attached here. So the bridge maintainers can be really, really creative, right? And you just make sure that it is free for everybody. Why it is important? Because we have exchanges. We would like to leave the empty space in the market for other projects that are going to implement fast transfers. Bridge, settlement layer, something like a SWIFT in between the banks. And on top of this, you have something like a Revolut. A thing that gives you fast transfers in between users, or a PayPal, right? Obviously, the bank transfer is not happening when you're doing a PayPal transaction that is completed within seconds, right? Something is happening there. So this is literally the exchange. This is literally the exchange in between users. These are the solutions that are given the good interface and good experience to the users. They obviously are, in most of the cases, they are centralized, right? You need to trust. You're given your tokens on one side, you're receiving the tokens on the other side. And this is okay for the retail users, especially when you're transferring not big amounts of money, right? Just like, I don't know, $100 worth of tokens, you can trust it a little bit, and that's it. If you're transferring 1 million, well, go and use Bridge, because it is trustless. But it is not convenient. So use Exchange when you're a retail user, when you're transferring small amounts. Super good. It might be centralized, or, as I said, these solutions might be decentralized as an extension of the bridges, right? And moreover, you can add many additional logic on top of the exchanges. You can introduce not only the transfers of USDT into USDT, but you can, for example, sell BREV token into Skyward on Ethereum, right? So this can be something like Binance can implement this, right? Binance can just take, and you're just swapping, and like literally this is already there. In case you have been using Binance with, for example, ERC20s that are released on the other networks, right? Not on the Ethereum mainnet. This is literally what they're doing. Let's keep it with them, right? That's okay, it works. Super cool. And however, what is important for the exchanges is actually to work with their own liquidity and make sure that they have enough liquidity on both sides, that they're able to release this liquidity, right? Since the liquidity flow is not going to be unilateral, from time to time they would need to do the settlement. But this is going to be an aggregated transaction, aggregated from the thousands of user transactions, small user transactions, and they would be able to do it over the slow bridges that are taking lots of gas fees, but that will be acceptable. Let's take a look at this at a simple use case. So on Near, there are lots of different tokens already spawning. One of them is REF token, right? So over the Rainbow Bridge, this REF token can be bridged to the Ethereum. Not right now, because Rainbow Bridge doesn't have this functionality, but theoretically, it can happen. Same thing can happen with BSC with the Dragon Bridge, right? So nobody probably heard of this, but some guy from the community, like in a couple of weeks after the launch of the Rainbow Bridge, was proposing to launch a Dragon Bridge on the governance forum. So I'm just using this name, and just to tell you, we are at the moment at the review and testing phase of the bridge to the BSC. So this Dragon Bridge can happen pretty soon. Okay, so you have EREF and BREF. And for the bridge, for the BSC bridge to Ethereum, obviously I'm not in control of this, right? What we need to, according to this model, according to this standard, what we need to say that let's not put in the front end of this bridge an ability to transfer BREF to Ethereum, an ability to transfer EREF to Ethereum, right? Let's not use it as an IOU bridge. Let's not create another IOU tokens. But the Binance itself can do the transfers of EREF can do the swaps of the EREF into BREF. Or, for example, another solution, All Bridge, right? Maybe you're already the users of this solution too. They can implement the same thing, right? They are actually, right now, they are in the integration phase with Aurora, and they will be able to implement this stuff. Another big problem here is actually wrapped assets. And this is another topic, and again, I would like to propose an extension of all of this solution, but it goes in hand with everything that I have been talking about just a second ago. Let's again not introduce any terminology mess at the moment. I'm going to name wrapped asset as a fungible token compliant asset, fungible token standard compliant asset that can be exchanged one-to-one with the base token of the network, right? So on Ethereum, it is wrapped Ethereum, right? On Near, it is wrapped Near, and so on, yeah? So in case you will enable the bridging of wrapped Ethereum and Ethereum on Near, you're going to have pissed off users. Again, because on Near you have IOU token for Ethereum, which is NETH. And then you have NWETH. And people will get used to the fact that they can wrap and unwrap the tokens. But now these are different tokens, and there is no this wrapping and unwrapping smart contract in between them. And when the user would like to say that, okay, I want to get unwrapped ETH on Near, my answer to this user will be, well, you need to bridge it back, then unwrap, and then bridge it in. And it's not very, it's not very convenient, right? Obviously, you can solve it. You can solve it with the curve pools, right? And similar things. But again, it's not a very convenient thing. Let's just build the bridges the way that when user is trying to move the wrapped asset to another chain, the unwrapping is done automatically. And that's it. Do not spawn wrapped ETH on any other chain except of Ethereum. Just do not bridge it. That's it. Unwrap it, move it, and that's it. Simple, but yet efficient solution for this problem. However, another big topic is custom token deployments, right? I was saying about IOU tokens, right? Which is a digital certificate. It's just the vanilla implementation of the ERC20. But what about the tokens like Tether, right? It's not a vanilla ERC20 token. This token is actually having quite a lot inside of it. If you'll open the Etherscan, you will see, well, in case you do not know it, but Gemini is able to blacklist you. And you would not be able to transact your USDT. And there is a big reason for this. They are trying to be compliant with the US regulations and all of this stuff. But there is another options, right, for the custom ERC20s, right? These ERC20s are somehow they're working with other smart contracts, and one of the great examples here is Ampleforce token that is doing rebalancing, and then the amount of tokens is changing on your account, right? How to allow this behavior with these bridges that are creating just vanilla ERC20 tokens or vanilla fungible tokens on the other blockchain. We need to have a solution for this. Well, my proposal is the following. In order to track all of these transfers, well, first of all, in case USDT would like to have a blacklisting functionality on Near, they need to deploy their own contract on Near, right? And we need to bridge the tokens into their smart contract. We need to somehow to implement this. However, besides this custom USDT smart contract, they need also to do some accounting of the transfers. Because from their point of view, in case they're not tracking what liquidity is moving from one chain to another, and just think of this, USDT, there are 60 billion of USDT on Ethereum. There is some kind of transfer happening. And then to the Rainbow Bridge smart contract, okay, no problem. But from their point of view, this is yet another holder of USDT. And then something happens, and then on the Near side, the new USDT is spawned, right? So if, in case this is a 1 billion transfer, then it's just 1 billion of new liquidity. And it is not matching the amount of dollars that they have in the bank. So how to do the accounting for all of this stuff? It's not that simple, right? So what I'm proposing is that for any custom token that needs to be deployed on the other network, this token needs to work with the bridge in a very specific way. First thing, the token creator needs to deploy 2 smart contracts. One is for accounting of the transfers. In this case, this is the USDT accounting token, smart contract on Ethereum. And another one is the actual custom token deployment on the source chain. And how it is going to work, it's going to work the following way. The user is going to approve the transfer not to the Rainbow Bridge smart contract. It's going to approve the transfer to the accounting smart contract. This transfer is done as a step number 1. After the accounting and all of the procedures are done, then the transfer is going to the Rainbow Bridge smart contract as usual. Then the transfer is going over the Rainbow Bridge. Step 3, Rainbow Bridge spawns this IOU token, which is instantly redirected to be swapped into the custom USDT token. But important thing, again, what is happening here, a little bit, small piece of centralization, is that the front end of the bridge is actually starting to point to this custom path for this token to be breached. So at the moment, when USDT is going to come to NEAR, and in case someone knows people from Gemini here, just redirect them to me. I'm going to tell to them that, hey, just deploy a couple of contracts, you can have all of the functionality, and you would be able to do absolutely the same thing that you are able to do right now on the Ethereum blockchain. And we are going to change the way how our front end is working with this smart contract. So you're going to be in control. The thing that is actually also going to help Gemini, right, with this specific example, is that the majority of the people, the vast majority of the people, are going to have this custom USDT tokens, not the IOU tokens. And then the Gemini would be able to block the users that are using USDT on NEAR too, right? Blacklist. So that's it on the technical side here. And obviously the first, we are moving to the funny part. So the first announcement is that everything that I have been talking about right now, this is something that we are going to implement for the Rainbow Bridge, which is not yet done, right? The thing that is most important for everyone here, all of the developers that have in their own projects, is that they would need to go through, in case they would like to have their custom tokens on NEAR and custom tokens on Aurora, they would need to go through the application process for the custom token deployments. Again, we're going to make it as trustless and as permissionless as possible through the GitHub and pull requests there. It's going to be super simple. The way how you're going to prove that you're an owner of the token is just by providing the signature of the same key that was deploying the token. So that's it, like super simple process for this. The important thing for everyone who is sitting here, who is the user of the Rainbow Bridge, is that Rainbow Bridge is going to drop the support of wrapped ETH transfers from Ethereum to NEAR. Okay, that's good. So pretty soon we are going to delete wrapped ETH option from the Rainbow Bridge in the direction from Ethereum to NEAR. And the only token that can be bridged, only Ethereum token that can be bridged to NEAR, it would be Ether. For the existing wrapped Ether holders on NEAR, we will be working with Ref Finance in order to change it into Ether. We are going to remove incentives on the wrapped ETH pools, and we are going to put their incentives for the ETH pools. So users will be required to move their wrapped ETH liquidity from NEAR and move it back into ETH. There's also another type of solution where we would be able to help swap it, but it is a little bit more complicated, so let's see how it's going to go. Okay, let's go. So another thing that maybe not all of you have been following, but just yesterday, late at night, Tree Solaris project announced that they're going to launch their Tree Solaris token. So let's give it up to Tree Solaris. So you can read a little bit about Tree Solaris and this type of communication in their Medium article. There are lots of stuff there. They were saying that they would like to do the fair distribution. And Tree Solaris, as you know, this is the first AMM solution that is launched on Aurora. So in case you would like to get these tokens, obviously 70% is going to the community and incentives. So it's worth staking or worth providing liquidity into Tree Solaris to get their token. Okay, next thing, the thing that have been also people have been very passionate about is that Aurora now has the first launch pad on it. And the company... So if you're looking forward to launching your own protocol on Aurora, you now can do the IDO, right? Since yesterday, we have a smart pad. It is working. It is live on Aurora. It is tested with some test IDOs already. So if you would like to do the sale of your token, you have a platform right now to do it. Moreover, there are others that are actually in the implementation right now. So if SmartPad is not your choice, you can choose somebody else, but not right now, a little bit later. However, already right here, right now, another small brick of the ecosystem, Aurora ecosystem, is here. The thing that was long awaited by at least Satori team, NFT connector is live on the testnet. You can find it on the address on the testnet, nft.girly.testnet. And we invited all of the developers that are interested in the NFT transfers from Ethereum to Near. Go and test it. And in case the testing is successful, we are going to deploy it to the mainnet. And we are rolling out the second version of the Rainbow Bridge UI. It is accessible right now on the rainbowbridge.app for everybody. It has Ethereum, Near, and Aurora in one interface. As I said, we are testing the integration with BSC. We are going to add BSC also to this UI. And any additional trustless bridges that are built on top of Rainbow Bridge technology that are going to be rolled out by anyone here or outside of this conference, we are going to give the support to add to this front end. Check it out. It has lots of new features. You have filters on transfers. This is something that was asked by our users a lot, especially the users that have been doing lots of the transfers. It has the context FAQs for people who were not seeing, because of some reason, that the cost of the transfer from Near to Ethereum is pretty high. So this is going to be just in front of your eyes on the Rainbow Bridge 2.0 interface. It has the links to the Explorer transactions. something new, right? So you can easily check. And since we have Aurora Explorer too, so now these links are pointing to all of the 3 networks. So all cool. It has also token addresses, because for many of you who are started to use Aurora, it was a little bit of a mess how to find the token, the actual wrap Near token on Aurora. So now you have the token address there. You can add it to MetaMask, and you will see it. And it has also animations, so it looks also cool. So yeah, give it up. This is the courtesy of the product team at Rainbow, at Aurora. They have been working hard to pull it off just before this conference. Some of you have been seeing that there is a notification in the Ethereum.bridge to Near already that you can try to use it. Super cool. Encourage everyone to use it. Works really great. And since I was not sure whether the next announcement will be happening or not, I was putting here just the final slide. And however, it happened. It happened, right? So this is not the end of the presentation. This is the biggest announcement of Aurora up to date. And we have in this question around 100 times a day about the airdrops, about the token sale of Aurora. And finally, yesterday evening, Aurora DAO was approving this. We are going to have Aurora IDO. It is going to happen in 3 stages. I'm going to be very, very short here. 3 stages. You will see lots of communication in the media about this. But everyone who is interested in getting Aurora tokens, and it should be everyone, because nobody has it yet. So the sale is going to happen on 3 different platforms. First platform is a SmartPod, right? That's why we have been that's why we have been pushing SmartPod team to launch yesterday, right? So SmartPod is going to happen in 1 week from now, on 4th of November, and it will be only 50,000 Aurora token that are going to be sold there at the price of $1 per token. The next sale is going to happen on Boca Chica platform on Near blockchain with a 300,000 Aurora in 1 week time after the first one. And then again in 1 week time, the sale is going to happen on Skyward and Near with 650 future Aurora tokens, right? Because of the specifics of the Skyward platform, these future Aurora tokens are not going to be transferable because we would like to launch pools in a fair manner for everybody. On the next day, on the 18th of November, we are going to distribute all of the tokens to everyone who have been participating in the sales. Pools are going to be created, and Aurora token is going to be liquid to the market. That's it from me for today, and and stay tuned for new announcements.
Thank you so much for the eye-opening talk. Is it now? Thank you so much for the eye-opening talk. We know that the community is really excited about Aurora. It's a beloved project. And I'm very happy to introduce the next 2 talks, which the community is also galvanized for. The first of which being Aave, and the second being the Graph. Please welcome to the stage Ajit Tripathi and Marc Zeller from the Aave.
Great. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting us to to speak to the Near community. So my name is Ajit Tripathi, and I lead institutional growth at Aave, and with me I have Marc Zeller.
And I'm Marc Zeller, the integration lead at Aave.
Yeah, so one thing you should know about Marc is, Marc is kind of one of the best protocol politicians in DeFi. And, if he knows all the degens, right? So what we'll do is, you've been sitting through a bunch of PowerPoints today. And, I think we should ban PowerPoints in crypto. We have seen some really good ones. But what we'll try and do is have an interactive conversation about what's going on and how we are working with Candle and the Near team on sort of deploying Aave potentially on Near whenever, as things become more mature in the ecosystem. So
when are they on Near?
Yeah.
When?
When, right. So first of all, Aave is a truly cross-chain protocol. We currently have 31 billion in total value in deposits, approximately 19 billion in TVL, and that's starting from approximately 2.7 billion at the end of the last year. So we've had a remarkable growth, and that growth has been driven by a few things. One is, we have a wonderful community. So we have a great brand. We just make friends. One thing Stani has been very keen on is we make friends everywhere, right? That's just core to the Aave brand. We have friends in every community. The second thing is we spend a lot of time on security, right? So security is critical to DeFi. It's other people's money. We take the responsibility as a community very, very seriously, and the culture at Aave is all about making sure that we take that responsibility seriously.
Basically, launching a smart contract is like launching. Basically, launching a smart contract, especially a DeFi one, with several dozens of billions of dollars in it, is like launching a rocket. You basically don't have any room for a mistake. And that's why we spend so much time, resource, and energy to audit thoroughly all our smart contracts.
Yeah, and the other thing is We deployed on Polygon at the time when there was a lot of traction on BSC, and I think people were looking for a scaling solution on the Ethereum protocol. So at that time, we had the one thing Polygon did for us as a community is it got a lot of users. So TVL is one metric, but one thing we care a lot about as a community is just the sheer number of users. If there is a lot of value in an ecosystem, but there are not many users, then it's less attractive than having a lot of users and adoption and transactions. So I think the focus for us is the same as what I've heard at the NEAR talks.
And also what we learned from the deployment on Polygon and Avalanche recently is that it's not a zero-sum game. So we didn't saw on the market data, on the blockchain data, a transfer of user or even TVL from one deployment to the other. So basically when Aave reach a new network, Aave meet a new community, basically discover new potential users that will interact with new kinds of collateral as well that can or cannot be on other networks, and we basically grow the pie together. I think we all gonna make it. There's no point with maximalism, especially in what we do, and I think Aave should be everywhere where it makes sense.
Yeah, so Aave is a pretty simple idea. It's a fundamental building block of the Internet of Value. Essentially, people who have excess liquidity can post that liquidity in the Aave protocol and earn a yield, and people who want to borrow and need liquidity can borrow from the Aave protocol. So it's a very simple idea. It scales really well, and as we've shown, it's scaled to 31 billion. So all of that growth has come. It's not a zero-sum game. That's a really important point. I think every time we deploy on a new, we deployed on Avalanche, it's brought us new users. It's brought new users into the DeFi ecosystem. We have kind of metrics to show that. Now, the next thing is it's a decent. So one of the things. So decentralization is core to our growth strategy, right? So how do we grow? We grow very aggressively by decentralizing very aggressively. So we get a lot of inbound. Mark and I get a lot of inbound from different teams saying, hey, how do we do a partnership? How do we sign a how do we put tokens in this treasury or that? We don't do any of that, right? So the best way to work with Aave is to work with the Aave governance, which is the 100,000 plus token holders. And one of the things I think that would be my top tip for this conversation would be what we call protocol politics is really important, right? How do you work with DeFi protocols? The most important thing is to influence those communities through the governance process.
And also, as a participant, there's a lot of room. For anybody in this ecosystem, I really have the belief that the blockchain ecosystem, and especially DeFi, is a meritocracy. You can be an anon. I'm an anime girl on Twitter. And if your contributions are meaningful, your qualities will be recognized, and you will find your own spot, and you will create your own value to the ecosystem.
So, I think there are some metrics here. So, but these metrics get old pretty quickly, so I'm going to move on. Polygon brought us a lot of users. Every ecosystem has its, different advantages. So NEAR, what I personally find really valuable about NEAR is, in 2018, when I looked at NEAR, it was, okay, if we started building Ethereum from scratch, and I was at Consensus, I've been in the Ethereum ecosystem since 2015. So if people started building Ethereum from scratch, and if people had the knowledge we have in terms of, then maybe it would look a bit like NEAR, right? You would have Sharding, you would have Maksym, you would have Rust, you would have like multiple smart contract languages. But one thing that has emerged from this bull market is that EVM has become the dominant standard. I mean, JavaScript, nobody likes JavaScript, but JavaScript is dominant. Solidity has issues, but Solidity is dominant. So I think what we are seeing now is with Aurora, and I think Chainlink at some point, and and in MetaMask integration, and the bridges, it'll become far more easy for DeFi protocols to access the NEAR ecosystem.
I think the main challenge that people should realize is that Aave right now is like having a very successful iOS app. It's very successful. There's a lot of users, But a lot of people in the community and a lot of you in this room has an Android phone. But when you are an iOS developer, you cannot overnight build an Android app. Because for a protocol, a DeFi protocol such as Aave, building directly on NEAR as it exists today will mean finding new engineers. There's around 50 engineers at Aave. Most of them are specialized in Solidity or Viper. So you need someone that can make good work on this new ecosystem and environment. The other thing is that you need to edit. Because right now there's more than $30 billion into Aave. You don't want unaudited code that the community will trust and deposit down with brand new engineers. And basically, the solution for that more and more blockchain choose is EVM compatibility. And that's what we are seeing in the ecosystem. And I think it's a pathway to fast track the adoption of applications that are already successful elsewhere into the NEAR ecosystem.
Yeah, so technically we like a lot of different things about NEAR and the way NEAR has been built. So which is why we are here, right? I think which is why we've been having a lot of conversations with Quintal and the team. And it's really interesting to us and now with Aurora coming on board, I think we can do, and other DeFi protocols like Curve and Sushi, I think we'll start to see the composability that we need for a protocol like Aave to really succeed. So there are many layer 2 scaling solutions coming online. We are looking at them. We are looking at ZK Sync, which is really exciting. Optimism and Arbitrum as well.
And today we got the first transaction on Starknet mainnet. That was like pretty interesting as well.
So the thing with Aave is, we're doing a lot of different things in Web3 now. So DeFi is one part of that. But there is a lot of innovation in the Aave community around NFTs. At some point, we will see NFTs as collateral in Aave, and a lot of those are in the Ethereum ecosystem, especially the high-value ones. We are deploying, Fireblocks and Centrifuge are deploying institutional marketplaces for real-world assets and crypto assets. There is a whole Web3 space where we are starting to do experiments on social media. And we are a startup in that space, right? So in all humility, we have a lot to learn about how to build Web3 products. I think with so I think when we start to build with NEAR, I think sort of what it does is then our community then becomes part of the NEAR community and the other way around, and the values are quite similar in terms of we want to build great tech, we want to build great products, but at the same time, I think one thing we have dank memes, so we have great memes. Aave has just a phenomenal community.
And the Rabbit.
And we have the rave parties. We have the best parties in the ecosystem, so hopefully we can do those too. Right. So, so how should we do this, right? I think in terms of concrete next steps, I would say once the Aurora VM has been tested and the bridges are live and tested, and you have Chainlink on NEAR, then I think what we should do is, somebody in the NEAR ecosystem, maybe two of the, let's say a couple of devs, they should get an Aave grant and actually deploy Aave on the, so we had a very interesting incident where somebody deployed the Aave contracts on Phantom without asking us or anyone else, and they called it the Geist protocol. Geist is German for ghost, which is Aave is Finnish for ghost, right? Now, and most people would say, oh, wait, our code is getting stolen, right? So a lot of now, that's not the Aave culture. The Aave culture is, we are decentralized, we are building great open source tech, and Stani was like, wow, this is great. That's what we're building for. We are decentralized, and we're building open source tech. So those are the values. So what we should do is, we should deploy the contracts, remove the kinks, sort out, any issues that will arise, and then I think then it's a question of, how do we attract the users? What does the whole ecosystem look like? How do we move value around? And the most important part in all of DeFi is to work with the communities. So with the whole governance process is central, and we've been very aggressively pushing almost all the decision making in the hands of governance, and that's kind of helped the growth a lot.
Yeah, and what is really important is that with the new technology that has been developed over the past few weeks, there's absolutely no point in centralization in our governance process. So basically, AIP, Aave Improvement Proposal, is basically the enforcement on-chain on whatever the community wants because it has a payload. It's a specific contract that has the ability to modify the Aave protocol, and thanks to the governance crushes bridge, you can vote on Ethereum layer 1 for things that will apply on the Near blockchain, for example.
Now, a couple of key innovations, right? So one of the part of the vision for the Aave protocol is that users should be, which blockchain or which technology stack users are interacting with should be, the users shouldn't have to worry about it, right? So let's say I deposit on Near and I want to redeem from Polygon. At some point, I should be able to do that. So we're doing a lot of innovation and R&D on the bridge technologies in the Aave ecosystem so that we can make the user experience of this cross-chain Internet of Value very, very streamlined for everyone.
Yes, and the previous presentation was very interesting about bridging because right now there's a lot of innovation in the bridge ecosystem because everybody wants a crushes bridge. The experience of crushing your asset from one blockchain to the other is completely terrible. Either you go from the layer 1 to the layer 2 and you pay hundreds of dollars of fee if your layer 1 is Ethereum, or you go to those kinds of new projects like Op Protocol, Connext, Sealer Network, and you are completely dependent to the liquidity, and the liquidity is shit for all the protocols so far. I hope it will increase, but so far it's not as good as the user wants. Maybe one way to solve that is that there's a lot of liquidity into Aave, and Aave is on different chains. So obviously we are working with those protocols on solution to make crushing, bridging easy.
Yeah, and one of the key innovations for us has been, when we started talking to some of the blockchains earlier in January, then I think everyone wanted a native Aave token. But that's kind of not the spirit of decentralized governance. I think the community should be united around a shared system of value. So we haven't done that. What we have done is we have implemented cross-chain governance. So all of the Aave markets across different blockchains are governed by the same 100,000 plus token holders around the world using the same Ethereum-based token. But we've been making life very, very easy for token holders in terms of participation, by reducing the gas cost and things like that. So I think that's another area where we should look at. Mark, you want to say something to that?
Yep. No.
Yeah. So the any questions? I think we wanted to make this as interactive as possible. And I mean, I coming from a bank, I sat through so many PowerPoints that I hate them. So if you have any questions, please ask. And the next rave party, I don't know where that is, but you will find out. Questions at all? Oh yeah, next steps, right? That's it.
Hello, we're live. Hi guys. I just wonder, you guys are launching on all these layer 2s and all these layer 1s. How do you handle the fragmentation of liquidity across all these chains?
I mean, I'll take the first part and then Mark can give a more technical answer. So we don't make decisions on behalf of the market. Right? Our job is to, as a community, is to make the user experience as painless as possible, as secure as possible. And it's too early in Web3 to make decisions in terms of, or make choices in terms of who the winners are going to be, whether it's, which layer 2s, which layer 1s, and so on. So, and, I think each one of the layer 1s and layer 2s is bringing new people into the ecosystem, new value into the ecosystem. Sure, there is a lot of, rotation in farming and all that, but I think over the last 6 months, we've seen a lot of new users and values. So, different users will have different preferences, and if we can secure the protocol on an ecosystem that has a lot of users and where there's going to be value for the Aave community, then we'll deploy it.
And I will add to that, when you are thinking on this multiple blockchain world we are actually living on, there's no point anymore in 2021 to be maximalist. There's going to be several layers. There's going to be several pools of liquidity. And Aave is already on 3 and probably much more than that in the coming weeks and months. And when you are thinking of that, the main issue is what the user wants. And what the user wants, they don't really care about their blockchain. They want liquidity, they want to do their swap, they want to meet the application they like and the ecosystem they like. And that's why right now I don't really care if I use Curve, the best automated market maker for stablecoins, if I do that on Phantom or Polygon or maybe soon on Near. I just want the service because my liquidity is somewhere and I just want to use it. And what we are really working on is to make the transfer seamless, because the issue is not the liquidity, it's the efficiency of the transfer of the liquidity between layers. Because right now, if my liquidity is on Polygon and I have an opportunity on Phantom, I'm limited by the crush and bridge of Seller or another system. But if my opportunity is $3 million, I cannot do it right now. So I need to go to Ethereum layer 1. It took me 3 hours with the official bridge. It cost me $80. And then I need to take the Spooky Swap bridge, and again, $80, and I don't know how many minutes. And it's completely shitty. What if we have a solution to that? What if you can teleport your position from one Aave to another Aave? And that's the interesting thing that are coming.
Yeah, so I think, beyond that, we love the Near community because, as the meme goes, you guys are in it for the technology. I mean, so are we. We like building great tech, and so do you guys. So if someone wants to rebuild Aave in Rust or Wasm or, whatever, yeah, I mean, just talk to the Aave grants team or, figure a way out. But, I think in the near term, what would be near term? What would be far more interesting is to, for someone to deploy and then see what kinks you find. And once you have eliminated the basic kinks, I think we can deploy quite quickly once we have, some of the basics ironed out. So hopefully before the end of the year, not committing to a timeline. It's really up to the Near community to decide the timeline, not us. But last 2 words, protocol politics is everything in DeFi. So the way to build a DeFi ecosystem is to engage in more influencing DeFi communities through what we call protocol politics. And that's the way to go. Yeah. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions at all, and we do have great swag and good parties, so hopefully we'll see more Near.
We have 1
folks
minute
over
left.
there.
Maybe one last question. Yes?
What is the secret to building an L1 meme empire? Because we're working to kind of build out. We work with Swine Guild, which is our guild that does memes, but it's much more than one project. It's kind of like a community of meme creation. So can you talk about that?
Yeah, so I think, I'm kind of the commercial brain sometimes, and and Marc is very deeply embedded in the community, right, in the degen community. So authenticity of the brand is very important. So what are the values of the brand? So for the Aave brand, we like to build great tech. We like to make friends. We are a happy community. So if you see Aave's memes, the ghost and the happy ghost and the stickers, they are always very high quality. They're always friendly. They're always fun. So we don't take ourselves too seriously. We are, building great tech, but we are having fun. And I think that's kind of the, if you think of the values that you stand for as a community, I think it becomes easier to be authentic.
Yeah, to me, it's all about the ethos, the common value that we all have. And meme is just a small part, and also Aave is also a small part of this whole ecosystem we are all building together. At the end of the day, decentralized finance, decentralized means something. We're just a small part of the whole thing.
Yeah, so we see a lot of great technical teams, and they have the touchy-feeliness of a dead lizard, and you don't want that. I think you don't want to go full Soylent and Tesla. I think people like authentic, friendly. It's a degen community. We shouldn't take ourselves too seriously, but we take our work too seriously. We take our work 10,000% seriously, but we like to have fun, and I think that's worked for the Aave community a lot.
Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajit. Thank you, Marc, for the inspiring talk. I'm really excited because the last 2 presentations have answered long-time questions within the Near community, when Aurora token and when Aave on Near. And it looks like the next presentation is also going to address a very an itch that has never been scratched and has finally dropped because with the integration used between NEAR and the graph. So maybe we'll see the answer to the question when indexer on NEAR with Adam Fuller of the graph. Adam? Okay, okay. Please welcome Adam to the stage.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So the title's a bit different, but the theme is the same. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Web3, indexing, and then the graph. So we'll start with, this is me. The long hair's a new thing. I think it works okay, actually. But I'm a product manager. I work at Edge and Node, which is one of the core development teams working on the graph. I guess we'll start here. So what is Web3? I think it's been amazing the cut through that Web3 as a term, as an idea has sort of had. I think it's also sufficiently new that it would be defined differently by lots of different people if you ask them. So I think it's good to sort of start with a definition. And like for us, when we're thinking about building the graph, Web3 is new. It's a new thing. So it's decentralized, and that decentralized part is important as well. It's a platform for applications, so it's really about building things, and you build applications for end users. So that's Web3 for us. But that's sort of conceptual. That's not necessarily that concrete. Let's go a little bit deeper and start to think about, what are the layers, what are the things that make up Web3? So at the bottom, you've got infrastructure protocols, I guess, again, two quite generic keywords that could mean anything. Here, I'm sort of talking about blockchains, really. So blockchains, obviously, Bitcoin, the original one, and then so many more since then, Ethereum, and obviously NEAR. So that's sort of the substratum, the baseline that we're all building on. And some of those blockchains you can build smart contract protocols on top of. So obviously, Ethereum was maybe the first there, but then there are many, many smart contract protocols. And so you've got your infrastructure protocol, you've got your smart contract protocol, and then you just build dApps on top of that, right? And maybe you need an API to build those dApps. And so I think, I guess the core premise of the graph is that a blockchain isn't enough. And that's for a few reasons. And I guess start with sort of what a blockchain is. A blockchain basically holds state. So it basically says this is the state of stuff right now. This is your balance, my balance. And it lets you change that state. So it lets you make transactions that change balances, that change the variables in different smart contracts. And they do that at a cost. And obviously the cost is important. Without cost, it doesn't really make sense economically. But that's sort of what blockchains do. And that's not enough to actually build end-user applications. And there are a few reasons for that. Firstly, there's the cost. It's expensive to store stuff on blockchains. We all know that. And it also, what's important to a blockchain, holding state and changing that state, isn't necessarily what end-user applications need to serve their users. So starting there, what else is there? So there's storage. You might want to store data that's not on the blockchain for cost reasons, for efficiency reasons. You might want to index it. So you might not just be interested in the state right now. You might be interested in things that have happened, what's happened in the past. How do these different data points on-chain relate to one another? Because it's all ultimately about serving end users, right? And blockchains, as I said, they just care about state and changing that state. And end users might care about these things. They might want to access richer data than you can store on-chain or that you can afford to store on-chain. They might want to know what they've done in the past, not just what they've got today. Which is to say that this sort of thin layer in between smart contract protocols and dApps is really important, and having powerful functionality there is important. But it's not just enough to have powerful functionality there if we're actually building Web3. Web3 needs to be decentralized from top to bottom, which means not just the infrastructure protocols, not just the smart contract protocols on blockchains, but actually that API layer, that indexing layer, that storage layer needs to be decentralized as well. Otherwise, they're not really dApps. They're just apps. And so I guess that's where the graph sort of comes in, sort of sunrise type thing, good morning. And it all sort of starts for us with subgraphs. I think big premise or thing that I think is true across for crypto Web3 in general is that developers are building this thing, and developers need really good tools. And so the graph sort of starts with open source developer tools. GraphNode, GraphCLI, GraphTS, 3 libraries, which I spend a lot of time thinking about, but ultimately, GraphNode lets you listen to events on a blockchain and process those events and do stuff to make that data more meaningful and more accessible. Essentially, GraphNode lets you listen to those events and create what we call subgraphs. So a subgraph is a dedicated application or protocol-specific API that's got dedicated indexing, but it also has dedicated querying. So it thinks not just about how do you extract the data from the chain and store it in a database. It thinks about how are you going to consume that as an app? How is the end user going to access that data? And so that's where it all kind of starts. And this is like a really general problem, right? Listening to events on chain, converting them into something that's actually meaningful, something that you actually want to show in your app, that's something that all dApps need to do. The start of the graph, the sort of founding team essentially saw that loads and loads of teams were building their own indexes. Loads of teams were going through the same problems, doing that same thing where everyone's building the same pipes that aren't actually core to serving their users. So they're spending a lot of time doing that. And so the core of the graph is to save you time, meaning you don't have to build the same indexer that everyone else is building. You can actually try and delight your users instead. So that's sort of the start, and GraphNode and then the hosted service and subgraphs in general started there. They started on Ethereum, trying to help Ethereum apps from essentially NFT platforms, DeFi apps. Anyone who's building on Ethereum can use the graph, can create subgraphs that make their application just easier to build, easier to get spun up. In terms of actually going from nothing to actually quite an informative, useful, dynamic API, which again, API dynamism maybe isn't the sexiest thing, but it's really, really important to push the space forward. So that's sort of subgraphs, and that's where we started. And then I guess comes the networks. This is the graph network. This is the idea, coming back to that first slide about what's important, it needs to be decentralized. How do you decentralize indexing? And so there's this approach of having decentralized indexes, many, many indexes all around the world running their own software stacks, running the same software, the same graph node, but maybe in slightly different ways. If you've got lots and lots of them, maybe they can all do the work in a distributed way. Maybe you cannot rely on one single provider. Then that gives you a bit more robustness, a bit more decentralization. So it started, I guess, a bit under a year ago. The Graph Network was launched with lots and lots of indexes running. There are more than 100 indexes running now, where essentially they're just indexing data. They're indexing subgraphs. And subgraphs went live over the summer. So now you can deploy a subgraph onto the network, so onto an Ethereum smart contract that keeps track of essentially subgraphs that need indexing. And then they can get processed. They can get indexed. Then instead of relying on the hosted service, which is our own, essentially one big indexer, you can rely on many, many indexes. And so that's the Graph Network. That's what we're sort of building towards. It starts with that developer tooling, but then actually becomes an entire sort of layer of the stack that people can build on. And it's growing a lot. I think one thing that has changed quite a lot over the last couple of months since I joined is the sort of growth of the number of people, number of organizations who are working on it. We've got the Graph Foundation, which is the sort of diamondy guy, who give out lots and lots of sort of grants for people building all sorts of things. Either they could be individual subgraphs, they could be like contributions to the main protocol, like things on top. There's podcasts, like creative things, like all things around the ecosystem, but that's a really important part, and I think that you see that in a lot of decentralized organizations. But then we've also, like, I guess this is my interest, had many, many more contributors. So this sort of ampersand at the bottom is Edge and Node. That's I work for Edge and Node, one of the core development teams, and that was the first core development team. But since then, Figment and Streamfast have joined. Bootnode, Semiotic, LimeChain, these are all teams who have been contributing to the core development, giving us essentially a bit more redundancy, like fresh ideas, like coming in, actually contributing to the code that runs, which is really, really important as we want to actually grow, but grow in a way that's redundant, decentralized, and not just scaling a massive software company. So we've had many more networks as well. As I said, we started with Ethereum, and so Ethereum and the EVM, I guess, idea has gained like huge mind share amongst developers, and lots of chains essentially are either forks of Ethereum or are running Ethereum clients or create Ethereum compatible endpoints. And so we've added a lot of new networks that are EVM compatible over the year. And those are supported on the hosted service, but then also would be supported on any graph node. And that's one of the really beautiful things about standardization and the standard API. So new contributors, new networks. But I think the big thing that's changed, and I guess the reason why I'm here, is thinking about new chains. And that's that the graph is now compatible with NEAR, and I guess I'll talk a bit about what that means. Essentially, that means that Graph node is able to index the NEAR native blockchain, it's able to index smart contracts on NEAR, and that sort of unlocks a whole load of possibility. And I'll pause there and essentially say that the Graph node now supports indexing NEAR smart contracts, and it's live in beta in the hosted service. So this has been quite a big thing for us, and we're super excited to be joining this new community. And in terms of why this is a big step for us, I guess there are three sort of aspects here. Firstly, it's Graph node's first non-EVM chain. I don't know if people have built software systems, but refactoring, like Graph node started as an Ethereum thing, and there are loads of Ethereum assumptions in Graph node, but I think we always knew, or the founders of the protocol always knew that they wanted to be more than just indexing one chain. And so actually re-architecting Graph node so it can work with any blockchain was a big piece of work, but it's done now, and it's great to add another chain to kind of prove that it is a blockchain agnostic thing. Other thing just to really draw attention to is that this was a massive collaboration between the core development teams who are working on the protocol. So Streaming Fast, who joined, I guess, a few months ago, they've been working on indexing in the space for a very, very long time, really, really focused on throughput, on performance, on indexing at massive scale, and their technology, the Firehose, which is really about creating a standardized way to extract data from blockchains, was a big part of the reason why I think we were all excited to work together. So it's been really cool to actually implement that, integrate that into Graph node, and so that's a sort of standardized interface that we can take to other chains, but also it's really great to see it performing really, really quickly in our NEAR integration. And yeah, as I said, it's been really great to work on a bigger team, but in a sort of distributed way. And then I guess the last part is sort of supporting a whole new ecosystem. I think it's really great to come to new places, see new faces, get to know new apps, but also some familiar faces as well. So Aave, obviously, just before us, and Mintbase, like obviously come from Ethereum for a long time. So it's good to see that mixture of like familiar faces, but also new ideas on NEAR, and we're excited to like see what the graph can help contribute to the ecosystem. And I guess that means the question is sort of what now? I think there's always a feeling, I don't know if people have released applications as well. There's that feeling of release when you, the feeling of excitement when you release something, but also there's an acknowledgement that actually it's just the start. You've just started, you've not finished. And that's kind of where we are. We've made some assumptions in our integration. We've done it in a certain way. We're indexing certain things. We're interested to find out if they actually serve the needs of NEAR developers. We're not assuming we've got stuff right first time, and so we're really interested in unlocking NEAR developers. Like I think we do truly believe that the graph can be an accelerator or a force multiplier for an ecosystem because it can just take that indexing burden off of individual teams. But that doesn't happen without us talking to you, you talking to us, you yelling at us when it doesn't work. Like I think that's really important. Going to be really important going forwards. So that's the first part. And so yeah, iterating to meet the needs of our users, that's adding features, that's fixing bugs, moving to network support, so supporting it not just on local graph nodes or the hosted service, but also on the sort of decentralized network, so NEAR can also benefit from decentralized indexes. So a few things, links like website, email near@thegraph.com if you want to talk to us, like genuinely would really, really love to hear from you. And I guess this, I think, was the first NEAR subgraph that's deployed. If people want to go to gm-near.surge.sh, it's a very, very complicated app, but it also uses a subgraph. So if you want to log in there, maybe say good morning to me and to everyone else, and you should hopefully make your way onto the leaderboard almost immediately. And if, as I said, if it doesn't work, then yell at me and we'll make it right. So that's it. I guess I'd stop there. Be really great to build Web3 together, however you define it. That's how we think about it. And I think I've got a little bit of time if there are any questions. But thanks so much.
I will pass on the mic if there are any questions from the audience.
It's all good.
Hi, thanks for coming. I am curious, and I know you touched on it briefly, but if you give just a top-line conceptual overview of how Graph is decentralized as an indexer.
Sure. So yes, I guess the starting point is that you're running open source software. So anyone can run it. Anyone can run Graph Node. Anyone can run build subgraphs, deploy to Graph Node, and that means you kind of have verifiability, I guess, on the network. So if you've got a decentralized pool of indexers who are going to be indexing subgraphs, you need to work out, like, firstly, how they're going to find your subgraphs to index them, and then you also need to be sure that they're doing the right work, that they're indexing your subgraphs in the right way. And so there are a couple of, there are sort of two dynamics that are important there. The first is deploy your contract on chain. You essentially add signal to it, and that signal says, I would like someone to index this subgraph. If there's enough signal, an indexer will pick it up, and that's the sort of decentralized thing where people aren't being driven by sort of feeling obliged. Essentially, that if they index your subgraph, they'll get indexing rewards. So it creates this sort of marketplace where many indexers will see new subgraphs come on, they'll try and be the first to allocate it, so they can be the one to indexing it. So it creates this sort of marketplace of decentralized indexes where you can just deploy on chain, signal, and then things should happen. The other side, which is then how can you actually trust that these distributed indexes are doing the right thing, comes down to what we call proof of indexing, which essentially is something that happens during the indexing process. On every block that you index, you actually essentially generate what's called a proof of indexing, which is a cryptographic thing, which is slightly out of my area of defining it precisely, and Zach will be annoyed with it if I try. But essentially a proof that of what you've indexed so far, which can then be cross-checked against other indexers or anyone who indexed that subgraph, so that essentially they can trust without having to know who you are that you've indexed in the right way, so that then when they query your subgraph, the response that they get will be also a valid response and the data that they're looking for. So it's sort of creating that marketplace that's dictated by on-chain, I guess, signal, plus then, proof of indexing, which gives you verifiability that people are indexing as they should.
Are there any other questions?
All good.
All right. Thank you so much, Adam. Please give a round of applause to Adam Fuller. Thank you so much for attending our VC panel with Rune Bentian from Move Capital, and also Richard from Fabric Ventures will continue at 4 p.m. So please come back, take a break, come back, and enjoy the rest of NEARCON. Thank you.
I think, yes, we're on.
Awesome.
Hey, everybody. Those of you brave enough to stick around for this conversation.
There's only brave left for the governance talk.
Only the brave shall remain. The worst except for all the others. The promise and pitfalls of crypto governance. It's a very long title.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Cool. So, hey, everybody. I'm Lane. This is Illia. I think you guys know him.
Hello, hello.
We are going to talk about governance for the next, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. Governance is like one of those topics that you need to drink when you talk about. Would you agree with that?
I do.
So we have a picture of sangria here, and I know the timer says 24 minutes, but basically we're not leaving the stage until this is finished. Is that fair?
Well, it's pretty much the commitment here.
And we had
either that or we solve governance.
Yeah.
That's
yeah. Or okay, whichever comes first. We finish
Yeah,
the sangria or we solve governance once and for all. And we're going to make it even more fun because again, governance is one of those things that's not fun if you don't make it fun. We're going to make this a drinking game. Okay. So
grab a picture of sangria too.
Listen up. Every time we say the word cooperate, coordinate, or community, shout at us. We have to take a drink, both of us. Okay? We good? Cooperate, coordinate, community. We'll add more words later if we have to.
What about a DAO?
Okay, fine. DAO as well. Good.
That's where we finish faster.
Yeah, this is how we calibrate how long this goes. So we started this conversation 3 years ago, actually. I think it was ETH New York, and then Berlin, and then Osaka, and like all these places. Okay, let's. I'm not interviewing you because this is a fireside chat, but I am going to start with a question. What does governance mean to you?
So for me, governance means kind of two things. On one side, its ability to make decisions, generally, and the harder the decisions, kind of the more governance you need, right? You know, going to a restaurant in the evening, very little governance, but you still need to get all your friends to agree on which restaurant you're going.
That can be hard sometimes if your friends are opinionated.
Yeah, it depends on your friends. Spending $800 million in a way that actually grows the ecosystem, or if we're talking about some countries, right, allocating funds across kind of a very diverse set of stakeholders, that gets on whole, exponentially more complex levels. And then at the same time, for me, governance is the ability for like a regular person to participate in these decisions, right? Because we can say, well, code is low, and everything is just defined and executes automatically in some potentially implemented system. But at the end, we're dealing with people. We're talking kind of about coordinating people.
Cheers. Nostrovia.
And so the ability of these people to participate in these decisions is kind of the power of governance.
Right. And what makes it hard? Because, I mean, on the face of it, like, I don't know, we have these systems that seem to work not perfectly, right? Like, they're like, okay, democracy is like deeply flawed. But like, I mean,
yeah,
by the way, for folks who don't recognize the reference, the worst except for all the others, this is a famous quote from some dead English dude on this topic about democracy specifically. I think it's Winston Churchill. So like, we have that. Like, why don't we just use that? Like, what makes governance hard in general? What makes it hard, like, in a blockchain context?
I mean, as you said, democracy is flawed, but that's what we have. There are other options that have different levels of success, but they all have pitfalls.
And promise.
And promise. But at the end, it's, people just don't like to agree. People like to split up and have opposite decisions. People just don't want to be monotonic generally. And so even if you get everyone to agree on one thing, they will all disagree on something else.
So I'm not sure I agree. I'm going to push back a little bit here. I think people want to get along and want to agree, but I think that the reason that we can't and don't is because of coordination failures. Like, have you met Moloch before? Have you met my friend Moloch? Like Moloch as in like Moloch DAO, like the monster of
Ethereum. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I say it? Thank you. Thanks for catching us. It's going to come up a lot because we're going to talk about coordination failures a lot. So sorry. So for folks who don't have the context, there is a really powerful article, an essay called Meditations on Moloch that on Slate Star Codex. It's about 10 years old or so. If you haven't read it, highly, highly recommend you read it. It's like 70, 80 pages. It's pretty long. So like grab a pitcher of sangria and dig in. And Moloch DAO, which was created by Amin Soleimani and a bunch of other folks in the Ethereum community a couple of years ago, it was inspired by this meme, this article. And the idea of Moloch is that game theory is everywhere, and like there's many scenarios where human beings ostensibly like want to coordinate, want to cooperate, sorry. But are like unable to do so because we don't have the right mechanisms in place. We get stuck in these like prisoner's dilemma type games. So anyway, I'm just responding to what you said. I think fundamentally people want to cooperate, but sometimes it's hard to do that because we don't have tools. And so does NEAR and do blockchains and smart contracts give us those tools? So
I think people want to coordinate, but they also, yeah.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah. They also like to be kind of in opposite camps against something. That's also human nature. So that's kind of what I meant is like at the same time, there is this demand for being different and having your own tribe. At the same time, I do think blockchain is a tool to help with
get along better.
Get along better. And make decisions together. but that still doesn't, it doesn't remove the need for figuring out how to deal with human element.
Yeah, good point.
And the human element is the hardest part. And so we have tools, we have ways to kind of involve people in these decisions. We have kind of ways to incentivize them to do some actions or disincentivize them from being absentee, for example, right? Which, like if we're talking about democracy, one of the pitfalls of democracy is that people just don't participate in democracy.
Totally.
And so people who are more active, more potentially on the edges of the society, they end up being more represented because they're willing to do extra work, to go, to vote, to be elected. And so when we're talking about, and United States is an extreme example of this happening right now, where the edges of the spectrum kind of becoming the political parties, where the middle, kind of the central views of the societies gets not represented at all. And so we have incentives, we have ways to disincentivize some behaviors, and we have tools to coordinate people to come together.
Cheers.
And so, and DAOs is one of the tools. Yeah.
Cheers to DAOs.
I was trying to avoid it as long as possible.
So, one of the pitfalls of talking about governance is it's very easy to get stuck in like the abstract and talk about the kind of things we're talking about right now. These
just water.
Yeah, coordination failures and Moloch traps and like the role of government and this kind of stuff. So for fear of it being too abstract, let's drill down a little bit and just talk about the NEAR ecosystem. I don't even know how to ask this question. How does NEAR approach governance, I guess? Like, how are things governed today, and what do you strive for?
Yeah, so let's talk about the evolution of the conversations we've had, right? Because, we started 3 years ago, where kind of 3 years ago, the core kind of appearance of the, especially Ethereum ecosystem, right, as one of the bigger active communities, was that they are not able to make decisions unless Vitalik says something, and Vitalik naturally doesn't want to be the person who is dictating what should be done.
Yeah, so tiny bit more context here. I was very active in Ethereum governance for a few years, and I think Ethereum is really good at making technical decisions, like deciding, what's a good example of this? Like, should we add this new opcode to EVM? That kind of thing, right? It's fairly straightforward. The upsides, downsides are fairly well defined. The engineers that are making the decisions understand the consequences of those decisions. But where I think the type of de facto governance that Ethereum has, like, really bumps up against its limits is when it tries to handle questions that are not exclusively or primarily technical in nature. So trying to figure out things that are like values-based or philosophical or even economic. Like, what should Ethereum's monetary policy be? You know, one of the main criticisms that Bitcoin people have about Ethereum is that, like, Ethereum's monetary policy, like, I mean, it's actually kind of true that no one knows how much Ether exists. Like, you know, you asked, I mean, this actually happened last year. Like, ask 10 people, get 10 different answers. And it kind of keeps changing, and we don't know exactly what it's going to be in the future. So that's the context that we're coming from. But when we started talking about this 3 years ago, like, NEAR was not on mainnet yet. The stakes were very low. So
but at the same time, thinking kind of forward and kind of from where I'm coming from, you know, I mentioned that before. NEAR stands for iteration and innovation. Like, we do want to continuously, as an ecosystem and as a kind of protocol, to push the boundaries of what is done, because crypto space, I mean, the space, technology is everything evolving, right? You know, zero knowledge has evolved in 3 years to, you know, enabling new things. You know, quantum computers are coming. There's new technologies appearing all the time. You cannot say that, you know, we're building infrastructure that's going to stay the same for years to come. This is true about Bitcoin. That's fine. Everybody acknowledged that and accepted that. That should not be true about something like NEAR and Ethereum, for that matter.
You said something to me the other day that really struck home for me and stuck with me. And I'm paraphrasing you obviously here, but you said something like, we want NEAR to be a project, a protocol that's like constantly tearing itself down and building itself up again, like reinventing itself. And I think that is a good way to actually describe the goal of governance. I think that was the context of our conversation, right? Because almost inevitably what happens, whether it's in companies, in organizations, in nation states, like pretty much at every level of human society, is that over time, human sort of social structures tend to ossify, right? They kind of get stuck in a certain configuration, and you have these vested interests that are very hard to displace or replace. And the beauty of a system like capitalism, which is also flawed, right, is that it leads to this creative destruction and this disruption and stuff. But rather than like NEAR being disrupted by, you know, some...
And as a network, yeah. But
right. How do you cannibalize yourself from a governance perspective? Exactly.
And pretty much the context of this was when we were just starting, we went out to Ethereum community and Ethereum Foundation, and we were offering to participate in kind of Ethereum, but there was no way for that kind of decisions to be made.
Right. Ethereum did not, and I think probably still does not have this sort of mechanism.
Yeah, and so then, like, from our perspective, well, what if a, you know, very capable team that comes in and says, like, hey, we're gonna completely turn, like, everything you've done is shit. We're gonna do something way better. And I want, as a NEAR ecosystem, to be able to make a decision, like, evaluate it, make sure that it is, you know, indeed better, and make a decision to indeed say, like, yeah, everything we did build is shit. We will, you know, switch to a new thing.
So let's pause for one sec. Does anyone in the audience think that what NEAR is doing is shit and could be done better? We can make this interactive.
That's the guy who built half of it.
No, but I mean, like, jokes aside, right? Like, it should be that sort of a community. But
And to be clear, like, a lot of decisions when you're making protocols are somewhat arbitrary because you're operating under a huge absence of information, right? You're building the protocol with not knowing exactly how some of the things will play out when it launches. And this is why, you know, us working kind of on top, like 4 years later when Ethereum started, we learned so much from Ethereum existence, and we knew what things, you know, worked and what things didn't, and we could make a ton of improvements. And so now that NEAR has been, you know, on mainnet for a year, we know a lot of things that worked and didn't. I mean, we continuously, like, the NEAR, I mean, Max was talking, we had like 20 protocol changes since launch. And so we're continuously evolving and improving and, you know, finishing some of the designs, figuring out that some decisions were, you know, suboptimal and can be improved. So this is actually on technical side happening. But if you think of it, the technical side is, you know, as like a sizable but still a part of the ecosystem. And if we're talking about the ecosystem as a whole, how do we make these decisions? How do we make decisions? Who should be get funded? Which ecosystem should grow? Which regions should be kind of allocated funds? Which projects should be supported? All those things, right? Right now, it's a continuous learning process. And so making sure we are able to learn from this, making sure this information is aggregated and kind of propagated, and then new decisions are better, right? That's like, I always kind of believe in this, if you improve 1% every day, right, you're going to be like a god pretty much in a few
compound
years.
interest. The
Power
power of
compounding interest are so powerful. So yeah, if we learn from each thing we do and be able to put it back into the kind of bigger ecosystem, we will be able to continuously kind of grow and improve that nobody else can.
I'm adding the word ecosystem to our list of reserved words. So one of the points of conflict or kind of tension that I feel as someone who's involved in, who's both a software developer but also involved in like blockchain governance and R&D, is the tension between, on the one hand, the constant iteration and evolution that you're describing, because that's how modern software is built, right? We don't like ship once, we don't create these like master gold CDs anymore and expect that like it's not going to change for a year, right? We're constantly iterating, constantly improving on the one hand. But on the other hand, there's probably aspects of governance that should not change, right? Like the constitution, like of any given kind of country, or for that matter, like, I don't know, organization is probably designed in such a way that it's very difficult to change. So I guess my question is kind of like, does NEAR have a constitution? If not, why not? Like, what could it or should it have? Do you think it's a terrible idea?
So, I mean, given we talked about it in Paris a few months ago, that's a leading question. Yeah, so for context, who doesn't know, I've started this proposal to create a treasury DAO. And so the idea was to deposit a pre-allocated funds from Genesis that were designed for community to allocate into this treasury DAO.
Community. And DAO.
And so this setup was kind of like designed to start this kind of bigger coordination effort in the ecosystem.
Ecosystem. We will finish this on time, I think.
So the kind of, and so I launched this effort. We had a ton of discussion in forum. I had a ton of discussions with people in the ecosystem. and I had
feel free to finish your thought.
And I had a conversation with Lane. And so kind of the realization was, yeah, that like at that level, at that kind of level of funding and that level of global involvement, we need something bigger than just a simple DAO. And so the realization was that we need, and kind of this has been my talk about DAOs before, is that DAOs are great. They kind of define a lot of things, but they still don't cover the whole spectrum of decision making and pitfalls. And
so what's an example of something DAOs are not good at right now?
So
or a type of decision that they're not good at making?
Well, so first of all, DAOs need, I call it a chairman or a whip. I like the whip.
Chairperson.
A chairperson. Yeah, chairperson or a whip. And so if you're familiar with U.S. governance structure, the whip of the party is a person.
This is WHIP, if anyone's looking up the word.
Yeah, it is someone who goes around and makes sure that party members get in line and actually vote on stuff. And so, but more than that, in case of the DAOs, you need.
You're about 7 behind, but it's fine. Finish your thought.
The whole glass behind. You need kind of someone who will be driving a lot of the actual work, because the DAO members are not like they're like board members, they're part-time members, they're not kind of spending all of their time, and so you need a team, you need and you need someone to run it, and like you need leadership, you need probably a team, you need pay salaries, all this stuff, and so with that. Like they can make proposals, they can analyze stuff, they can bring pretty much external experts, etc. And then the DAO really then serves as a kind of as a board that makes sure that this is valid, that all the research was done, that kind of decision is clear, that all the risks were evaluated, and then kind of vote on that. And so we have like that is working. Saying like, oh, we're gonna kind of put a bunch of people in one room and they'll figure it out. That doesn't work. right? And so kind of that's like generally how we've been designing a lot of things, including Sputnik DAO, Astra DAO type of infrastructure, is ability to build this kind of infrastructure tools to do these types of coordination. Now I'm just gonna make him drink.
Just to clarify one of the points you made, I want to make sure I understand. When you're talking about the idea of a whip versus the quote-unquote board members of a DAO, the idea here is that I don't know what the right word is, the principles of the DAO, kind of like the core members, the core council, the core token holders, the founders, whatever it is, the inner circle. I mean, the idea of I like the board member reference, right? Because board members are not full-time, right? They're people who have other things going on in their lives, and they come in, once in a while to like oversee an organization, to like participate in decisions, that kind of thing. So that's kind of the same vision. You're saying that we kind of need multiple tiers of management or governance, and in particular, we need a person or persons who are
full-time,
empowered, right? Exactly.
And they empowered to propose stuff. Their job is to propose things, to drive the strategy. They need to be thinking long-term. They need to be thinking how the things will be evolving over time, and then by defining that vision, by defining that strategy, other DAO members can then come in and kind of contribute to that, right? And that's kind of the thing is, you don't expect, like I launched a DAO for a game I want to build, right? And so I set the vision, and then there are a bunch of people who can contribute, right? They're doing drawings, they're writing lore, they're doing all the stuff, and so then they can feed into it because there's clearly, and here's a space of things you can contribute. And then that's what good DAOs are really powerful about, is that anybody can join, anybody can contribute, and they receive kind of appropriate rewards for doing these contributions.
Right, but how?
But you don't expect that a bunch of people can come in and form a joint vision on a long-term strategy on 5-year schedule, for example, just because they're all doing it part-time probably, they're all participating in a bunch of DAOs, they don't have they don't maybe even feel ownership over this. Even if they do feel some ownership, they don't feel the full ownership to kind of express this vision. So you need someone who will be doing that.
How long until we're all working for DAOs?
Are you not working for a DAO right now?
I'm working on it. I'm going to build the DAO that I work for.
Let's fix that. We can solve this today. I think this is happening, right? I think that there is some kind of legal and infrastructure pieces that needs to be solved as well, right? We all need house insurance. We all need kind of some of the stuff, and Opolis and a few other providers are doing that. And so, as we have more of this kind of infrastructure that provides the things that companies provide usually, that work with DAOs, that have legal coverage, all those things, I think it all will be quickly transitioning into that.
Can you talk a little bit more about the stuff that's been done so far with Sputnik DAO, for example, how far along it's come and maybe what the next steps are?
Yeah, so for background, the idea of we've been thinking about governance, we've been thinking about this idea of DAO of DAOs, double drink. And so the idea of DAO of DAOs was this idea that we cannot expect also that a single DAO will govern the whole protocol and know every single thing about everything happening, right? Even right now, at this conference, we have, DeFi, we have NFTs, we have gaming, we have, privacy protocols, we have kind of a bunch of, we have creators here, we have, artists, we have Geo, we had, Near in China doing their own thing. There's people here from Korea, from Japan, from, US, from Latin America, everywhere, right? You cannot expect a single DAO and a single organization ever to represent that in any way.
I mean, I think you're right. I think we're definitely on the same page about this. I think it's worth asking why, and I think the answer has something to do with scale. There's an ideal scale for things. There's a reason that organizations only grow so big and they stop growing, and there's a reason that countries grow so big and stop growing, right? I think it's unrealistic to expect, the whole world or the whole near ecosystem to fit in a single DAO.
And so we realized that on the community side as well, that we wouldn't expect every single person who is in near kind of ecosystem to be in one community, in one Telegram group, in one Discord, right? And so instead, we set out this kind of structure, which is called guilds, which are ability to spin up specific communities that are focused on kind of broader or maybe very specific mission. And the most cool, by the way, guild that I've seen is Near Intelligence Agency. If you haven't seen it, it's really cool.
NIA.
Yeah, and so they are keeping track of all the other guilds, what they're doing, and exposing if they're not doing what they said they want to do.
That's amazing. That's just like, that's incredibly organic how these sorts of like solutions just arise.
Yeah, exactly. And so setting up this kind of structure, right? And so this guilds, these communities needed a tooling to coordinate, to receive funding, to pay out things, and so that was kind of the birth of Sputnik DAO, right? That was like, hey, we need some tooling to do that.
So hold on. So Sputnik DAO is what? It's tooling. It's a framework. Underneath
it, it's just a smart contract. But what it now is ability for any community or any like company, project, a Telegram group to form a DAO that can accept money, can govern other protocols, can make decisions, can vote, can distribute money, can get paid, can stream payments to other accounts, can do whatever you want, right? It's like everything from a company to a nonprofit to a investment like VC to just a literally Telegram group that you want to split money, you want to get like pull money to pay for a trip to mountains, right? Like you can use it for everything.
I mean, a DAO is a primitive, right?
DAO is a tool. Yeah,
it's a tool. It's a primitive. It's an actor. And in this way, it's a lot like a corporate person, the idea of a company.
It can be like
a limited liability company.
It can replace a company. It can replace, also just like literally we have a Telegram bot, so you can use like from Telegram, add a bot, and then vote on things inside that DAO. And literally, like I'm saying, you can use this to split money with your friends when going to a trip, right? That's kind of versatility. And you can have a corporate structure in it.
There's an important point here just to highlight, which is that companies do a lot of these things. Like I've created companies before. They are good for certain types of ventures, certain types of projects. It's helpful when all the people kind of live in the same place. It gets a little bit tricky when they're spread out across different states or different jurisdictions. They can be holding vehicles for investments and things. But what they're really not good at is exactly what you just described. Like let's say a bunch of friends are like getting together to build some software or go on a trip together, and especially in the case where those friends are spread out geographically, like in different jurisdictions, like it's not clear where you put the company if you're going to have one, because ultimately there has to be one single beneficial like owner that's based somewhere, and this is what DAOs are really amazing for. They're very lightweight. They can be spun up and torn down very quickly. Weren't you suggesting something the other day about how a stiff tongue, which is a Swiss corporation, like just never goes away or something?
Yeah, stiff tongue cannot go away. It's
Today
forever, until the Swiss government disappears.
Are they immutable?
To some extent.
So DAOs are like the anti-stiff tongue kind, right?
Yeah, and actually somebody's doing like ephemeral DAOs as well, where you spin them up and they shut them down after
ephemeral DAOs. That's really cool. Yeah.
So that was kind of the beginning. We have over 300 DAOs now. There's like a bunch of guilds that are using them. There's a bunch of projects. You've heard.
A lot of them are here, right? I mean, I think.
Yeah, a bunch of them here. Aurora just voted on doing a token launch and doing initial token offering, and so we're already using this tooling. And then like Astra DAO launched, which is like way more kind of human friendly, not crypto friendly, but human friendly. And so that idea is actually bringing like non-crypto communities in and actually inviting them to participate in this, and like the communities that right now are in Facebook and need a company behind them. Like many of the big Facebook communities actually have a company behind them to do all those things. And then there's somebody, an owner there, who knows how the decisions are made, right? Like all of this can transition into this new ecosystem and leverage that. And then beyond that is for near kind of global governance is figuring out this idea of how do we put it all together, write a constitution that actually represents the values that we've been talking about as an ecosystem, and start kind of figuring out what are all the other missing pieces in this are, right? So probably kind of like we have a governance forum, we have DAO tooling, we have kind of some of this like decision maker representative. For example, we have validator advisory board where validators come together and kind of discuss on more like technical side, but We probably need a guild, like we call it House of Guilds. That was.
I think we're both like sci-fi fantasy nerds, so you'll see a lot of like guild terminology and.
Yeah. So like actually
like the
building.
guilds like sorry.
Yeah, building what are the other missing organizational pieces, not just tooling, but organizational pieces in the ecosystem to represent this kind of stakeholders around near ecosystem and kind of ideally beyond.
We could talk about this for hours. There's like we're just scratching the surface, and I think we don't have a whole lot of time left. But for folks who are maybe listening, maybe in the audience who want to contribute or get involved, like what should they do? Where should they go?
So governance forum gov.near.org is probably the best place to start. There's huge threads on some of these topics, and we're going to be launching more of this kind of conversations there going forward. So that's a great place to register, to participate. There's a ton of guilds you can join as well that already kind of are participants in near governance. And so, yeah, join that and start contributing. And then, this will be all kind of aggregating into bigger and bigger vision.
And when we do NEARCON beta next year, we'll have solved governance by then for sure, right?
For sure, yeah.
I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. I don't know for sure. Feel free to cut me off if we don't, but we'll just keep going until someone pulls us off stage.
Hey guys, Andre from Zerion. I'm personally really interested in decentralized organizations, and I also experience different things, right? When you expect, when you launch DAO, you expect a lot of people to be super active, and in real life, 20 people come and vote and participate. So I have a question. How do you guys feel the most fair way to delegate power for the user? Is it enough to the richest people to give them more power, or there should be, another way of contribution? Because for the ecosystem, for the project, you want the right people to make decision, right? You don't want everybody to make it.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a really hard question. I'll just share a couple thoughts. I think that typically the people who should have the power are the people who least want it. But I think it's very difficult to identify those people and give power to them. I think the best tool we've got, which as we talked about a little while ago is not perfect, is voting, things like democracy. And I think that that's very difficult on chain because we have identity issues. Identity is a topic we could talk about for hours as well. But I think, I'll say one more thing. I think in small communities, small trusted groups of people, like 10, 20 people, something like that, it's pretty easy, right? I think it's not so hard. I think it typically a leader tends to kind of emerge or multiple leaders kind of emerge that everyone kind of trusts. I think the challenge is scaling that to organizations or ecosystems. I finished mine already. The size of the near ecosystem, for example. And then I think when you get that big, then I think we need to start talking about some of the more sophisticated tools that Illia is describing. So things like DAOs of DAOs and I don't know, unique identity solutions, things like that. Power is a hard question.
Yeah, I mean, in generally, for example, I think if you look at Sputnik DAO, all the consoles are under 30 people, and it's literally people, and because it's really easy at that scale to actually have just all these people in Telegram group, get some agreement, get them to discuss stuff. Yeah, small, and then aggregate those into where from each DAO you have a representative that comes together into a bigger DAO. That's really what this DAO of DAOs structure is about.
Yeah, so it looks like so far the working solution is only split in on smaller one. They make small decision and then they have delegation to the higher level. I just remember there was a funny moment. The Aragon DAO, they make huge fundraising, a lot of development, and I saw the statistic. There's in average 50 people vote for and they have tens of thousands token holders and nobody care.
Yeah, this is what you described a moment ago, splitting into smaller groups and then sort of having a hierarchy. That's exactly what we mean by DAO of DAOs. And yeah, voter apathy and voter participation is challenging. I mean, you spoke about that.
Yeah, I mean, in general, even larger holders who supposed to care a lot don't.
So you need whips,
you need whips. Yeah, you need someone to go around and then you need smaller numbers, so you actually are able to manage that. So, and then you need a hierarchy to kind of create and empower people. In a way, it's also like a part of empowerment, right? If I'm like a 10,000th person in a DAO, I don't give much, like I don't have ownership over that thing, right?
I've noticed a pattern. My friends who are from small countries tend to feel very politically enfranchised and very politically empowered. And those of us from very large countries, like with dysfunctional governance like mine, I'm American, if it wasn't already obvious, like we don't feel empowered by our governance at all. We have no desire to like participate in it or contribute to it. So I think that there's a pattern here.
Yeah.
Hey, Didier from Ref. Do you think DAOs are compatible with what I call the social contract and our societies? Because today, companies, they are directly linked to, social welfare. So that's allow people to have access to healthcare, unemployment compensation, and so on. So how do you think that DAOs can make this direct link to societies?
That's a great question. Just to repeat the question, like, are DAOs compatible with social contracts or creating broader social value more than companies or compared to companies? I think DAOs, in theory, should be better at this than companies. And the reason is because with companies, so there are some exceptions now, right? So there are for-profit, non-profit companies. There's also something called a public benefit corporation, a PBC. That's what it's called in the USA. There's other versions of this in other places. Companies that have like a multiple bottom line. So they're not just organizations that exist to make money. They're also organizations that exist to do things like create environmental value or social value. I mean, DAOs are just more flexible than that, right? Like with a company, if you're the CEO of a company or if you're on the board of a company and you make a decision to like pay higher wages or give your employees more, more benefits or something like that, then that may come at the expense of the bottom line, right? That may take money away from revenue and sort of dividends that would flow into the shareholders, right? And then the shareholders can sue you for a breach of fiduciary duty, right? This is. I mean, I don't know whether they'd have a strong case or not. It probably depends on where they are or the details. But like DAOs could be built, could be engineered from the ground up in such a way that social mission is sort of part of their fabric. They're part of their constitution, their values. And I think that the people running DAOs, the board, whatever, has more freedom to act in a way that creates net social value without necessarily having like shareholders chasing after them for not maximizing profits. So I think that DAOs could be a very powerful tool for this. What do you think?
I mean, I also think from perspective of social contract, the social contract is what we made up. So right now, people expect, like, it's also, somebody else's expectations, what social contract is. And so right now, we're in a state that people expect you're working for a company. People expect, companies to do these things. But these expectations can and will change, right? And so people will expect that you're working for multiple DAOs, for example. That's totally normal in already crypto world. And we expect that you have 5 different identities that you're participating in different things. So like that kind of expectations can and will change. And with them, we'll have more things like, obviously healthcare is important, right? This is something that's like physical, everybody needs. So that's why we need companies and DAOs that are providing healthcare that you can join in, right? So example, like John was here, they doing Opolis project. They're providing healthcare in US, like they're providing a full employment and healthcare in US by you being a member of their DAO. And so you join in their DAO, you get all this healthcare and things, and you work for another DAO, which you paid, right? So now you have kind of this way more flexible structure where, the benefits and things like that you're getting are from a different organization. And that's, it sounds weird, but that's just because we expect that it's the same organization, right? So I agree that just flexibility that we have with DAOs is so much bigger. And to be clear, in normal world, there is stuff like this. There's PEOs that are doing exactly the same thing, that you can be employed by PEO that actually get paid by some other company. So we're not actually inventing anything new. We're just making it way more flexible and easy to use.
Thanks.
Thanks for the question.
Hi, here. Mislav from Ampnet. So my question is regarding the flexibility of DAOs. I think it kind of gets put in the background that flexibility is always a good thing. However, I think that as a participant in multiple DAOs, I think sometimes standardization can significantly reduce the cognitive load of participating in a DAO. So what are your opinions on the future of maybe, so I'll just give one brief example, won't go too far into it, but for example, when I'm working with limited liability companies in the world, I know the rules of engagement. I generally know who is responsible for what and who I need to interact with. With DAOs, at this point, there is so many different models that usually I don't know where to begin. So what are your opinions on possible standardizations of DAOs in the future?
Yeah, I mean, that's why like with Sputnik DAOs, there's like pretty much almost templates of structures that you can choose. And so the main template that we have is this like exec team, console, token holders, like a 3-level structure, which in very much way emulates a company. But you can have more people on the board, you can have like kind of more flexible stuff, and then you can change some permissions and things like that, right? So I think like just having these types of templates that people can use, and then like you can instantly recognize that this is the same template is super important for sure. And I think like they will just emerge now as we have hundreds and hundreds of these DAOs that actually like functioning.
Thank you.
I want to speak to that as well because it's a very interesting question. You mentioned limited liability companies, right? Those companies have existed for a few hundred years, and I think it took some time. I don't know, maybe even 100 or 200 years until this standard. We have a few of these standards. We have LLCs. We have, of course, C corporations, et cetera. Until these kind of standards emerged, and some version of this exists in most jurisdictions around the world. It's very early days for DAOs, and we're in this explosion of experimentation. It won't take hundreds of years. It'll take a few years, right, until these standards emerge. And just to say one more word, so many of us are technical and kind of have like a kind of computer science engineering, lens, including myself. I think about these standards in the same way that I think about technical standards. So just to use one common example, in the Ethereum ecosystem, I'm sure you have a version of this in NEAR, there's the ERC20 standard, right, which is a basic token standard. And it's a few lines of code that defines simple things like send and receive and mint and burn and these kind of functions. I think that we'll see DAOs develop into standards that are not just social standards, but also technical standards. And we'll actually have some technical APIs that evolve around DAOs and that'll allow DAOs to function in ecosystems and do things like, and we've spoken about this as well, receiving value, sending value, receiving information, creating votes, things like that. So they can actually plug into smart contracts and things as building blocks and as primitives. I think we're out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilya. Thank you, Lane. While we get together, get stuff ordered for the next panel, we have a very exciting panel. It's called the Web3 Founders Journey, and we have a host of amazing panelists that are going to join us. While we're getting settled, maybe I want to ask how many of us are in a DAO, and how many of us are in more than maybe 5 DAOs, more than 10 DAOs? Grace, which DAO is your favorite?
The Community Squad DAO at this point, but it's not going to be the only one because we are planning many other DAOs. Of course, XNM. Of course. Sorry about that, but that is my favorite one. I'm going to scratch the other one. Yours.
All right, thank you so much. Yesterday, I was at a panel, and they said DAOs are not the future, they're actually the present. And I think the conversation today really reminds us that that is really the case. And thank you so much, Elaine and Ilya, again, for giving us a lot of food for thought. In order to, our moderator, Rune Bentian from Move Capital, will be introducing our panelists. Here you go. Welcome Rune to the stage, please.
Thank you. So, Jake, Erik, David, Richard, welcome. Which side do you want me? First. You guys ready? Yeah. We got 3. Cool. Sorry, man. I need to steal David. I don't have a good side. Yeah. Well, then you can stand. All right. So, good afternoon.
Is there nobody who can hear us? No, everybody can hear us? All good? Thank you. So listen, thank you. I'm just going to stand up because it's nice to stand up. My name is Rune, and really excited to hopefully have a very engaging and informative discussion here at the panel, but also we will leave time for you guys to ask questions. But before we kick off, how many would consider themselves as a founder here in this room? Okay, pretty good. One is multitasking on the phone and raising the hand, that's good. So how many would define themselves as an entrepreneur in the room? Yeah, there are a few more. Is there a difference? Maybe not. Anyhow, listen. In the spirit of talking about the founder journey, I asked the panelists here, we have Richard, David, Jake, and Erik, to also give a little of an elevator pitch, right? So I can start from the end, Erik. Each of you got 1.5 minutes to introduce yourself, what you do, how you got involved with NEAR, and why you got involved with NEAR. Erik.
All right. Thank you. So my name is Erik Trautman. I'm the CEO of the NEAR Foundation, and my journey with NEAR actually got started by trying to prove someone wrong, which was how my journey into crypto got started. I met Illia early days, actually back when NEAR was NEAR.ai, was a machine learning project, and before the transition into the blockchain space, and then we got together early days and was part of that core team that really drove things forward. And 2019, I moved out to Switzerland to start the foundation, which is now essentially driving a lot of the ecosystem and community development, a lot of global funding initiatives, and things like that.
Hi, I'm Jake Brukham. I'm the founder and CEO of CoinFund. I'm a technologist. I had a 10-year career in fintech and pure tech on Wall Street, and then at Amazon, and then in kind of tech company research. I'm a professional early adopter of technologies, and so I landed in the Bitcoin ecosystem in 2011, and really started paying attention to it probably 2013 or so, and around 2015 was like, I really want to work in this space, and instead of starting a tech startup, which was kind of my first inclination as an engineer, I decided to start an investment fund. So CoinFund is one of the first fully crypto-focused investment firms. It's our 7th year of full-time investing in the space and kind of watching this whole industry grow from Bitcoin to a $2.7 trillion ecosystem as it is today. We have 22 folks. We mostly in New York and Miami, and work very closely with early stage teams and other teams in the space. So excited to talk to you today.
Hey everyone, it's David here from OP Crypto. We recently just started, but previously I was an investment banker turned entrepreneur, founder. Sold a Chinese-based, event-based social networking app to a listed company in China. It was kind of like the meetup.com for the tourist market in the China space. Before venturing on fully into the crypto space, I was at Huobi for about 3.5 years, leading their overseas VC arm, as well as global strategy to set up a lot of Huobi's operations at a global level. We just started about 3 months back, but very actively looking to invest in NEAR ecosystem, as well as having that founder first mentality and looking to be the first checks into projects and helping them really facilitate their move into the market in Asia, and as well as some of the exchanges and collaborations there.
Everybody hear me? Great. My name is Richard Muirhead. I'm with Fabric Ventures. So what a great panel first. Great to be here. Great to be in Lisbon, obviously. So sunny outside. So I did a thing in Web 1. I did a network management type thing. I found that really, really boring to describe to people at cocktail parties, but it was an experience. And then I did another thing that was in the kind of cloud space, if you could imagine that as being part of Web 2. And during that time, I got seriously enamored with what at the time I referred to as the kind of the emergence or the emergent power of networks. When you give individuals the ability to contribute what they can do and actually how well they generally behave. And unfortunately, that was in the guise of Wikipedia. It was in the guise of Facebook. And then got really excited when I stumbled into Bitcoin in 2009. Actually, that's a lie. I didn't get excited then. I stumbled into it, didn't get excited until 2013, and sort of seemed to understand that you could move from a world where individuals in those networks were contributors, which is great, to actually being essentially like entrepreneurs with something at stake, something to gain, whatever. And as we know, that's the kind of pretty much the most powerful force that you can possibly imagine. And so that's what led me to start investing in the space through around about that time. I think Jake stole the march from me kind of doing it properly, but we kind of had our own struggle and have been kind of sort of fully focused since about 2017 with Fabric, have north of a dozen people and a good amount of money under management, and really thrilled to work with some great founders.
Thanks, everybody. That's really exciting journeys that you all sort of represent. I guess let's just sort of dive into it. The theme of this panel is Web3 Founders Journey. And I guess if anybody's volunteering, like, who would like to sort of give your definition of what does a Web3 founder look like? Is there any difference between what we call Web2? Anybody?
Well, the thing that we're building in Web3 is quite a bit of a different thing than what we build in Web2. So maybe let's start there. In Web2, we build companies. Companies go through a certain life cycle. They start as a small team. They get seed funding, Series A funding. They kind of grow. They create a product. They put a product into market. They get traction. They start generating revenue. And eventually, they get pretty big and then go public on a stock exchange or something. And what we're building in Web3 is not companies, but decentralized protocols, right? Or crypto networks, decentralized networks. Networks also have a life cycle, but that life cycle looks a little bit different. It starts with a small team who might have a company. They create the plan for this network. They draw up the plans. They implement the network. They put it into production, and they go into this phase of like bootstrapping it into a public or common good. And what I mean by that is a network that everyone can access, can interoperate with, and usually such a network has a token or something, and the token holders are the owners, the co-owners. So these are goods that are co-owned by their users. Because they have tokens, that liquidity event doesn't come at the end. It comes like much, much earlier. In fact, in the past, it's been the case that the token became liquid before the product even came to market, if you guys remember the 2017 ICO boom. And so the founders who are building crypto networks, they have to adjust to this other life cycle, right? They have to experience what it is like almost to be a public company much earlier than in the traditional world because they have this audience of users and this liquid asset. They have this very differentiated task of bootstrapping not just a business, but a network that has validators and users and also a business. And probably, very presciently, many of these networks are DAOs. So they have this task of understanding what does it mean to participate in like a decentralized governance system of such a network. And what I'm seeing much more in the market these days is that many teams are actually starting DAO first. So it used to be they started as a company and decentralized. And what we're seeing in the market is now people just kind of starting with DAO structures out of the gate, which is a huge challenge. It's a underdeveloped space, but we're getting there.
Can I throw a small addition? Actually, I think it's a fantastic description of some of the ways in which Web3 is so different in itself from Web2. And I was trying to think about it earlier today on the plane, actually, how many things are magnified, things are literally just flipped back to front, and many things are turned totally upside down. So this is not like a small shift, it's a very drastic shift in the whole way of thinking for entrepreneurs. But I want to append something to your point about the nature of entrepreneurship in the space, and to answer the question, which is really, I think, more than any time ever, anybody can be a founder, because this is proximity to a problem, a clear understanding of the problem you want to solve, something that around which you could coordinate the action of people in the way you're described to solve it, is the most important thing, and it's the most democratized wave of software we've ever seen. And in spite of some of the difficulties with using some of the tech hitherto, some of which is addressed nicely by NEAR, it's still something that can be harnessed by people right around the globe. So it's kind of literally everybody.
Yeah, as a previous Web2 founder myself, I think the thing that I focused on the most was really like talent acquisition, trying to hire the best people around me and focusing on the markets around me, right? I think in the Web3 space, it's less so about, and I think even now more so today, some of the best talent is not even hireable, right? I think for the Web3 space, it's just people designing the right incentive structures, designing the right frameworks for what to be in a protocol or organization, right? I think previously, like I was very much focused on like, this is my company, I want to scale it up with the resources I have, right? I think nowadays you're able to flip the script book and be able to ask for help, leverage help outside of just wherever sort of you're located that was very siloed within that market itself, where you're able to open up the global user base, open up to the global contributors, and give away ownership of the company that you're running yourself to other people and properly incentivize anyone and everyone, frankly, to participate. And that's what makes it so powerful. And that's how you're able to have that sort of parabolic growth. And frankly, anyone can be a founder. And the tools and the resources are much more available than they were before as well.
Yeah, and I think it is worth clarifying, though, that there's a spectrum from Web 2 to Web 3, where once upon a time, Web 3 was completely on another end of the world. Everything was this crazy token world. Now I think we're sort of marching inwards towards Web 2 style companies. Web 2 style companies are having to make some interesting crossovers into Web 3. But the founder's journey still needs the same components. I mean, you still have to raise money, so you have to eat. You still have to find your first users. You have to build a product that people want. What I think is different is that the access to some of those things is changing, and talent, of course, hiring great people is different too. And so I do think that, like on the capital side, that's one that I'm sure is on the minds of everyone here, is the preponderance of investment DAOs and things like that creates not only do these ideas and do these entrepreneurs sort of emerge from the community, but it turns out they can also access community-driven fundraising mechanisms that means that they have access to honestly competitive capital to traditional fundraising mechanisms, which is great for entrepreneurs. And so I think while the components are the same, it is interesting to see that there is this emergence of new toolkits that they're able to access than they were before, where, of course, on the other side, there are also challenges that they're facing. And I do think that the community-driven nature of a lot of the products and projects itself also creates an interesting set of challenges around early adoption and like how do you recruit, manage teams and things like that, which is a little bit more of like building in public is much more of a mentality that you have to embrace here, as opposed to kind of siloing yourself away and popping out as a big launch.
I feel like you're about to kind of stir it up with that whole competitive capital point. You could have pushed home on that one. Before you do, because I've literally genuinely forgotten, but there is that quote about, roughly speaking, all of the greatest talent that is the perfect fit for your endeavor, will never be part of your project. It's always somewhere else out there in the world. If you take that closed approach and this shift to an open approach, that for me, the kind of eye-opening experience was in the mid-90s when we used open source software for our first company. And now, of course, we've seen it kind of permeate all parts of the stack, not just the software code itself. It's just an incredibly powerful force. And with it comes, just a new framework that you need to govern things and new responsibilities, which you're kind of referring to. I'm not trying to deflect from the competitive capital thing, but we can come back to that.
Thanks, Richard, and everybody. Really good answers and sort of context. I guess we're all here trying to make these founders successful. So you're all a part of that journey, right? So what sort of role do you see your time here on Earth to be? Like, what sort of VC, what role does the VC have, right?
Very quickly. So, I mean, for me, it's slightly paradoxical. So, in some senses, I think you can reduce, and maybe people in the audience will like this, the value of a venture capitalist down to nothing but a kind of brand, you know, and that's all it is. But I think there's a thing about a brand, which is that, first of all, it's actually quite hard to build a good brand, and you know, it be the case that when you leave the room, people are talking about you in a positive way, and that continues. Secondly, to do it, you kind of got to do the work. I find, and there's lots of different bits of work, being involved, you know, nitty gritty with, you know, the firms you've partnered with, going out there and speculatively hanging out weekends at hackathons, whatever it may be. And it's quite hard to say, hey, I'm just going to do this bit and not that bit and whatever. You just got to do the work because it all comes around together into the end result. And the other thing is that, a phrase I stole from a hamburger joint, you're only as good as your last hamburger. You know, so it ages really badly. You can't just sit back and go, oh, you know, I did a couple of good gigs, everybody should just be happy with me. You've got to keep working at it. And the other irony, I think, is that the greatest entrepreneurs ultimately don't really need you, but you need to do all of that work and do it continuously to have the good fortune to maybe work with these great entrepreneurs. So it's one way I think about it, at least.
So I wasn't born an investor. I actually started as an engineer, as I noted. And so, you know, like many folks in the space, I kind of grew up with an attitude which was kind of skeptical of VCs and investors and stuff like that. But I've come to appreciate the role of investors a lot more by being one. And one of the kind of general reasons I think that investors are really important is because they live in a layer of folks who are a little bit above the founders. Founders usually are heads down in their work. They're plugging away. They know what their company is doing. They know what their competitors are doing and the companies around them are doing. But what they generally don't know about is the train of innovation that's coming to derail them in a very unexpected way. And one of the general roles of investors, I think, is to kind of like watch the backs of your portfolio companies and help them guide them through their technology trends, their innovation trends, their markets, their competition, and so on and so forth. In blockchain specifically, I think there is a huge gap to be filled, right? Because what blockchain is doing is it's bridging the gap between essentially technology and finance. And it's really difficult to find people who can understand both sides of that equation. You need someone who is multilateral, multi-talented. And it's often the case, this is true for our organization at CoinFund too, that like the kind of folks that we want to hire at CoinFund, they have a computer science degree, but they also know about finance and investing. And the intersection of those people is incredibly shallow. And when you're a company building in crypto, like you also have to bridge the gap between like the crypto world and the traditional world. If you look at all of the like really successful companies, I guess like Coinbase or something, right? Like they've all like bridged that gap and brought these products to sort of mainstream markets. And what we do at CoinFund as a crypto investor most of the time is we try to help our companies bridge that gap. For the really talented crypto founders, they tend to have less experience in scaled mainstream products, UX, go-to-market strategies and things like that. And for the very talented Web 2 people who are coming into the space today, who've worked at Amazon and Google and can build scaled products and know all about great product management and UX, they have less expertise on the blockchain side, on the best practices side, on what it means to be a DAO or to create a DAO, or even just the next vertical over, which you might be working in DeFi, and there's a lot you can learn from NFTs, but you just don't work in that area. And so our role as investors is to help our founders take in a fuller view of what's happening here in this industry and this technology, and to help them bridge those gaps?
Yeah, I think ultimately both of you guys hate going third. I have to fill in some of the things that you guys said before, but I think ultimately you can't do everything as a founder, right? At the end of the day, there are only so many things that you can do, and I think as investors, we help fill in the void and complementing whatever sort of you're able to do and good at, but we're sort of filling the void on the things that you may not be as good at, or like things that you don't want someone like full-time at a company working on, right? So I think also it's like a very different network that the investor has versus the founder itself, right? So I think in terms of thinking about go-to-market, thinking about like partnerships, thinking about working and getting liquidity, like all of these things are a role of investor to help put those in place. But at the same time, it's also a different mindset, not only on innovation, but differences on markets, right? So I think for my end, like, being in the US, very rarely do people in the Western markets understand fully what's happening on the other side of the world in Asia, where the end users, where the end consumers, and where the regulations are for the Eastern markets, right? So I think for our fund, we really help bridge that divide, help them, talk to the right partners, help them facilitate the right conversations, and ultimately have people on the ground to help build sort of that market presence and global, market share, and helping them tap into that end user base, right?
I can just append it maybe again. No, it's you, Erik, but one second. I mean, you can just think of maybe in this new world where it's open, it's community driven, it's even DAO community first in the approach, and we're certainly seeing that from a hiring perspective as well. That's where we would start rather than some headhunter or let alone or LinkedIn or something. But I think the way of thinking about venture capitalists or financial backers or financial contributors or venture contributors or whatever you want to call them is that just another part of the community you're bringing together that has got to bring capital to bear, but also participate over the long term, and hopefully has a good brand. But also a DAO might have a great brand, contribute to the inception of a new project, but should be something that is a lightning rod for good talent, good partners, and patient long-term capital, because that's one of the hardest things to get hold of. That through thick and thin, because generally there is thick and thin in life, that will stick with a project and see it through to the kind of sunnier uplands. Erik.
No, I mean, I guess my perspective on this is necessarily a little bit different, because as a foundation, our goal is more sort of high-level umbrella across the ecosystem, and just really trying to say, how do we, like, the returns that we're maximizing for are not financial. It's much more about adoption. It's much more, but still fundamentally, it's the same factors drive that, which is are there successful startups, are there successful founders and companies being constructed within the ecosystem? It's a little bit different because sometimes they don't know that we care about them and that we actually really want to help them succeed. They don't realize that they're sort of part of our portfolio, as it were. But I do think that a lot of times we end up playing routers and connectors as much as anything else. And the brand can be very helpful as a signaling value. Again, like you can get brand from a firm, you can get brand from talent pools that are very well regarded within the space. I do definitely think that in terms of the market stage that we're in, there is a lot of value to name branded capital as well for recruiting specifically, which is that in order to grow Web3, we have to bring in a huge amount of people from Web2, and they're still looking for traditional signals that the project is actually worth backing. So I do think that that's actually a pretty major piece of it. But really, it's how do we connect? Oh, wait a second, because we're taking this broad umbrella view. Like maybe you didn't realize that you should be having a conversation with this group over here because they're building a complementary product and things like that. So when someone has your back, I think that's definitely one of the big ways of doing it, where you can add a lot of value with a light touch, which doesn't always have to be about parachuting an entire support team and creating that.
And one more thing I also wanted to add was us as fund managers, we also take a huge amount of, I guess, institutional capital from the TradFi space, right? So we also paved the way for really some of these more traditional businesses or like people in the Web2 space. And as a funnel and avenue for those people to get exposure into crypto, for us to open their sites on like what crypto is all about and where sort of some of the innovations come into the space, so that them and their sort of consolidation of venture capital money or like just endowment money or just a large institutional money will start coming more and more into the space. And I think we're sort of the early pioneers in bridging that and bringing more adoption there.
That's a super good point. Won't repeat it, but I couldn't agree more. Sort of see that bridge between two sides is super vital. And actually, I think a lot of venture firms historically have kind of thought, you've got to do fundraising, whatever. I think here it can be seen as a vital part of what's going on, this shift, because money itself and regulation itself is so central to this space. And speaking of regulation, I feel like I'm doing myself and the team an injustice, because we're regulated in one of the most stringent jurisdictions in Europe, and I think from my experience now in the world, but yet we're in a position where we can, maybe different types of regulation, where we can effectively take commitments in USDC and USDT, and so I think we're helping push back the frontier ourselves in that area, where I think ultimately, of course, we'd all believe that actually the transparency and the data-driven nature that you can have in Web3 is going to make it the best possible sort of stack for regulation and compliance you can possibly imagine.
Thanks, Richard. So, Erik, just coming back to you, you mentioned community. Can you just try to describe what it means to you in the context of supporting a founder?
It's funny because the previous conversation here, they had to drink every time they said community. I still have that tick in my head. Try to avoid the keywords. So it's an interesting question because it's almost like silly easy and also very, very, very complex. So the community really is the people who care, and in a lot of ways. And so it's not like Web3 invented community. It definitely invented some new mechanisms for incentivizing community, which of course is really some of the secret sauce behind a lot of this, which is that for the first time, you can allow a lot more people to participate in the upside of a given project, venture, anything like that. But fundamentally, the community is still the people who care, the people who are aligned behind your success. And caring is actually a pretty big bar. So I think that, and community is not, it's in some cases it can be a platform, in some cases it can just be a channel, but fundamentally it's just the people who care. And sometimes they're there to support you, sometimes they're there to use what you have. And then ideally you can stitch together the right portfolio of community to support the actual project that you need, that you're building as a founder. Because of course you have a very different community of people who are going to support it during the how do we get to alpha stage versus what does it take to kind of break through version 3 of the product and enter new markets, or back to the fundraising question, what are the group of people that might fund your Kickstarter, your Web3 Kickstarter?
Cool. Thank you so much. I'll try not to use the keyword anymore today. So anyhow, and also I think like David, from your point of view, you sort of sit with your Asian background, network experience. You're also very exposed to the U.S. market. Like, what differences do you see across those regions from like a Web3 founder perspective, if you see anything? But I'm sure there's something.
Yeah. So I mean, back to the question before, I think the community aspect of things is like, bulk of the end users, bulk of the communities is actually still very much in Asia, right? That's where most of the retail traders come from, and that's where most of like the community starting to be built out. So I think nowadays founders are almost forced to care because these people have as much ownership for the protocol as much as you do as a founder, and they're very much keen to listen like what these people have to say. But I think what is sort of the bridge or the divide between the two markets is that a lot of times, some of the best protocols or some of the best products are not being utilized by the Asia market, right? A lot of times there's information lag. There's also, language barriers. There's a whole ton of the intricacies that needs to be played out for them to fully have access to that market. And as you can see, some of the biggest markets in Asia is like the exchanges, the market makers, the trading firms, which has, more or less for the Western side of things is really like the core technologies, the layer 2, different types of roll-up solutions, like some of the best sort of underlying technologies are being built in the U.S. markets. But I think still, some of the biggest game studios, as you can see in the Web2 space, some of the big social networks, and a lot of those application layers will be built out of the Asia market. And I think that's something for sure that people should pay attention to for like people building on top of these protocols in the application layer.
Thank you. I guess, also helping on the ground. You shared yesterday a really great story about how you helped Illia on a sort of a China road trip. Do you want to share anything about that?
Yeah, sure. So, how I met Illia and the team and the Near folks was that, they were looking to explore into China very, very early. This was 2019, super bare. No one wants to hear anything, but they were teaching Rust, in the university to a bunch of undergrad and master's students. So I think ultimately seeing that vision early, building traction early, and that's why he's become so fond about the space in China, because it's very much an untapped market. And I was the one that was leading Huobi Labs, which is our own sort of internal incubator accelerator for the exchange, and we work with some of the best projects out west, Polkadot, Near, Algorand, a bunch of different projects that was looking to get exposure in China. But I don't think anyone took it as far as Illia to actually have to live in China for the majority of COVID and beyond, right? So really keen in working with the ecosystem. They even did very much similar to NEARCON here today in Lisbon, had a very similar China equivalent. 200 plus people showed up. Some people on my team, as well as a very vibrant community being built out there. So really, I think China is very much an untapped market, even though there are some regulations. But I think it's how you work around the regulations and speaking in a very technological first approach. Looking to build sort of the underlying infrastructure for the Web3 space rather than a lot of sort of more of the skeptical sort of pumps in.
Great, thank you. So if you're looking to expand to Asia, just call David. So, but yeah, no, I think also it would be interesting to hear, with wearing the Near hat, what would you advise the next generation founders to actually do to get started building the open web?
Just get started. That's the first thing. One foot in front of the other. I'm not sure that there's a secret sauce to it other than take that step and go hit a hackathon. Come to the events, connect with people. I think move faster than you feel comfortable with. Start smaller than you feel comfortable with. But getting a product out there, getting something done. And then this is a classic, venture contributor thing to say, but, think bigger than maybe even you feel comfortable thinking. But of course, you don't need to be venture backed either, even if you're not being. You could be getting grants, you could be taking smaller investments, whatever, but just get on with it and connect out there with great talent. It'll all come together. There's one thing I used to say is go out and tell lots of people what you're doing, because you kind of put it out there into the universe and you also put yourself under pressure because you've said you're going to do it, and then you just have to get on with it.
Yeah, I think very similar to how the refrain for maybe the last 20 years as a developer was, if you want to begin contributing, or if you want to get involved with a project, start contributing, right? I think with the rise of a lot of the DAOs and a lot of the ways that I'm going to say it again, communities are driving a much broader surface area of things in this ecosystem than traditionally they have, there's really an entry point for anybody from pretty much any angle. We have if you're from the legal field, join the legal guild on Near. We need accountants, we need designers, we need product people, and again, the lens that I think of this through is recruiting, because of course, while capital is maybe kind of the entry point to this, the second question behind capital is, great, how do I spend it? Okay, I need to hire people, or I need to contract people. And so the bigger question is always like, how do you bring new people in to the ecosystem? And so a prospective founder, maybe who's coming from Web 2, I think there are so many more places where you can prove yourself, where you can show through action what you can contribute, because this is an ecosystem that's it's full of anon contributors. I mean, there are people who exist entirely anonymously. They've never been on camera. They have they have PFPs for their profiles. And they're full-on DAO contributors. They're well-known. And you build a few months of credibility doing that, and then you can take that next step forward and launch whatever project it is that through that time you've learned to identify a lot of the problems. I don't think that this is quite the same in Web 2, where every new entrepreneur drops in and has a great idea for their first bar app and ordering cocktail drinks at the bar, which I think is sort of the stopping point that literally every first entrepreneur has to go through at some point. There are diamonds scattered across the floor, and it doesn't take that long to find them when you realize how much demand there is for tooling. And again, this is not like you don't have to build a layer 1 protocol to be successful in this space. In fact, a lot of the biggest gaps are much more about how do we port traditional services into this space. And so what that means is that you're coming in with some sort of domain expertise from wherever it is that you're currently working, whatever the stuff that you've done in your history right now is, and people in the space need it. Because this is, like, realistically, we're still early days, and this is a bunch of people who are, like, kind of on the edge, and the reason that they're here is because they're big risk takers, but that doesn't always correlate well with having absorbed tons of the best practices in any particular industry vertical. So I guess to bring it back to the question of how to get involved, it's take what you're great at and just start contributing, add value. You can actually, it doesn't take that long to get up to the point where your domain expertise actually creates meaningful value for projects in the space. And then if your goal is to become an entrepreneur, the path doesn't take that long either. If your goal is more to just sort of cross over, great, you've found your way in.
Yeah, I want to echo what you said. I think that's really right. It's very clear to me that the biggest bottleneck in our industry is definitely not capital and it's not tech, it's talent. And there's very few industries that are probably as open to people of many different domain expertises as crypto is. I always say, when I'm explaining blockchain technology, I kind of, to more traditional people, I say, like, blockchain is a kind of a database in the sense of its generality as a technology. What company needs a database? Well, all of them, including your laundromat, right? And so the problems that we work on at blockchain are, span many, many different areas, from finance to tech, to art, to carbon credits, right? Just so many different things that there's a lot of opportunity to build startups in those verticals, but also there's a kind of a perception that blockchain is a very technical and nerdy and financial thing. But the truth is, the tech startups need a diversity of talent, from marketing to creatives to people who do biz dev, and it's like all levels and all areas. And finally, I guess, like, on the topic of capital, there really hasn't been a better time to become a startup founder or to go work at a tech company, and especially one in crypto, because of the availability of capital and because of the low barrier to entry. I think I heard a figure somewhere that, like, 20 years ago in America, to start a tech startup would be like hundreds of thousands of dollars if you summed up all the operational and legal costs and stuff like that. And today you can maybe launch a DAO for a few dollars on Ethereum and crowdfund using the same technology, and try out an idea and be creative. So it's never been a more exciting time to work here.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between, like, Web 2 and Web 3 founders is that I think Web 2, you're so keen on, like, thinking of the perfect idea, trying to patent it, and, like, get a whole bunch of people to sign NDAs. But I think in the Web3 space, you have to move fast. It's all about execution. And, like, I think do encourage, you don't have to wait around for the perfect idea, but as long as you see a problem, and you should go out and try and solve it. And you should be very vocal about, like, what sort of thing you're looking to accomplish. And there will be so many people that will actually join the cause. They can be anons on the internet. They could be just core contributor from other networks. But you'll be surprised like how many people share that same vision. And it's really that band of people coming together with a common goal that really makes something successful, right? I think it's really setting the right framework, setting the right incentive structure, and ultimately being a visionary founder that really sets a lot of these Web3 founders apart, and just go out and do it, right?
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, don't. Nice. Thanks, audience. So listen, we're slowly running out of time, but I think this is a very nice sort of segue into, and Erik, you're welcome to answer as well, but you might be slightly more biased than the rest of the panel. So if you look from your point of view, three of you, Erik, you're welcome to answer as well, but like, what would you like to see from the NEAR ecosystem, or what should happen for the NEAR ecosystem to ultimately unlock, all the founders that we want, right, and create successful and lasting impact?
It's a great question. You see a lot of, I guess, base layer projects out there in the market, and I think the kind of the core problem to solve for base layers is building up, a core community. Because the reality is that when these base layers become tools and API-like tools for people to build decentralized applications, the people who will be building those applications will have a lot of choice, a lot of trade-offs of where to go. And the kind of network you want to be is a network that has great tech, that has a lot of people in it that you can hire, right, to work on your technology, to get help, to to be able to go to corporates and help them, with integrating with this thing. And all of that requires like a very healthy community, very healthy kind of engineering process that is accessible to those things. So I think like community is a key like feature of like what a base layer should be. And the other reason is that it sort of, for better or worse, underlies the price of the asset. Like the more attention and sort of members of the community there are, the more trading there is, the more liquidity there is, the more attention on the asset there is. And that is actually like a very important metric because those assets determine sort of the capital power of a given base layer.
So I guess I am also biased because I neglected to mention up front that I do sit on the NEAR Foundation Council. But I would say that what I've seen from that vantage point, but also in general, NEAR do is I think exactly along the direction that Jake was just describing. The way I think about it, just to betraying my age as well, is that who has read the book by Jeffrey Moore, Crossing the Chasm? Maybe by my recommendation. It's amazing because that used to be kind of like absolutely kind of, essential reading in the startup space. But anyway, the point being is that to actually kickstart, new markets for technology, you can't just have the tech. You've got to have a whole, set of different elements together that take a whole varied set of skills in the organization to build them, and of course we now harness those through communities. And so what I've also noted that if, we've seen now particularly in the creator economy, the pace at which this has gone kind of mainstream and that we're seeing a $1 million so rare, unique card for Ronaldo being auctioned in a brand name auction house, or of course the success of NBA Top Shots, or kind of an evolution in that direction, and a whole bunch of as yet to be announced games is incredible. But then to deliver that kind of success, you really need to be very focused, and everything's got to work from top to bottom to deliver that complete solution, and then to iterate and to win. And so I think building the community, building the ecosystem, the stack, to be able to assist projects in either doing a key element of that or kind of bringing that all together, that's the right thing to do. And I think if we're carrying towards the end, talent is absolutely key. we've just launched a new program called FabricX within Fabric to invest in talent directly, building on the work with NEAR, building on what we call the Le Crypto Fellowship in Paris, which is really successful, and trying to expand with other technology partners and ecosystems from there. So really pleased to be driving that as well.
Thanks, Richard. So listen, I think we are, as you said, we are running out of time, and I think we could do a few questions from the audience. But just before we do that, I would actually just like to have a little. We're all here to do business as well, right, and change the world. So maybe you started at it slowly. Like maybe everybody just want to say like how to best engage with NEAR, CoinFund, you, and also you, if they're like the next generation entrepreneur and founder.
Me first. Yeah. So look. My name is up there, Richard. I think Richard Muirhead. That is my Twitter handle, and you can DM me there or richard@fabric.vc. But perhaps more importantly, just get on with it. If you exude that air of quiet confidence and create that sort of inevitability in what you're doing, and as I said before, connect with different people, because it's not just about connecting, one off and walking up and going, "Hey, I've got this great idea. Let's talk about it." And neither is it, a case that we want to hear about this great project from another investor. But you do connect the dots from different conversations from people in the community. And so by getting out there and being part of that community, that comes back. That echoes back to you as an investor. And then, in my experience, that what leads to the epiphany that leads to a great partnership. So the connection is direct, but also indirect that you want to kind of engineer.
Hey guys, yeah. So, I'm from China, so Twitter there is banned. So I'm, trying to more actively use it. You guys can follow me. It's DavidGan1818. Don't have very many followers, but I'll look to actively use it more going forward. But do come up, talk to me. We're no project's ever too early for us. We look to be the first checks in to any founder that's looking for capital, but more or less support having that founder's mentality where I was a previous founder myself, and actively providing my resources and my network to help support a project and getting it off the ground.
If you are an engineer who would like to try out working at a crypto fund and doing some research, we're actually hiring engineers. The way to access that opportunity is to go to jobs.coinfund.io and check out some of what we have available, or to just find me on Twitter @JBRUKH. Follow me, give me a DM, send me a resume. If you are a founder, and especially if you're a founder in the Web3 space or in the DAO space, also reach out. We'd be happy to take a look at your project.
And we're hiring too. No resumes needed. All you need to show me is your wallet address.
Nice. Show me the code, right? Yeah, I guess from my perspective, if you're looking for capital, obviously these are great people to connect with. There are many options across the ecosystem. There are also, if you're earlier stage, we have the Open Web Collective is running an accelerator. There are hackathons throughout the ecosystem, and there are other VCs. But I think one thing that I want to also emphasize is that even if you're not a founder, there are so many ways that you can get access to ways to kind of bootstrap your journey forward. The grants program, the core NEAR grants program, near.org/grants, where basically we want to help you take the first 3 months that you need to prove yourself with whatever the idea is that you're trying to work on. But not only that, there are guilds throughout the ecosystem, and what we're really trying to do is drive a culture that actually is an inclusive culture, so that anyone feels like there's a place for you somewhere in this ecosystem, regardless of whether you're a high-powered seasoned founder or if you're a first-time person who didn't even finish university yet and wants to really just like get your feet wet and try something. So that's where I would say go to near.org/guilds, and those are the communities where you can essentially prove yourself through contribution, and I definitely recommend that you check that out as well.
Thanks, guys. That was really helpful. And I love that you all are hiring. Listen, do we have any questions? If not, you can probably catch the folks afterwards as well. But any questions in the audience?
Thanks. I'm Fred, CEO from the Open Forest Protocol. And you guys, we just started our fundraising journey. So you guys are basically on our list at some point. That makes sense. You're in the industry. My question is, as we are also from the climate side, and we are also starting to talk to people from the normal investing, normal VCs, what would be your perspective, advices on how to approach those type of VCs not familiar with blockchain, basically selling them a token instead of a share?
Why do you want to?
Sorry?
Why do you want to approach a normal VC who's not?
Just because I think that it's important to get the story to them on what we do and why it's a different approach. It's exactly what you basically described here, that there is opportunities in this space. And yeah, also for us to get some regular VCs that bring another perspective on things.
I mean, other comments, but I mean, I think the generalist VCs certainly have got excited about opportunities in this space. And if I understood you correctly, you say you are starting your fundraising journey. So what stage are you at now? Seed, pre-seed? How many of you are there? What have you done? Kind of.
Do I have the mic? Yeah. So around 25 people. We already have some funding. Moving to the TG in March 2022. So we are doing the private fundraise now. So would say, yeah.
Just say, you probably want a specialist investor at that kind of stage, is what I would say. But Jake.
I'd agree. I think I think the one value add traditionalist VCs could have would be capital in later stages, so more like in growth stages. And a company is at a sort of a different, obviously different stage, but like it requires a different kind of skill set to evaluate such opportunities. And I feel like between crypto investors and traditionalist VCs right now have an advantage there because most companies in crypto aren't in growth stage. They're starting to get to growth stage now. But crypto VCs will catch up to that skill set quickly. Maybe the other reason to prefer a generalist or traditional VC is because they actually have experience with real go-to-markets like in Web 2. So they know how to bootstrap an Amazon or a Facebook or something like that. But the question is does that knowledge transfer cleanly to the problems that we're solving with marketplaces, for example, in Web 3? And I don't know. I think Web3 marketplaces are quite a bit of a different animal. So I would say, and of course we're biased since we're crypto VCs and early, we see a lot of early stage crypto projects, but there definitely is a set of core expertise there that I do not think that traditional VCs have yet caught up to.
Well, I think, I actually used to be a traditional VC. So I think at the end of the day, you shouldn't be asking yourself, like, should I talk to traditional VCs or crypto VCs? It's more so like, what do you need help with, right? Like, and can this particular VC be helpful with where you're trying to go, right? So I think at the end of the day, every investor is different. Every investor has their own set of networks, their own set of expertise, their own set of personnel that can be beneficial to you. And even like, Jake versus another person at CoinFund could have totally different perspectives and value add, right? So it's ultimately back down to like what are your core needs that you're trying to accomplish and trying to find the right partner or investor that can be aligned on the same goals as you, right? So,
sorry, Richard, I have to cut this off now. Do you want to say anything? Okay. So listen, great question, really great perspective like you all gave. So listen, thank you for spending 50 minutes of your lives with us. I certainly enjoyed it and found it very informative. I also want to say thanks to Erik, Jake, and David and Rich for sharing your knowledge and insights. And then I think personally as an attendee here at the very first NEARCON, I just want to say thanks to the NEAR community and the NEAR organizers and also everybody who has been running this event. I think the base layer here
to quote you, Jake, is definitely being established, and I'm really, really excited to be part of this community. So thanks, everybody. And we're sort of finishing up here, but I think, yeah, you should actually applaud the NEAR community. So, yeah, I don't know what next is up apart from drinks and go home, but you should enjoy Lisbon or whatever you're up to, but and do some deals, support some founders. Thank you.
Does it work? Hello? Don't go.
Hello.
This is the best part. Don't go. Stay with us. This is the best part. You're not missing the best part. Come on.
All right, we're going to wrap this up really quickly. But just wanted to give a few thank yous to everyone who pulled this together. And those of you who don't know me, my name is Yadira, and I lead experiential marketing and events at NEAR Foundation. Thank you, thank you. When we first started thinking about NEARCON and ideating it, we didn't really know what it was going to be. We knew that the community was growing fast, but we didn't know how fast it was going to grow. And today, looking at this crowd, we went from 200, because planning an event in a pandemic is really scary and you don't know what is going to happen. And it went from 200 to 300, then all the way to 600. So thank you for everyone for joining us. We are going to do more events. We're going to do more events just for developers, just for entrepreneurs. So definitely stay tuned for that. And thank you to Vesk for producing everything, because they are a team of architects, designers, curators, and the beautiful design that you see here is definitely attributed to them and the creative vision that we set together as a team. So yeah. And upstairs, we're going to have a photo booth. Downstairs, we have our VR exhibition. So definitely partake in all of them. Thank you to all of our partners. And am I missing anything else, Grace? I can't remember. Yeah. So we're going to take a big group photo from those from the team. And go ahead and go to the rooftop downstairs. Oh, here. Well, we're getting... Oh. Here.
Hello?
So, to Grace and Yadira, you've done amazing. This is love and appreciation for everything you've done for NEARCON. Enjoy a spa day with unlimited massages and facials. We promise that no one will contact you via Slack or Discord or email or Telegram or satellite or whatever. So enjoy it all. You've been amazing. It's been a great experience to be proud. Proud. I'm really happy to be part of this. Thank you so much. Make some noise! Make some noise! So join us on stage. We need a picture.
Get on stage. Come on to the production team. Rebecca, Marcus, Chad, Olga.
You all need to be on stage. Come on.
Yes, everyone.
Come on.
Rosanna.
Wow.
I so did.
So we put a little bit further so that we can be more people in there as well.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bigger picture. Yes. Should we go a little bit further in front?
That's right.
So that people can go in the back? Can you come a little bit forward? Come a little bit forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all. This was incredible.
Awesome speech, seriously. Take a little, not too much. They got the bodies dropping. Hey, critics they be pocket watching. Hey, I know it comes with the territory. But look at all the ones before me. Niggas drop, bitches drop, candy cane and gum drop. Test the pill, extra feel. Take a little, not too much. Sarah Quill, I feel in the crazy house. If them boys in town, we gon' bring them bitches out. Niggas drop, bitches drop. That's good.
Subtract all the lines, starting from zero, or something in the flow. Can you see it or believe it without holding proof and you did it? It can never seem any better without holding proof and you did it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Oh, we can find a lasting note. It's just a matter of time. And even though we're moving slow, it's just a matter of time. We can catch the light, only an illusion, just like a starry glow. Subtract all the lines, starting from zero, hustling in the flow. Can you see it or believe it without holding proof and you did it? It can never seem any better without holding proof and you did it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it or believe it without holding proof and you did it? It can never seem any better without holding proof and you did it. Can you see it? Can you see